1 second. 1 second. This fucking camera, I'm telling you. And there we are. Okay, now we're back to business. I hope this camera doesn't have any issues for the rest of the stream. but we'll find out. Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the Misfit Gamers Tavern. I'm your host, Vortex, and this is the first airing of Tavern Tastings, where we are going to go over the history of a particular alcohol. Today it'll be whiskey. We have 8 different ones to try, so we're going to be discussing each and every one, a little bit of the history of whiskey. We're going to have some whiskey cocktails at the end of it, and then once that is all said and done for today, we are going to be transitioning the stream over to some Magic the Gathering. So if that sounds interesting, stay tuned. But otherwise, yeah, stay tuned right now for whiskey and later for Magic the Gathering. I'm really excited about this one. This is going to be my first hosted tasting. New camera layout, you like it? Thank you so much. I'm so excited about how much more we are going to be able to do here at the tavern. And looks like I have 4 hands. But yeah, I'm so happy with being able to do more here in the tavern, and as we develop and as we get more equipment. Obviously this is a temporary table, but it is better than the wood one that we've been using before. I have a much better setup now, so you know, not everything's in the way, and I do like that I have, you know, a little bit of a display here for things. Hang on. There we go. Make sure the table stays correct. But yeah, so welcome everybody. Thank you all so much for showing up. I see quite a few people, and oh my gosh, Nugget wants hats already. We don't even have the hats in here. Now I have to leave the room to go get hats because apparently Nugget wants hats.
I mean, I'm theoretically wearing one, but I can switch it up if you really want.
No, I think that means you have to have a hat on top of a hat.
Oh, hats on hats on hats.
All right, well, I gotta go get some hats. But yeah, so I will, in just a second, I will go do that. But I think we have everything prepared. So yeah, we're going to start off with discussing the long history of whiskey. What is whiskey? You know, the distillation process. Not really getting into what the distillation process is, but just the history of it. Small differences between whiskey and bourbon. And then we're going to go ahead and try 8 different whiskeys from around the world.
I'm here for it. This is going to be very cool. I think I've only experienced like a little bit. And to be honest, I know very little about the different types of alcohols. This will be a nice little educational experience for me, so I'm super here for it.
Oh, so I have to put on a hat, you have to take off a hat. No, I think we'll both put on a hat, but in fact, because we're doing whiskey tasting like a pair of bros, I think I got just the pair of hats for us.
Okay,
so all right, you can talk, entertain chat, see if they want you to have hats on hats or if you have to swap hats. But I think I have just the right pair for this hats off. So give me just a second, chat, and we'll be right back.
All right, bet. Very cool, very cool. Well, hey friends, I'm super excited for this. I think it's theoretically the second time we've done a little alcohol tasting on stream, but you know, this is gonna be cool. This is a vibe. I like mixing it up a little bit. We do a lot of cool things. We're in the same room. We're in the same room. Swap hats, remove the beanie. Okay, I can do that. We'll make that work. But yeah, no, it's gonna be very cool. It's gonna be very cool. Okay, very nice. This is the vibe.
This is what you've pushed us to. Seeing as how that we have
the fedora life.
Yeah, we're in the tavern. We got whiskey tasting. We got to do the fedora life right now.
Yeah, they want me to swap
swapping hats. All right,
yes.
All right.
Which one's yours?
Let's see which one's gonna fit. I think I gotta go with the gray. I think the gray is gonna fit best.
I'm here for it.
All right, you want to put us on a timer?
Sure.
Ooh, all right.
What's the timer for this?
15 minutes, I believe.
15
is that
minutes.
what it is? Let me double check. Hats off, I believe, should be 15 minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes, and that'll start us off with the history.
15 minutes, starting meow.
All right, here we go. So, listen here, Shane.
Listen here,
I feel like we're in a speakeasy now. That's the best part about this. I feel like I'm hosting like a speakeasy. You know, coppers don't know anything.
Exactly.
All right, well, let's start today off right. We don't really have any other major updates, and we don't really have anything to prep. It's all ready, so
hey,
let's get started, everybody. What do you know? What do you think the history of whiskey is, or what do you know about whiskey?
I'm pretty sure the biggest thing I know about whiskey is that whiskey is comes from a barrel. Yeah, that might be the extent of it. I know it's one of the darker alcohols. It's not, I wouldn't call it like harsh, although some people might consider it that, you know, depending upon what your tastes are and what your vibe is. But I know that I've tasted some whiskeys really, really smooth, and I've tasted some other ones that just kind of hit you a little bit by surprise. But no, I'm excited to see like what I would call the spectrum of whiskeys.
Yes.
Right.
And that is actually exactly what I wanted to go over today. I didn't want to just get a bunch of the same types of whiskeys or the same brands. I wanted to get like a nice little collection to kind of show off my standing pads.
Be so educated.
All right, so
for sure.
as a baseline, whiskey is just the umbrella term essentially for a category of liquor. And essentially, whiskey just refers to any distilled spirit that is made from grains. So that could be anything from barley, corn, rye, wheat, and they have to be aged in wooden barrels. So that is what whiskey is. It is a distilled spirit from a grain, and it is aged in a wood barrel. That is the overarching
So it does
term.
come from a barrel. I got one thing right.
Now the difference is when you get into the styles, you might hear of like bourbon, Scotch, and all of those. The main difference is why those are considered different is because each of those have a more specific quality to their creation. So while they are all distilled spirits from a grain aged in a wood barrel, depending on what types of grains are used, how much and what types of barrels are used, it can actually classify it as a different type of whiskey.
Okay.
And similarly to things like bourbon has its own process. So while you can say all bourbons are whiskeys, not all whiskeys are bourbons.
That's fair enough.
Just like all scotches are whiskeys, but not all whiskeys are scotches.
Yes.
So it's that same kind of idea.
Kind of square triangle or square rectangle vibes.
Exactly. So you got to understand that mindset that a distilled spirit from a grain in a barrel counts as a whiskey. Beyond that, any specifics will define it as the type of whiskey, and it might get a different name due to it.
Okay.
So, my camera went off again. God, that is going to get so annoying.
Disrespectful.
If that literally happens like the rest of the stream, I'm going to be so annoyed. I mean, the other cameras are fine. Oh, wait, no. And your camera just froze. You're kidding me right now.
Why are you guys being...
It's because this is a shit laptop. And this laptop is pulling fucking heavy duty right now.
We're going to need some
everything
upgrades pretty soon, guys. I need an upgrade at my home, as anybody who was at my last stream saw that it kept freezing and lagging and acting wild. So we're getting there, folks. We're getting there.
I need to tilt it more. Is that what's going on? Ever so slight.
Wild.
All right. So
wild.
with that, let's go over the history of whiskey in general. So because whiskey is such a loose term, the idea of whiskey and the idea of distillation have somewhat two different histories. But essentially, if we're looking at it as just the distillation process of a grain, one of the oldest known and founded uses of a fermented grain for distilling purposes dates back to 2000 BC.
Oh, wild.
So we could arguably say that
whiskey's been around for a minute.
Whiskey, essentially, its very first original ancestor was as early as 2000 BC, known for them to distill these these hyperpotent spirits. But instead of it being for alcohol, most of the time it was for perfumes and aromatics.
Okay.
So these were additives because they were so pungent. They didn't really have the refining process to make them drinkable as we consider them today.
Got you.
So going from, and my camera froze again. I swear to God, this is gonna be
so disrespectful.
I don't know I honestly don't know what's causing it because I have no warnings. I have nothing else.
Power? I'm curious if we get one of those little power banks that just has, you can plug USBs directly into, if they can actually power them a little bit easier.
Yeah, it may just be that I have too much on my screen going on, so I may just have to be the laptop's just pulling heavy duty. So we'll just see. We'll see. We'll keep it going.
We'll make it work. We'll make it work.
I mean, I'm not losing frames or anything, so that's the weird part. It's just the camera itself and the laptop keep messing around or not talking to each other correctly.
Rudeness.
All right, so that was 2000 BC. We have the earliest known distillation process for aromatics and perfumes. And then about, 1900 years later, 100 AD, we find the first written record of distilling.
Really?
So it took 1900 years for someone to, obviously learn writing and then put it down. And this was in ancient Greece. And in ancient Greece, they were talking about a process of taking seawater, distilling it into pure drinking water. So obviously this isn't the alcoholic distillation process, but the idea of being able to boil things off and take the remnants and utilize that. They also have also other written stylings of this being used also with perfumes and aromatics, but still nothing resulting in alcohol as we know it. Launch forward quite a few years later. So around the same time as we get the first written record, we start to see it spread across the continents, because at first it started actually at 2000 BC. It started in Iraq and Syria. Then we have 100 AD. We have it we have the first written distillation process in ancient Greece.
Right.
But between the years of 500 and 1000 AD, it was known to have traveled to Europe. And this process was also again used in ceremonies for perfumes, medicine, and even started one of the first cures for smallpox.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's very interesting.
And then also around the time between 1000 and 12,000 AD. So again, this is going from BC to AD now. Right?
Yeah.
We're in our side of time. We see between 1000 and 12,000, whiskey makes its way across Europe and into Scotland and Ireland via monks. So this was like monks traveling across, and they brought this distillation process.
Monks were some alcoholics.
Scottish and Irish monasteries lacking vineyards and grapes turned to fermenting grains and mash, resulting in the first distillation of modern whiskey.
Out of slight curiosity, does corn count as a grain? And could you distill corn into some sort of alcohol?
Yes, and we will get into that. Actually.
Wild!
That is going to be part of this.
Wild!
But this is what I loved about researching this: is you think about what whiskey could be, and you think of all the different types, and you think of who argues about being the first. But while distillation was known as early as 2000 BC, and we knew throughout the 80s up until 1000 AD that distillation was used in many different forms for various other purposes, but not alcoholic. It's amazing to me that 1000 to 12,000 AD is when the drinkable version of whiskey first is discovered, and it's discovered basically in Scotland and Ireland.
Why?
Because again, the monks went there and they were used to using these processes for wine. Didn't have any wine, so they were like, well, let's ferment what we got.
Let's see what we can do.
And once they got that, it probably wasn't potent enough, and so they also knew about distillation, and then one thing led to another, and now you have this really high potent drink.
Fire.
But yeah, so funny enough, if you really want to make the argument, as good as American whiskey can be, Scotch and Irish whiskey are the originals.
Hey, I'm here for that.
So that was between 1000 and 12,000 AD. Fast forward about 50 years later, about 1250, and then we get the earliest record of alcohol distillation appearing in Italy and being from wine. So in 1250, Italy finds distillation and they start to distill wines.
Okay.
14.
Now, is that still considered whiskey?
No, that's not whiskey. That's more of a fortified wine at that point.
Okay.
You're getting
a
liquor straight from that. I think there's other terms for that. But those wouldn't be considered whiskey because those aren't great.
Okay. Fair enough.
1405. So this is another about, little less than 200 years, 150 years. The first written record of whiskey, the word whiskey, appears in an Irish document where it was written that the head of a clan died after taking too much alcohol at Christmas.
Really?
And specifically refer to it as whiskey. So the first term of whiskey was literally saying that someone died of overconsumption.
Goodness gracious, that's so wild.
I mean, how great is that to have that as like the creation of the word, that or the first time someone's ever written that word down was because someone drank too much.
Goodness. Well, looks like you're gonna get a really good reputation later. Oh, that's awesome.
So that was 1405. At the end of that century, so 1494, the distillation of whiskey in Scotland is fully underway. So basically, about 200 years later, they're basically the kings of whiskey. And this is actually made evident because they have on record one of the largest orders, specifically from King James IV, for their version of whiskey. Basically, like one of the largest like royal decrees of I want your whiskey and I wasn't able to find out the specifics, but it was considered to be like the largest official royal order of whiskey in history.
That's crazy. That's so crazy. I love that.
And I'm just like, yeah, that's gonna make you feel pretty good, but also like scared to death that if you don't have enough, you're not gonna fulfill that order.
Sorry, King, you want too much.
And then up until so that was kind of another 100 years later, we get another founding aspect. So it's 1600 or so. Colonists from Europe bring this distillation process to America. And the practice of distilling whiskey became, an American thing about that time. And due to a lot of immigration, a lot of different variations came over. So that's where you started to get the battle of, what is whiskey and how best to do it. Because you have a bunch of different immigration, people from different areas coming in with their own distillation, with their own cultures and their own variations. And so now whiskey is exploding in America from literally every direction. Like everybody basically says, we know how to make whiskey. And now you get to figure it out, all at once. But that was about, that started around the 1600s when America was introduced to it. And it just became a conglomeration of, everybody trying to, show off what their whiskey is.
Right. Look what I got. Look what I can do.
It wasn't until 1783 that the first commercial distillery was founded in Louisville, Kentucky, on the banks of the Ohio River. So this is why, if you ever wondered why like Kentucky whiskey, Kentucky bourbon is such a big deal, is they were one of the first official distilleries founded.
Okay.
After nearly 200 years, 183 years of people talking about whiskey and doing it at home.
That's crazy.
This was the first time someone was like, you know what, I'm going to do it commercially. So it took them that long for someone to be like, boom. Oh, Kage is frozen. This is going to be a fun stream.
I feel like only one camera can work at a time. It's like...
It's kind of acting like that. All right. So 1783, we get the first distillery, the first commercial distillery. I swear I can talk today. I haven't even started drinking yet. It's like having a hard time. This is 100% why I do not do scripts.
Yes, for sure.
Because I'm trying to paraphrase most of this, and it's just that whole jumble of trying to know what I want to say versus actually saying it.
Yep.
And the thing is, I'm just so much better if I just know what I want to say, and then I can just do. Yeah, this is.
I 100% agree.
This is one of the reasons why even History of is not one of my best series. So anyway, so that was 1783. It wasn't until 1820 that we get a specific Scottish grocer named John Walker that began his own whiskey. And obviously that was 1820 and would become one of the most well-known whiskeys in the world. 1840, so another 20 years later. This is going to be where the fun, interesting facts of like more of the American whiskey. So in 1840, the Old Bourbon County had been producing Old Bourbon County whiskey for a couple of years at this point. And they only had named themselves that specifically to differentiate themselves from everybody else because of this, multiple distilleries after Kentucky opened up, several distilleries started opening up, and they just wanted to be, they just didn't want to be another whiskey company. So they just called themselves the Old Bourbon County Whiskey because that was where they were from.
Fair enough.
But they were also the very first to produce corn whiskey.
Okay.
They were the very first ones to decide to make what they call their mash. Usually you make it out of whatever kind of grains. So they were the first ones to take corn and make a mash out of it. And the thing about whiskeys is you can only call it something if it has at least 51% of that grain. Then it's that dedicated grain. Right. So Old Bourbon County Whiskey, the company, was the very first to take corn and do a 51% mash corn. So it was the very first one to do a corn-heavy whiskey. And because of that, because they were the first ones to do it, and it was a new process with a new type of grain, they were able to market that as bourbon whiskey. Okay. And to this day...
there's our Hats timer.
So, to this day, funny that we ended it on bourbon. But to this day, bourbon whiskey is officially the number one moniker for bourbon whiskey is it has to be made with 51% corn. It has to. It cannot be considered bourbon without 51% corn.
Interesting.
But there is hard arguments where it also has to be made kind of like how champagne is only from the Champagne region of France. Some argue that bourbons can only be made from certain regions. Others argue that it at least has to be corn from that region. Others argue it can just be corn. This is where you get a lot of arguments. But the original bourbon whiskey was simply the very first people from the Bourbon County that made the very first corn
Out of
mash.
curiosity, when did the official, like, number one, like, who's lightweight responsible for these definitions? It's like, who's responsible for saying, all right, this is what qualifies as bourbon, this is what qualifies
So exactly
as...
this. So because this was the first company, they were just called Old Bourbon County Whiskey, and they made the very first corn-based whiskey. So, and they called it bourbon whiskey. It got so, it basically became so synonymous that from then on, it was just you can't call it bourbon. And at first it was like the community, right? It was just the whiskey drinkers, the companies.
Got you.
But
So
now
it's
it
a
is a
slow
law,
evolution.
but it's a law now at this point, because at some point someone tried to call it bourbon whiskey. I'm frozen. Someone tried to call it bourbon whiskey and they got sued probably, or they went after them and said, hey, we've made bourbon whiskey so long, you can't say it's not.
You can't just say anything is bourbon whiskey.
So then it gets put into law, and I'm still. Oh no, it's because I was doing yours. There we go.
Oop.
But yeah, so that was the thing, is all of these things get put into law because someone does something for the longest time, and eventually they fight to keep that in. Just the same reason why they fought so hard to say you can't call it champagne unless it's from here. We made it first, so therefore you can't call it anything else. And eventually you get some governing body to be like, okay, we agree with that because it makes me money, or you paid me, or whatever.
Sure.
But yeah, so these people just decided. Someone just decided we're going to call it bourbon whiskey because it's different. And then eventually someone tried to knock it off, and they're like, no, you're not going to take a knockoff and take our profits. So they went to the government.
Like the idea of like, hey, this is what it means to make this type of thing. So if like if it's got to be corn, it's got to be corn. But like, imagine if somebody wants to create like a new, and granted, like you can say, hey, call it something different if you want to, but like if I'm making like a corn whiskey, but it's corn from somewhere else, or it's like in a different region or whatever, like it's interesting where people decide to draw the line. It's like, hey, corn from this place makes this type of alcohol, which tastes like this, and this is the flavor of
and
bourbon.
that can be it. Sometimes that's it, right? So that's where you get a lot of wines where it has to be from a certain region because that region produces a certain flavor.
Yeah.
Whereas people who want to just make bourbon, as long as it's made from corn, some people will argue it should only be corn from a certain region, but other people will argue as long as, because on the book it just says it has to be 51% corn. It doesn't have to be from a certain area. That's just other people making their own elitism in alcohol. But that's the fun part about it, is like realizing that when you now look at whiskey, you can understand like, oh, I kind of understand what this is being made out of, or I understand what they're trying to get across. Because while a lot of this is the processes, there are going to be similarities. Like with Scotch, right? It's a Scottish whiskey, so it's going to be made in Scotland. It's going to be barreled with certain types of barrels. But while all of those can slightly differ, the type of barrels, the char, the malt that you use, there's a lot of different things you can do with Scotch. At the end, most Scotches have a more smoky flavor out of all of the whiskeys, because of the way they particularly char their barrels and the barrels that they choose to do in Scotland.
Right.
Even though Scotch can be vastly different, I even have a couple here that aren't on the list, but we can even do those afterwards. But Scotch will naturally have a more than likely smoky flavor than any other standard whiskey. So again, even though they will make them differently, it will still have that characteristic, that kind of. So again, they have the right to choose to have that moniker of, you know what to expect. You know it's going to have certain qualities. You know it's going to have certain flavorful notes. And you know it's going to come from a certain area. That's why that's so important to people. Because again, if I just gave you a whiskey that was smoky, that isn't as important as I say this is Scotch whiskey. This is from Scotland. And if you know anything about it, you can be like, oh, I know how they char their barrels. I know how they take care of their malts. I know the temperature, and I know how that changes the distillation process, right? Or, maybe like the fermentation process. So each one will kind of give you a reasoning behind it and an expectation, which is, I totally understand why.
For sure.
Like, again, you don't want to confuse champagne with sparkling wine.
Yes, very much so.
There is no difference, right? Or there is no like not
differentiation.
You can't just say they're the same. Like
very
a
much
true
so.
Champagne versus a sparkling wine have a lot of similarities, but if you know what you're looking for, or if at least if you can taste the difference, if it just tastes like sparkling wine, I get it. Like some people don't have the care, right? Some people just don't care enough to be like, there's anything different. But at the same time, there is that differentiation of quality and what goes into it.
Yeah,
quality and
no,
ingredients.
I for sure feel that.
And then So 1840 is when we first get bourbon, right? So that was the first company to ever produce a corn-based whiskey called bourbon. It wasn't until 10 years later, so 1850, that we get our very first blended whiskey.
Okay.
So blended whiskey wasn't even a thing until 1850. So we literally had distillation for various purposes. We then had the creation of whiskey in Ireland and Scotland, which, moved across Europe, made different distillation processes, moved to America. America created bourbon. And then someone thought, hey, what happens if I take multiple whiskeys and throw them in the same bottle? That's amazing to me that it took this long for someone to be like.
The question becomes for me is like, all right, when they're combining these things, did they do it after the distillation process or before?
After. So you take fully developed whiskeys that are after the fact,
and then you just put them together and see how they
them.
Taste. Okay, so theoretically, you could just put two of these bottles and pour them in the same glass and call that a.
I do that.
Okay,
I've made my own.
That's your own blended whiskey.
Yes, I've made my own, and usually I use single malts. But like,
okay,
for instance, like Green Label is a blended whiskey made of 4 different single malts. So they're hand-selected single malts that make this blended whiskey. So it feels very single maltish. And for the longest time, I thought it was a single malt. I was actually very confused. I honestly thought it was a single malt, but it's actually a blend of only single malts from Scotland.
Interesting. Okay.
So that is chug a whiskey bottle. No. So yeah, so that is, and then basically since 1850, it's basically just been, there hasn't been any major developments in whiskey, just new flavors and new brands, but that was it. Like it really wasn't, it really was up until just a couple hundred years ago that whiskey just didn't really have a thing. And then all of a sudden it blew up, and then it's this, again, it's kind of like plateaued because there's really nowhere to go from here. Every grain has been used, and we've basically defined it to where at this point anything new wouldn't be whiskey anymore.
That's kind of fair. It's like at a certain point, there's nothing new under the sun. You're just redoing all the different variations of things that have already been done.
And I've always been curious because it's like you have a whiskey where it's like it has to be 51% to call it a certain type of whiskey. But then I'm wondering, like, what if someone did a perfect blend of like 33, 33, 33, like 33%, 33%, 33% of different grains, and there was no 51? Like, is that just whiskey? You know what I mean? Like, that's not it's not a type. It's not a special type. It's just distilled whiskey. You know what I mean? It's a distilled multiple grain.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there's that. There's the history of whiskey. I thought that was quite fascinating.
I love that. To go through. I love that. Absolutely.
So we talked about what whiskey is: distilled spirit from any kind of grain, barley, corn, rye, wheat, and then aged in a wooden barrel. Bourbon, on the other hand, being more specifically a American type of whiskey, defined as the mash bill. That's the thing that you ferment and make it out of. Has to be at least 51% corn. Aging process. So here's some other characteristics that have now become what defines a bourbon. Because it is an American style whiskey, but it doesn't necessarily mean it has to come from America. But the definition of a bourbon is it has to have 51% corn in its mash bill. The aging process has to be in new charred oak barrels.
So it means new, meaning that it's never been used to make any other type of whiskey.
Correct. Because like many, for instance, like I have this particular Scotch whiskey here. This is Grangestone Highland Scotch malt, or Highland single malt Scotch whiskey, but it was in a sherry cask finish. So that means that they bought casks that made sherry wine. After the wine was put into it and fermented and taken out, they bought those casks and put their whiskey in it to age, so it leaches out the flavors of the sherry. So that's why whenever you see anything that says cask finish, or if it ever says anything cask, it's telling you what type of barrel it was in. And usually if it's cask, if it's like oak barrel, that is just the type of wood, but sherry would mean that it was used prior, so it's actually giving off some extra flavors.
I wonder how much of a difference it makes if, like, imagine like 10 batches versus one batch of like, if you've only used it to create one batch of the sherry wine versus like 10 batches of the sherry wine.
For the most part, barrels can only be used so many times, but with that, it's more of just because it's the contact with the oak, which is why they char it, because there's going to be some leaching.
Yeah.
But you're only going to have so much that it absorbs. So 10 batches, it's still going to have max absorption, and it's not really going to give you anything else. It may just change the flavor, and it actually may go accurate at that point because you've had too much in it.
Okay.
I don't actually know the
Interesting.
exact limit of barrel distillation, but I know that there's got to be some sort of limit there.
It got to be.
But yeah, so 51% corn mash has to be in new charred oak barrels, so not previously used. It has to be a brand new barrel that is freshly charred, and the only thing that's gone into it is this bourbon. And typically people will usually associate it to the geographic roots, usually Kentucky, but it doesn't have to be exclusively to Kentucky. But typically, most people will say that bourbon has to be American made and have 51% mash and be in new charred oak barrels. There are some that think that anyone in the world can make it as long as it's corn. So and the new charred oak.
Okay.
But I kind of understand why it's an American thing. I mean, it started here.
Sure.
If Champagne can do it, I think we should be allowed to say that bourbon's ours.
Hey, listen, I love it. I love it.
But funny enough, bourbon does tend to be sweeter than most others.
I've noticed that there are some of them that like taste, again, more grainy, but also some of them that taste more, like you said, sweet and just, I don't want to say fruity, but like almost like, what's those old people candy?
Like the Werther's original?
Yes. Like it's like a sweetness to, almost like honey, right? It's not like fruity, but it's like, it's still got that sweetness to it. So I feel that for sure.
I need to get us waters for palate.
Okay. Cool. Alrighty. Well, I am excited to throw down on this. I think I may have tried one or two of these whiskeys before, but here's the deal. And I know this is gonna sound kind of strange to some people, but like when I watch TV shows and movies and whatever else, like I will watch it, I'll enjoy it, but then I'll purposely not watch it for a really long time so that I can forget about it. That way, the next time I watch it, it's almost like getting to experience it again for the first time. And that's kind of how I feel with a lot of these different tastings and whatnot. I get to experience them for the first time again after I've forgotten what the experience was the first time. And so it's this constant, like, 'cause like I don't really get the same joy out of it if I know exactly what it's gonna be or what it already is. So I'm excited for this. I think it's gonna be very cool.
I hope so. I got some waters here for us. This is just going to be between each one to help palate cleanse as we.
Okay.
So just kind of a sipper.
Yep.
All right. So I'm going to list off what we're going to go through. We're going to go through 8 tastings, at least on the official tasting, and of course I have a couple other scotches if you were interested in trying
Tickles your fancy.
the sherry cask. But yeah, we have 8 on the list, and I'm going to list them off here. If you guys have any of these at home, feel free to jump along and taste with us and let us know. Or if you have any experience with these, let us know what your experience is and what your tasting notes are as we go. So the tasting order, we have 8 whiskeys. We are going to start with the Sexton Single Malt Irish Whiskey. This is a modern take on an Irish whiskey, an Irish single malt whiskey. And you usually typically want to start soft and light, and then we're going to get into the more complex flavors. Okay. So this is going to be our lightest, softest whiskey, perfect for a single malt. I love single malts for that reason. They're always super soft, and I really like how pleasing they are to the palate.
Awesome.
From there, we're going to go to the Shimimura Ryukyu whiskey. It is a light Japanese whiskey.
Oh, okay.
So this one's
that's the one you were telling me about.
Yeah, this one is actually done in a white oak virgin cask. So again, white oak, so similar to what you would expect from a bourbon, but Japanese style. So fresh oak, freshly charred, and aged in that. Then we're going to be going over to Woodford Reserve Kentucky Straight Wheat Whiskey. This is going to be a soft and sweet whiskey made specifically from a 51% wheat mash. Then we're going to do Woodford Reserve's Kentucky Straight Malt Whiskey. This one's going to be a little bit richer, maltier. It's actually one of my favorites on the list right now.
Okay.
Because for some reason, no matter what you do, for me, malt is malt is just that flavor you can put in almost anything and it makes it better. It makes beer better. It makes whiskey better. It makes milkshakes better. It makes chocolate better. Like malt is one of those things where it is just one of the secret flavors you can throw in, and it helps just embolden a lot of things.
Where would you say malt comes from? Like, is it like
it's like a type of grain. How would I describe malt?
Yeah, because like I've I keep hearing about it, and I feel like I thought it was its own thing, but sometimes I feel like it's just an accent.
So malt is a cereal grain that has been germinated, and so by soaking it in water. So basically, it is a different type of grain that, when germinated, it just gets that rich flavor. So it's
Okay.
just another type of grain. That's
All
all
right,
it is.
bet.
Just like
bet.
rye or wheat or anything else like that. Yeah. So it has that very distinct flavor, and I love it. I love most anything that has malt in it. But then after that one, we're going to move to the representative straight bourbon whiskey. So this is kind of just a quintessential middle of the road bourbon. Just kind of your standard everyday bourbon, kind of like a nice little starter.
Okay.
From there, we're going to kick it up a little bit, and we're going to go with bullet bourbon. So this is going to be a more classic, but a little bit more punchy on the spice.
That sounds aggressive. I like it.
Yep.
I like it.
Then we're going to try same company, Bullet, but we're going to try the Bullet 95 rye. So this is going to be a 95 proof. Big bold rye spice. It's one of my least favorites. I'm not a huge rye fan. Just like with rye bread, it's an aggressive flavor.
For sure.
It's an aggressive flavor.
Yep.
And then we're going to finish it off, at least with the official tasting, we are going to finish it off with the Johnny Walker Green Label, a complex smoky blend of
Classic.
4 Scottish single malts. One of my absolute favorites to sip on. And funny enough, as a small little trick, if you ever want to really understand, like if you know, because you taste smoky in a drink, and you can taste it and be like, oh, there's smokiness to that, but you know how sometimes it's hard to just like isolate it, like just you know it's there, but it's like hard to just focus on it.
Where is it at? Yeah.
I know a trick with scotches where you can actually isolate just the smoky flavor, and it's tricky. It's a very weird experience, because without like the actual texture of it, it literally just feels like, not in an acrid bitter way, but it almost feels like you like licked a piece of charcoal. Like that's how isolated the smokiness can get to it.
Very interesting. Okay.
It's very strange, but if you ever wanted to isolate the smoky flavor with a scotch, all you need to do is a very little bit, mix it with a little bit of Coca-Cola. Like if you have like a shot of it, even just a splash of Coca-Cola, or just a couple drops, put a couple drops of Coca-Cola and a couple drops of scotch in like just like a little glass, and then just sip on it. And for whatever reason, once the sweetness goes away, because you'll taste the Coke, it'll basically taste like a Scotch and Coke at first, but once the sweetness goes away, all that's left on your palate is smoke, and you can in the actual like oak char, that is where it's coming from. It's so crazy. And I happened to come across that one night while experimenting, and it was the most weirdest experience. But I'm like,
you were able to like recreate it.
Oh yeah, every single time it was just.
I'm curious because during your little New Year's celebration that you had, I swear I tasted one of the whiskeys that you brought that actually was smoked by Lucifer, or at least by the kid that he had.
Actual,
I'm curious
machine.
if you just taste it more with that, or if
it would be two different types of smoke, because the char that you're getting, like the smokiness you get from scotch, is from the actual char that it's
from the versus
of the oak.
Doing it like after the fact.
When you smoke a whiskey, you're basically just infusing it with a lot of aromatics.
Got you.
So you're getting it more on the surface layer. So yeah.
Okay.
Souls had a sheepdog peanut butter whiskey and an Old Smoky salt caramel whiskey. The Old Smoky salt caramel, maybe. Peanut butter whiskey sounds absolutely disgusting.
I mean, like, here's the deal. I'm not a huge peanut butter fan in general. Like I'll have it like peanut butter and jelly, or in like a Reese's or whatever the case may be. But oddly enough, there have been some times where it has surprised me that it's been a decent addition to the flavor palette. So, you know, I'm willing to try anything. At least one. Well,
that's good.
Maybe not anything.
Well, we're about to try at least 8 of them. All right, so we are going to start with the Sexton Single Malt Irish Whiskey, a modern take on the Irish malt whiskey, crafted in copper pot stills and aged in, I'm going to probably mispronounce this, but Oloroso sherry casks, known for its approachable, smooth profile.
Okay.
The tasting points should be light and floral, with notes of honey, dried fruit, and nuts. Okay. The sherry cask aging imparts a subtle sweetness and spice. and it's an ideal for beginners. So we're gonna do this in two different ways, by the way. So there's actually two different methods for trying whiskey. So we're actually gonna go through the whole. Okay, there we go.
It's almost like
there we are. Okay, now we're back. Sorry about that. This fucking laptop, dude. I really need some new equipment. I need to do a subathon just so I can earn some money, dude.
Come on now.
This is crazy, man. Like
friends and neighbors.
Anyway, so yeah, so we have here a nice color, nice little.
Yeah.
It's very light. It's not very dark. I know that it seems a little bit different on camera, but it's not very. It's a nice caramel color, but it's a lot more yellow than it is. You know, it's a lot more yellow than it is brown. It's not muted, or it's not bitter to the nose. It doesn't burn the nostrils.
Yes, I've definitely had some that are aggressive to just smelling it.
And I spend a lot of times, you know, like hiking, backpacking. I go camping a lot, lighting fires with like natural woods. I can smell, like, you know, having cut down enough branches and stuff from different types of woods and understanding like the different types of trees. I can almost smell like it's not pine smell, but you know how pine smells more lighter in aroma than an oak does? Oak has a very heavy scent. It's just very like pungent, whereas like pine has that more, I guess, more floralness instead of earthiness. That's what I get out of this in terms of like the cask that they have it in. Is I can definitely tell it's a much lighter cask. Okay, so the way that this is best tasted is most people, when they talk about the burn, it's usually the vapors, right? It's usually how volatile it is, and that will actually cause you to cough a lot of times, especially when you're drinking it. Which whiskey is this? This is the Sexton single malt. So with this, one of the techniques that we were taught when we went through a distillery is that you want to breathe in through your nose, not like a full like deep breath, but you want to breathe in a normal breath through your nose. You want to hold your breath while you actually take your first sip. You don't want to be breathing during that, because all of the volatility is going to make you cough. I swear I can speak. So you're going to breathe in, you're going to hold your breath, you're going to take a sip just enough to let it coat your tongue. You don't have to like keep it in your mouth like forever, like wine, but you at least want it to let it roll through your tongue, swallow. And then once it's fully off your tongue, or at least once you've fully swallowed it, then you want to lightly and slowly breathe out through your mouth. Let that air go over your tongue, because all of the volatiles will leave your throat, so you're not going to breathe them in and cough.
Right.
But you're going to get a second profile of the flavor, because you're going to take all of those volatiles, which have now opened up the flavor, and as you breathe out slowly, it'll go back over your tongue, and you'll get a different flavor profile.
Interesting.
So that's how we're going to do the first one. We're going to do that now. We're going to talk about the flavors, and then
again, don't kill it.
Yeah, because then the next part is we're going to actually taste it elevated with water, because putting a single drop of water can actually completely change even a full pour of whiskey. So even if you have like a single or a double pour of whiskey,
a singular drop of water,
1 to 2 drops of water can actually open up and change your whiskey. So that's what we're also going to do for the second type of tasting.
So much of, I learned this a while ago, but so much of your taste is associated with your sense of smell, that like being able to like breathe in and like hold it, and like I can 100% feel that would have a significant impact on how the flavor goes down. So
yeah. So
all right.
Okay.
I'm here for it.
Oh, that's interesting. So it's a great whiskey. It is very subtle. It's very soft. I don't get any burn. I get
very much so. No burn.
What's interesting is initially I get much more of a, I would get dried fruits. I would say dried fruits for sure when I first taste it, but on the breathe out, I get much more of that honey carameliness, and it just like at the end of it, what's left on my tongue right now is that I definitely feel like I get caramel on the exhale, but I get honey right now.
Yeah,
almost
yeah.
like a coating. Like it feels like I just like, took a like a teaspoon of honey, and you know how sometimes it'll coat your tongue real quick. I feel like I have that coating on my tongue.
I definitely feel the earthiness when I was breathing out. Like again, you get a lot of that like honey, like almost like, I don't want to say like tree sap, but like just that you can almost taste the don't have the right terminology for this, but the grainness of what's there. So no, I for sure appreciate that.
So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the same thing, but you're just gonna take your pipette and just give yourself 1 or 2 drops of water, and that's all you need. Because all this is gonna do is, because of the way that it mixes, it's just gonna help open it up. It can actually make some whiskeys more aggressive, but you're just gonna get a little bit more of a flavor profile. So you're gonna do the same exact thing, same exact tasting, but you should get a little bit of a difference. I mean, you could probably even get a difference on the nose on how differently aggressive it can be.
Interesting.
I get a lot. I get a lot more of the sweetness from it right now. Now that the water's in it, I feel like I can smell the honey.
Interesting. All right.
Oh yeah, that's completely different. That tastes. See, that's more what I'm used to.
That tastes so wild.
That honestly, I taste more of the oak now, like, or the barrel. I taste way more of that sherry cask now. Because before I felt like I got the sweetness from the cask, and now I feel like I'm getting the woodiness.
How common is it for people to just do whiskey over ice?
So there's actually a couple of different ways to do whiskey. So there is just straight what we're doing. There is whiskey in water, which is exactly what we just did, where some people will just want a side of water and they'll just drop it in themselves. There is whiskey in water, where it is just an actual like a pour, like a not a shot, but like an actual like a full drizzle of water. And then there's of course on the rocks. So there's a lot of debate over the proper way to do it. Some people will say that if you're gonna have it on ice, you don't like whiskey. Actually, and there's some valid arguments there, but the thing is of course everything's an experience, and everything should be experienced the way that you like it. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I mean, we say the same thing about D&D.
Yeah, I know some people who like to put ice in wine. Like they'll literally put ice cubes in wine. That's not my way to do it, but hey, you know what? Does it take away your enjoyment?
Gatorade wine or whatever?
Yeah, the Gatorade wine.
I've never tried that, but
so a lot of people say that when you put like the water is one thing. People who say that the ice is an issue is because it will actually soften like the harshness of it. It brings down the volatility because it's not as warm, so it's not like giving off the vapors as much.
Sure.
But it also will dilute some of the flavor, not just with the water, but the cold will dilute it, and then of course the water itself will dilute it.
Right.
So a lot of people say that if you have to have ice or that kind of thing, you don't like whiskey, but that just doesn't make any sense to me, because it's like, then what am I fucking drinking?
Let me ask you this.
You can't give me this in any other form, and I still enjoy it.
Can you like the experience that you'll get from drinking whiskey over ice? Can you get it drinking some other alcohol?
No, that's the thing.
I like whiskey over ice.
That's my point. So that's why, and I change it up all the time. Sometimes I'll just have it like this. A lot of times I like it over ice. I like it over a big ice cube, because I even have whiskey stones, because sometimes I just want it cold but not watered down.
Mm-hmm.
But I have learned to appreciate what water does, so I don't mind it on ice because of that little bit of water leach off.
Yeah.
That's my preferred method is iced. I don't know if that makes me a non-whiskey liker. I don't really care, because honestly, if you think about it too, anybody who says that but also likes cocktails is full of shit. Because if you notice that, like a lot of people think that it's to fuck with how much they can charge you. Like a lot of people will say that okay, when it comes to like soda at a restaurant, sure, ice is there to not give you as much.
Very much so.
At the same time, understand that the restaurant doesn't care if you order 50,000 sodas or one. Soda's not their biggest problem. So stop worrying about the,
because they paid for like cents on the dollar for that stuff. Like,
exactly.
No matter what, they're making a profit.
But when it comes to cocktails, again, having had the bar, now that I'm learning more about how to craft them, ice is a huge component of cocktails. People don't I did not understand how big of a component ice played in how a proper cocktail should taste. So like all of those any cocktail that comes in a Tom Collins glass, something like this, a tall glass, and they fill it with ice and then they pour it in there. The thing is that entire cocktail will probably fill this cup. The reason why it fills this cup though is because the ice actually enhances the cocktail.
Would you say that statement is true of all cocktails?
Probably not all. Probably not all. There are probably scams. I'm sure there are cocktails that are designed to either fill you up and not give you as much alcohol.
Right.
I'm sure there are some that are designed to do certain things, but in general, if you get a classic cocktail and it comes on ice, it's designed that way, and it's not designed to hurt your wallet. It's not like you're going to get more out of it.
Sure.
You aren't, if you honestly ordered 2 different drinks and this traditional comes on like in Thomas Collins on ice, and you said, I want 2, but 1 without ice, they're not going to be the same cocktail.
I will say this. As you know, my favorite cocktail is the
Gin tonic?
Gin and tonic. And I've had a gin and tonic without ice, and it's not the same. It's just not.
No. And it needs the ice for the chill factor, for the ice, like the chill factor and the water factor. Both of those play a part in what you're going to experience. So what do you think about this one?
I like it a lot. It's subtle. It's not crazy aggressive. Again, the idea of how you appropriately taste it, where you breathe in first, you taste it, and you let it come. Like, you get the whole experience. And even if, because there'll be times where, like, when I'm drinking, I'm not trying to necessarily pay attention to how I'm drinking it. I just want something to enjoy while I'm doing other things.
Right.
I still feel like this is something that I can enjoy in that way, regardless. So yeah. No, I'm here for it. It's not bad.
And that's the thing too, is like, when you're tasting a whiskey versus drinking a whiskey, right? Like, I'm talking about, like, what I'm talking about in terms of the breathing is how to taste a whiskey, how to get the full amount from it. If you just like downing it, that's totally fine. If you like, sipping on it, that's totally fine. If you like the burn, that's totally fine. But that doesn't necessarily mean that just because you like it, you're getting the most out of it, right? And that's kind of what I look at is when I say that, by breathing in, holding your breath, breathing out is going to give you the most out of it. That doesn't mean it's going to make it the most pleasurable experience. It just means that you're going to get the more flavor out of it, regardless of how you're going to do it moving forward. So take a couple sips, just again, not like drinking water. This is just more for cleaning any of the vapors off.
Most def.
All right. So that was Sexton. Oh yeah, I totally forgot that I had these little right. Let's see. Tell me if this is even something that we should shoot. Okay, so what was this? Because I kind of just like talking about it instead of doing all these other ones. Because I was trying to look at ways to spice up the stream, and I had this little write-up of, let me introduce you to the Sexton, named after the keeper of graveyards, a nod to the whiskey's Irish roots and the care it takes to honor tradition. The whiskey is distilled in copper pot stills, one of the most traditional methods of distilling, and then aged in Oloroso sherry casks, which is why you'll taste the warm nutty notes. What's interesting about the Sexton is that it is designed for the modern drinker, smooth and easy to sip, versatile enough to mix, though purists might prefer its perfection on its own. It's the kind of bottle you'd want to share at a wake, toasting good memories and good company.
It gives me the vibe that we get from a lot of our intros in our homebrew reviews.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like when
just enough to use it, but not enough to fill out your shoehorns.
I like that.
I like that. So maybe we'll do those a little bit more too. All right, so now we are moving on to whiskey number 2. This is the Shimatua Ryukyu whiskey in a white oak virgin casks, aged for 5 years.
White oak. So when you said cask, that means it's been used before, right?
But this is virgin casks, so this should mean that these are unused, similar to how bourbon is.
Got you.
So we will be trying this one as a 5-year whiskey. So this is a Japanese whiskey with a twist, made from indica rice and aged virgin oak casks. It shows the unique approach of the Okinawa Shimatua distillery. I think I'm saying that. Okay. So it's from Okinawa, Japan. Delicate floral with tropical fruit notes balanced by light oak. Fresh, taste notes are fresh melon, lychee, and a silky texture with a soft finish.
Okay. Silky texture with a soft finish. I am here for that. Are we doing the same round for each of these? One with the water, one without?
Yeah. Each one will have
cool.
will have its own development.
Bet.
this is the whiskey that we are tasting now. So on the nose, immediately you get something completely different. There is, it's like a completely different world. Like it's literally like walking into from one restaurant to another.
Oh yeah.
Like there's no alcohol smell.
Yeah.
There's no alcohol smell. There's no burn. Like the last one didn't burn, but this one doesn't even smell like I'm smelling alcohol. I honestly, I feel like I only smell.
Why am I getting floral vibes?
Right? Those, yeah. I'm thinking like all I'm getting is
Sweet, like.
Yeah, I'm not getting like any. I'm not getting any smokiness, any caramel. You're right. It's very floral.
Yeah.
So texture, it's almost thick. Like it has like a weird texture to it. It's very soft, but this is not an American whiskey. Like this is 100% not a whiskey that you would ever think is a whiskey. Like if you were blind tasting, I could see you getting this confused with something else because it's barely, like you barely get any of the oak, you barely get any of the char. So it's hard to, pinpoint that this is a whiskey. There's definitely a burn there.
I was gonna say there's like a, I don't know how, I would refer to it as like a spikiness, just like little hints here and there, but it doesn't like, it's not something that's like burning the whole time. It's just like an instant.
Yeah, and I 100% understand the fresh melon and lychee. That's all I have at the ending. I feel like it was 15 minutes ago. I had some fruit. Like it's not that I'm tasting lychee. It's not that I'm tasting melon, but it's that I like if I would have had it 20 minutes ago, 10, 15, 20 minutes ago, this is the taste I would still have on my mouth. Yeah, that's fascinating. I like that. All right, so I'm going to continue with doing one with the water and one without.
Okay.
Because I do want to see how this continues to evolve. Oh, so the smell gets sweeter. That it's almost a maltiness that comes out with the water. Yeah, I'm getting a much more malty smell.
Oh yes, that's wild. It changes so much.
Oh.
It changes so much.
Oh, wow. No. Now I'm getting nothing but that like melony lycheeness. That's all I'm tasting now is fruit. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that with water, actually. I liked it better without. I don't know what it is, but I'm getting something that...
Interesting.
I'm getting something I don't like.
So here's the deal. I agree with you and I disagree with you. I like my initial tongue feel when I'm tasting it more than I originally did, but the aftertaste, that lingering taste, that's what's kind of like
it's interesting. I've had this in a couple of drinks. I've had this in a couple of cocktails and it's fine.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't like that with water though. All right, so so Sexton.
Wild.
I'm gonna give Sexton like a solid 6.
Okay.
For a starter whiskey, I'm gonna give Sexton a solid 6. All around. Solid 6 all around. This guy by itself, I would have given it a solid 5. Totally fine, nice mid down the road. It's a little bit funky, it's a little bit unique. But with the water, it goes down to like a 3. Like just on a water level, it goes down to a 3, probably a solid 5 all arounder then. Because by itself, it's fine. In a mixer, I know it's fine. But, ooh, that is... I don't like that. Do you want to finish this, or am I just going to...
I'll kill it.
I can't. Oh. I want my stomach to appreciate what's coming next. And it won't when that's just sitting there. Yeah, that's fascinating. I thought the water was going to make them all mostly better, but that's kind of crazy that...
They do evolve, but is the evolution something that you're looking for?
Exactly.
Is the evolution something that you want? So, okay. No, I feel that.
All right. Greetings. What is going up? Python.
What's going on, Python?
How are you doing? All right. So that was episode. So yeah, I'm giving this one, I don't know, 5 without, 3 with. I'm gonna give this one a 4 even.
Okay.
I'm gonna give Sexton a solid 6.
6 to
as
a 4.
starter, but
okay.
But yeah, Ryuka, it has to be a solid 4 just because I can't do that.
I feel it. No worries. No worries. It's definitely an experience. I will say that. Like I said, the first I would rate higher overall, but again, I liked the initial taste with the water. It's just the aftertaste.
I wonder if it's the rice
of,
because so going into the again, I keep forgetting I have these little blurbs. So this isn't your typical whiskey. This is a trip to Okinawa in a glass. I don't know about that. I think Okinawa would be a lot more fun to visit than this glass. So this is made from indica rice instead of the usual grains, giving it a softer, smoother profile. So that makes more sense why it doesn't have any of the volatility on the nose, because all of the grain is what usually gives you all of those, volatile notes. This is going to be that rice. So kind of like think of how sake is. It's not really volatile on the nose.
Yeah.
I totally understand that. Aged in virgin oak casks. It has a unique tropical vibe. It's like sipping on a beach with notes of vanilla and coconut. I don't agree with that at all. I don't get any coconut or vanilla.
I did not get any. I'm not a fan of coconut.
Thank you, Python, for the follow. Appreciate you.
Awesome.
It says it's an unconventional take on whiskey that reflects Japan's flair for blending tradition with innovation. Consider this your ticket to a flavor adventure. I don't know about that. Like, I'm just saying that I've had some really amazing Japanese whiskeys. That's not on my top list.
Are there other Japanese whiskeys that you've messed with different than this one?
Absolutely.
Oh, that's right. That's the one that I was initially thinking of when you had mentioned
this one's a completely different one. Actually, we can take a small detour, y'all. I don't have anything written up on this one, but we can just take a small detour to a different side of Japan and do
the other end of the island.
Because that was from Okinawa. This is actually from we don't even know.
This is giving me vibes from the gin that we had forever ago.
Yeah, see, this is so super soft again. I wonder if this is also made from rice. But see that's entirely regular whiskey. Like, I get nothing but like that. I would immediately count as whiskey.
Yeah,
I would know that from a mile away.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Like the other one, I could have easily been like, is that, like, I know it would have been a liquor, but this one immediately is like, okay, that's a traditional whiskey. It's soft, it's light. Yeah, compared, this one's a solid 5. There's nothing great about this one. This one's a solid 5, still better than the last one.
Okay, fair enough.
So now we're gonna get into some American whiskeys.
I enjoy new experiences, Python. So I am running through this journey with Vortex, and I think it's gonna be very cool. It's very interesting. I get to learn a lot. I get to experience the flavors from, again, all across the world, you know? So I'm super here for it.
So we've had an Irish whiskey, we've had a two Japanese whiskeys now. So let's bring it to America. So we're gonna now go to Woodford Reserve Kentucky Straight Wheat Whiskey. So this is gonna be a 51% wheat mash whiskey. It's gonna be softer and sweeter to its bourbon cousin. It is gonna have honey, butterscotch, and fresh baked bread notes with a touch of cinnamon and apple. So we're gonna get a little bit of Christmassy vibe.
Okay.
And it should give you a smooth, almost creamy mouthfeel.
Okay.
It's a great introduction to a wheat whiskey. For anybody out there who's not familiar with wheat whiskeys, this is actually a great one to start. Just clean up my spill here because not all of these bottles are great pouring out of.
Fair enough. I saw this one weird pouring technique where you like put a spoon over the thing and it's supposed to
create the air pocket.
Yeah. I'm like,
at the time I just don't.
I don't know if that actually works, but I've seen it. Whatever, it's fine.
All right. So maybe I'll do the okay. So we have the tasting notes. Maybe what we'll do is we'll do the first tasting, and then as we do the water tasting, I'll do my little blurb so I can actually remember to do them.
So you can see if it actually measures up to what you're actually throwing down with.
Okay, so on the nose, way stronger than the Japanese whiskey, but not nearly as pungent as like a Jack Daniels or a Jameson, right?
Interesting.
Still soft on the nose. I am definitely immediately getting butterscotch.
Okay.
Like when it said butterscotch and I smell it, it's not like that's the only smell, but if you just do like a quick sniff, if you just do like a quick little inhale, there's like that small memory of like butterscotch candy. Like it's just right there. I love that.
I feel that.
I can even get apple. I can get butterscotch and apple.
See, I don't.
Think about apple cider, like a warm apple cider.
Okay.
It's that aroma. It's not apple. It's not like the crisp apple. It's like if you had a warm apple cider and you smell it, it's that type of apple.
Interesting.
It is true. There is a creamy mouthfeel that is creamier than all of the others. I'm not getting.
Interesting.
I can still say I'm getting apple in the sense of a warm apple cider, maybe some baked bread. I don't know if I'm getting any cinnamon or honey.
I can get a hint of honey sitting behind it. Again, I think you're right. I don't really taste any cinnamon. It's hard for me to pull out the apple. Again, I hear what you're saying when it comes to apple cider, because that's very much got a different feel. But a lot of the times, I don't know why, whenever I think of like apple flavored stuff, I'm thinking of like Jolly Rancher, almost like apple flavored. But like there's like lots of different like variety.
This is much more like fresh pressed apple.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna do my water and then I'm gonna read my little thing here. All right, so if bourbon is the big, bold, brash sibling, the wheat whiskey is the quiet artist of the family.
Quiet artist, classy.
Made with wheat as the star of the ingredient, giving it a mellow, buttery smoothness. I definitely agree with the buttery smoothness here. Think of warm honey drizzled over fresh baked bread. I was trying to get that. I got the bread, but I don't get the honey on it. This whiskey reminds us that sometimes the softest voice in the room has the most say. It's perfect for those who enjoy the most delicate touch to their glass. And I agree. This is actually not an offensive whiskey. I think that you could put this in almost any kind of cocktail,
I will say,
and it would just disappear in the background just fine. It would give you a nice, solid.
I think that's possible, but drinking it on its own, I feel like I can tell that it's. I don't want to say it's more whiskey than the other two, but like I can feel it.
Oh yeah. No, this one's heavier.
Yeah.
So with the water, I'm getting much more sweetness in the smell.
Yes,
instantly now I'm getting potentially that honey butterscotchness.
That now
the apple comes through a lot more.
Okay.
It's lost a little bit of that mouthfeel, but way more like fresh baked bread, like sweet bread, like a sweet roll.
Okay. Yeah.
It's that sweet roll, like not the bread itself. It's like if you ever just like had a flake of the nice crusty outside, on a sweet roll where it like, right out of the oven, it just has that nice crispy. If you take a flake of that, how it's kind of caramelized and sugary, but still bready and wheaty. That's what I'm getting. I'm getting like that.
I'm behind that
caramelized bread crust is what I'm getting. Not honey, not butterscotch. The butterscotch is gone now, but I'm getting that I'm getting that caramelization of
definitely
bread crust.
The honey, definitely the apple, definitely the. For me, it's weird. Like it's a taste, but it's like the bread texture that I'm getting from what I'm tasting. You know what I mean? Like
I get that. You're frozen.
So that's so good. Okay, cool. I'm here for it. I will say thus far, I think this one is my favorite.
Yeah?
Thus far, I think this one is my favorite.
I would say I'm gonna give this one another 6 because I think it's on par. And I'm a single malt fan of most things, so I think this is on par with Sexton.
Okay.
In the sense that while I find this more elevated, I find this one more complex, and I think this one is a step above. In terms of like your standard everyday whiskeys, I think I would put it equal to the Sexton, especially for a first approachable whiskey.
Right.
And once you mix it, I don't think you'd have any discernible difference. I don't think I can make you 2 cocktails and you could tell me the difference between this and Sexton. That's why I put it on the same par.
Okay, no, I feel that.
Like this would definitely stand apart from the Japanese whiskey. But I don't think between these two, I think they would be both perfectly fine in a cocktail, but I don't think they're standout.
Yeah.
Which is not the case for our next one coming.
Okay.
The next one is definitely always the star of the show.
Let's go.
How's chat doing? Nothing happening in chat other than Python coming through.
We hanging in there. We hanging in there.
I tell you, I know what you mean though. Like as little as we're sipping, this one feels like it's like sitting in my stomach real quick. So
100%.
Whew.
Mm-hmm.
We got to be careful though.
Again? Rude. They got me frozen again.
Yep, I'll get it.
It looks like I'm almost making a kissy face. Although I think it was Soul that said something earlier. It looks like I was this camera angle makes me look like I'm plotting on somebody. Like I've got something wicked coming down the pipe.
I love these camera angles though. Like I was really happy with this.
No, we did good. This is good. You did very good.
Like I eventually want like, you know, a permanent one kind of set up here, like where this one is. I think I get a permanent one like this. I definitely have that. I like this kind of like permanent setup over here for the bar. This one's the most complicated one just because it's on the stand and everything. I might just get like a GoPro. Attach it to the side,
oh, that would be cool. That would be classy. Yeah.
It'd be a lot easier to do it that way. All right, so.
Chef's kiss.
All right, so that was that one. We are now going to be moving to Woodford Reserve Kentucky Straight Malt Whiskey. So, 51% malt mash, malt forward bourbon that leans into they say it's a bourbon. It's more of it's not a bourbon. It's a whiskey. That was a misspelling on my part. So it is a malt forward whiskey that leans into roasted and nutty flavors. We're gonna get tastes of roasted almonds, cacao, and dark caramel with a hint of dried fruit. Finishes with a lovely lingering warmth, slightly smoky undertones, and adding depth. It is a more complete whiskey than wheat. I feel like that's actually not a good way to describe it. I don't think it's more complete. I just think that, like with malt, it is, you know, it's that cousin that visits on the motorcycle kind of thing. It's just it's okay. Part of the family, okay, but definitely on a different branch of the family. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't call it more complete. It's just definitely a little bit, you know, on the more exaggerated side of things. But this is one of my favorites, both to mix and to just taste. Right, Woodford Reserve malt whiskey.
Right, let's get it.
So you can already tell on the nose, like,
oh my goodness,
that is malt. Like if you ever want to know what malt really is, that is malt. That flavor, you know, if you've ever had a malt milkshake, that's that flavor that you get in there that sticks in the back of your on your tongue.
Mm-hmm.
I love that smell.
Okay. See, I know the like the indication of malt, but again, before knowing what malt actually was
ooh, yeah, that right there,
unique.
For an American style whiskey, like that is, I like that right there. That's probably second only to Scotch to me. Something like a malt whiskey is probably second only to a nice smoky Scotch.
Okay.
It's not complex. It's the only way. It's just malt. It's like if you like malt, this is the whiskey for you. If you understand what malt is and you actually like that individualized flavor, whenever you have it in like a beer or chocolate or something, if you like that and you want to get into whiskey, 100% this. This one to me is easily, I would say it's as easily as approachable as the Sexton, like on a 6th level, but personally I would bring it up to a 7.
Okay.
Like I would definitely bring any kind of malt whiskey up to a 7.
Fair enough. It's definitely a vibe. It definitely brings something different to the table. I don't know why. See, I genuinely feel like I have stranger taste buds than most, mostly because, you know, I'm very much into citrusy things, very sour things, very aggressive things. And so I would put this one just second to the one we just tasted a second ago.
Okay, so you actually like this one behind regular wheat.
Yes, that one is still my favorite so far.
All right. So the malt whiskey is a nod to tradition with a distinct American twist. 51% malted barley, enough to stand out, but still close to the heart of a bourbon territory. So again, trying to act more bourbony, but it's still very much a whiskey. This is supposed to be a nutty, slightly smoky whiskey. I would definitely say that there's a little bit of smoke to it. Maybe just a very mildness, but that malt just kicks it out.
Sure.
It says it has hints of chocolate and caramel. I think more caramel. It reminds me of chocolate, but I associate malt with chocolate, but it doesn't taste like chocolate.
Yes.
There's a big difference there.
I agree with that.
And then it's a dessert in a glass, it says. But without losing any of the whiskey edge, which I agree. It has that, again, if you think about malt usually with a milkshake.
Definitely.
Again, I would love this in a milkshake. Like, give me a malted chocolate milkshake with a shot of this in it.
Interesting.
Ooh, yeah.
That would be
I would
very
absolutely go all
interesting.
over that.
I'd mess with that.
Or
I
this
would
in an
mess with that.
eggnog. Like swap out an actual true brandy for this in an eggnog.
I've never been a huge eggnog fan, but I know Python loves some eggnog, but every once in a while, yeah.
And this one's funny too, because you know how I said like the cousin on a motorcycle. In this one, it says that this is it's the sophisticated cousin that knows how to have a good time.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so with water,
wild.
Immediately on the nose, now it smells like a milkshake. 100% now it smells like a milkshake.
Wild.
Yeah,
So
like that literally just smells like I just got a milkshake from like an old diner. Sir.
Okay.
It got thicker. It's
Yeah.
much more of a mouthfeel on that.
Which is weird because usually when you add the drop of water, it loses some of that thickness. Because like, what was the other one that almost was like syrupy over the tongue?
That would have been, I think it was Sexton right at the beginning.
Yeah. And when you added the water, it almost went away. Now it almost showed up at that point.
Python's jelly? I mean, too bad you weren't here. Next time, you'll have to come by the tavern sometime.
Exactly. Come roll with us. Most def.
Yeah, no, I like that. So, yeah, so mouthfeel wise, it's almost thicker. It's much more desserty right now. Like if you had this over ice, I think that would be your like finisher. After with like night dessert, I could see this.
Sure.
Oh, this on ice or just chilled with apple pie a la mode. Nice. Big,
I could mess with that.
Hot apple pie.
I could definitely mess with that.
Perfect scoop of vanilla ice cream. And this, just a sipper at every couple bites, just sip on this. Oh.
Okay.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
Yeah. I'm here for that. I am definitely here for that.
Get you unfrozen. This shit's getting
I know,
annoying.
man. You gotta get a button for that.
It's whatever, man. Oh, this.
Making it work. We're making it work.
I know we haven't had that much, but I just don't drink this much straight liquor that often anymore. So it's like, whew. So it's getting to my stomach. Like I can feel it just sitting there. We only got 3 more. Well, 1, 2, 3. We got 4.
4 more. Oh, that's right, because we did the
Oh, we
the
got
other
4
one.
more.
That's all right.
I just gotta pour less. I just gotta.
Fair enough. We still got some magic cards to get to after this too.
Yeah. This is just part 1 of the stream. I'm just gonna do all of
Right.
this, and then we got to. Because I was actually debating on whether or not I was gonna like think about like moving over to the other table, but I'm like that's gonna be so much to have to try and get all of this, the laptop, without going offline.
Yeah.
So I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna play up here. I'll probably
That's
just
cool.
raise this and then orient it down.
Oh, we can
and then
totally
we
do
can just
that.
change the camera angles, and then we'll just continue gaming right here.
Fair enough.
So yeah, Python. We'll once we're done with all of this, we'll go through all of my magic stuff, so you'll be able to see what we have. I've done some research. Probably not going to be opening booster packs. It's just it turns out that if we have any idea that we want to make money off of these cards, it's just not worth it. And
Sure.
general, it's just a lot of time to just probably end up getting nothing.
Yeah.
And we're not that kind of stream.
Okay.
So we'll probably
Fair
just
enough.
look at everything I have, figure out if we can come up with anything, have a couple fun games with it, but most likely I'm probably just going to try and upload them. So
Fair enough. 17 shots with 17 different liquors. What in the heck are you doing out here, Sybil?
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I'm 100%. I don't believe you.
I will say this. I
mean, unless you're talking about taking shots of triple sec, I
In
don't
my
believe you.
days of the military, I've seen some people do some absolutely wild stuff. Like there were these 90-pound like Asian ladies that were just taking shot after shot after shot after shot, and these are fat, like PHAT
Of what? It all depends.
of Everclear. And I'm like, what is wrong with you people? Like, what is wrong with you people? Like, I don't know how in Everdome y'all throw down like this.
I mean, you can send me a list of alcohols. I can name every alcohol I have, and it doesn't mean I'm going to drink them all tonight. I'm just saying, I don't believe you. 17 shots at 17 alcohols will kill a person. I'm just saying, I've seen it happen. So
goodness. Although I will say, I feel like I'm strange when it comes to the fact, like, a lot of the times you hear that saying, was it liquor before beer, you're in the clear, or beer before liquor, you've never been. I've never had any sort of different effect, no matter which one I drink first. It's never.
It always depends on my mood. Honestly, I can do both. It just depends on the night. Like, honestly, it's kind of
like,
just
I just vibe for sure.
Just a coin flip.
Fair enough.
All right, so that was okay. We got 4 more. That was our malt whiskey. Okay,
go on, y'all.
4 more. Now we're getting into the bourbon territory. Oh, this is where it's going to start getting. This is where it's going to start getting heavy. Oh, we got this. Okay, so now we are going to go on to the representative straight bourbon whiskey, age of 4 years. This is a quintessential straight bourbon, balanced and deep. So we're going to get notes of caramel, vanilla, and oak. Hints of spiced with toasted nuts. Somewhere, this is kind of just your middle ground bourbon. This is just your, your boring everyday, no flair, no ride home, anything about bourbon.
Bourbon.
All right.
It's that one song. It's like one bourbon, one something, and one beer. I don't know what it is, but.
So I'm actually getting a lot of caramel right out the gate. There's actually a lot of sweetness and definitely a lot of caramel right on the nose.
Am I not?
Yeah, that's all I'm really getting is like caramel. Not even getting any of the oakiness.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I'm having a hard time smelling it. I don't know.
Oh, okay. It is it's a weird mouthfeel. It's a dissolving mouthfeel. It starts off
Ooh yeah.
It starts off
Ooh yeah.
like sweet, like again, like it's a dissolviness where it's like it starts off sweet, or then it just kind of goes away into a just an alcohol feel, you know? I'm getting caramel, but not good caramel. Not like candy caramel, you know, almost getting to the burnt side.
Interesting.
Like bitter caramel. I'm not liking it. I don't like it straight.
I will say this is my least favorite so far. Not because I dislike it, but just because I feel like all the other ones bring a little bit more to the table. It's so interesting. That's so interesting.
Yeah, so if I'm labeling this one a 3. Like this is just nothing good for me. So this is bourbon in its purest form, straightforward, dependable, and downright delicious. That's debatable.
Debatable.
It doesn't need any fancy gimmicks or long aging to make its mark. Well, maybe it could have. Aging for just 4 years keeps the flavors fresh and vibrant. Expect classic notes of caramel, vanilla, and oak. It's the kind of whiskey that feels like an old friend, reliable, welcoming, and always up for a toast. I mean, more like that friend who's always looking to get drunk. Like that's for sure.
Want to get messed up?
All right, it's softer on the nose with water.
Yes.
Much more of toasted nuts now. Like caramel and toasted nuts now.
I could definitely see that caramel.
Softer. Not sugary sweeter, but caramelly sweeter.
I don't know if it's how I drank it, but I feel it crawling down my nose after that one, whereas I didn't before.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna keep this one a 3.
Okay.
It was redeemed a little bit with the water, but I also feel that one sitting in my stomach.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that one's
Wild. Just wild.
oh. Whew. Yeah, no, there's nothing really I don't think there's anything to talk about that one. There's just
wild.
Ooh-wee. All right, we got 3 more.
We can do it.
We can do it.
We can do it.
God, I'm looking forward to that cocktail though. Just to fucking get all of that out of my mouth.
Actually, I am. I really am. I don't know what you got planned for me on that front, but
It's whatever you want. I know the cocktail I'm gonna make. It's up to you if you want to make your
like
own
I said,
cocktail.
only thing I know is something bubbly.
Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta make you bubbly. Okay. So now we're gonna go to bullet bourbon.
Bullet bird. Why does that sound so aggressive?
So the difference between the last one is bullet bourbon is a Kentucky bourbon. So this is one of your more classic traditional Kentucky bourbons. This one is a high rye mash bill. So it is a technically closer to, it's not a full rye, but it is a high rye. So not quite 51%, but has more rye than most. So it's gonna have a bold flavor with a spicy kick. It's gonna have orange zest, nutmeg, cinnamon, vanilla, dried apricot, and peppery backbone.
Peppery backbone.
The oak
Wild.
barrels lend a smoky charred edge, spicy yet smooth finish with a touch of oak.
I don't know why, but I really love the sound of like uncorking something like that. It just, it feels like opening a present on Christmas morning or something like that. It's a vibe.
It's definitely a vibe. All right, so let's go with the bullet bourbon. So not dissimilar to the last one, but much more reserved. Like it has all the same notes, but they're not as chaotic. This one feels much more intentional, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Like I'm getting, like, this just smells like a higher quality make.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like
No, I can get behind that.
the sweetness isn't, it's not burnt caramel, it's proper caramel.
Which bottle is this again?
This is the bullet bourbon.
This is the bull. Okay. Yeah.
Interesting mouthfeel. I get the zestiness a lot right out the gate. Like it lights my tongue up.
Smoother than some of the other ones. Yeah.
Way smoother than the last one for sure. I do get the orange zest. It comes in not so much. It comes in more like a citrus than it does orange.
I feel that.
When it first hits my tongue, it lights my tongue up like kind of like a sour citrus. You know how like sour makes your tongue do that thing where it like tenses up a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of what I get when I first taste it. Maybe some vanilla, but that's about it. I'm not getting any of the pepper. I know that's kind of like the rye flavor. So yeah, I'm kind of confused on all of the other notes because I'm not getting any of them.
Here for it. Like, I'm not mad at it.
Ooh. That suddenly now smells like the Japanese one. It's like the flavor's gone or the smell's gone.
Wild.
It like literally
how
just
much that
killed
changes with a drop of water. Like this is truly like some chemistry lesson for me right now because it's like it's so much is changing with just a singular drop of water.
Right?
Yeah, it looks like a science experiment, 100%.
No, but yeah, that's 100%. Like you could literally have handed me two different glasses and I would have thought they were two completely different whiskeys. There's no way I would have said that these were the same whiskey just with water. That's crazy. But yeah, it's softer. It tastes more, it smells more like the Japanese wine where there's like nothing there. It almost just...
Why am I getting like a hint of like cherry blossom vibes smelling this?
Interesting. Mouthfeel is different. It's less thick. Less zesty. Still citrusy, but less zesty.
Sure.
Like it doesn't light the tongue up, but I still get like orange peel or orange rind.
Yeah.
But not in a bad way. Not like the sickening kind of like I bit into it. I like how it ends though. The rye flavor, it's kind of like a rye sandwich. It's like, you know how like when you have like rye bread, whatever you ate with it, the rye takes over at the end as the lingering flavor.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting from it.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah, no. All right, so if reserve was like a 2, like that was bad. I think that was even worse than anything else.
The Japanese.
Yeah, I like this. Do I like this as much as the others? Probably not. I think I would call this 5. This is really well down the road. This is much more of your, if you want to get into bourbon, start here.
Okay.
Start with bullet bourbon. especially if you're not really familiar with rye. Start here. This is all around great. I'm sure this is probably some people's 8.
Sure.
You know, I can't imagine anybody who would give this less than a 3, to be honest.
Yeah. I honestly would say this is, out of what we've tasted so far, this is 3rd on my list.
Okay.
You know, the 2 whiskey reserves and then this bullet bourbon right here, or the, what is it, Woodford Reserve?
Yeah.
Okay. We out here vibing.
You're just gonna have to keep in mind which one you want a cocktail made out of. You'll have to keep in mind which one of the flavors or which is your top one that you'll want.
I do remember my top. It's the red bottle Woodford. I forget which.
That's the wheat.
The wheat.
Like
okay, yeah.
More. Okay, 2 more.
We got this.
This is probably going to be the worst one. This is my least favorite.
Oh, is it?
This is our Bullet 95 Rye. Straight American rye whiskey. That is 45% or, well, 90 proof. It's a 95% rye mash.
Rye mash. Interesting.
So remember, bourbon only has to be 51% corn mash to be considered bourbon.
Right.
This is 95% rye.
Oh, wild.
So bullet bourbon is rye heavy, meaning it's a lot of rye. This is just basically straight rye. I'm gonna have very, very little because I don't like it.
Sure. You give it all to me. That's what you did. Ah, interesting.
So yeah, on the nose, it doesn't seem too bad. It seems almost desserty.
Right, everybody in the club getting tipsy.
Everybody in the club getting tipsy. This is a dessert feel like smell. This is
a little bit.
Gives me like fruitcake kind of vibes in terms of its spicy notes. But this is going to be another Kentucky whiskey. Rye with an aggressive spice profile. Black pepper, clove, citrus peel explode up front, giving way to caramel and toasted oak. Long finish with warm and dry bite. The 95 Rye is the rebel of the lineup. A whiskey with a wild streak. It's a 95 rye mash, doesn't hold back on any of the spice, delivering a bold punch of black pepper and clove. But beneath the fiery exterior, you'll find hints of caramel and dried fruit, making it surprisingly refined. This is the kind of whiskey that could hold its own in a saloon brawl and clean up nicely for dinner. Whether you sip it neat or mix it into a cocktail, it's guaranteed to make a statement. A statement is surely what it will make, but I don't know if that's going to be a good statement.
I definitely feel like I could mess with this in a cocktail.
In a cocktail, yeah. But straight, this is
it's not as aggressive as some of the other ones, but honestly, again, I kind of like the aggressiveness depending upon my mood, of course. But,
yeah, this isn't aggressive in the sense that it's trying to get you drunk quick or burn you, but it's aggressive in its flavor. This one doesn't taste like whiskey. This one tastes like rye that's alcoholic. You know what I mean? Like all the other ones tasted like whiskey with like a hint of flavor. This is just rye that got alcoholic. Okay, yeah. Now it just tastes like, smells like bread, and not like not like the yeasty fresh baked bread. It smells like bread dough. Like it smells like rye bread now. Like all I'm getting is like the rye mash. All right, here we go. Ooh. I might have to change my mind on that.
Are you less mad at it? Whether you add a little bit of...
I am way less mad at it now. Wow. Maybe that's why it's so good in cocktails, because it gets watered down. That's so less aggressive. It's almost like it got rid of all of its black pepper. Like there's no black pepper. I get citrus now. I get citrus and toasted oak for sure. But I got nothing else. It's all gone.
Yeah. I'm not mad at it.
All right, it's still my least favorite, so
fair enough.
Well, honestly, it's not my least favorite. This one, honestly, I have to give it a 5 because it's a 4 without water and it's a 6 with water.
Okay. Okay.
So we're gonna have to give that one a solid 5. All right, and now we are down. Now we're down to the final tasting and my personal favorite of the entire batch.
Gotta save the best for last, right?
Not even that. It just literally is the most complex. Although surprisingly enough, I actually was surprised to find out that this one is the ender and not the rye. I figured the rye would be the ender, but it's because of the smokiness of this one.
Okay.
If you want, I have one more I have one more Coca-Cola in there if you want to experience that, like, isolation of smoky.
The smoky.
I can show
So
it to
is it
you.
like a dropper of Coca-Cola that you put in there, or do you like take a hit of the Coca-Cola first and then?
It's basically just a mix. It's basically like if you were to do just like a Scotch and Coke is kind of what you do, but it just doesn't take a lot. It only just takes like a small amount of the Coca-Cola to really just help separate it. You just need enough of the sugar to separate out the alcohol, and then you just get left with nothing but the oak finish.
Interesting. Okay.
All right. Last one, and then we could actually be done with this. Like, my body's like, I'm not drunk and by any means, but my body's just realizing you've been sipping nothing but liquor.
It's heavy. Yes.
Like, it's been a lot. All right, but my favorite. We are now on to Johnny Walker Green Label blended malt Scotch whiskey. This is a blend of 4 single malts from Scotland.
So wild. That's so wild.
And again, I always thought it was a single malt, but it is a blend of them. It is malts blended from 4 distinct distilleries: Talisker, Linkwood, Carragmore, and Carroll Ale distilleries. From what is that? Probably gonna get these wrong. Speyside, Highland, Lowland, and Island malts. So all around Scotland, basically the best of the best single malts get brought together for this. This is a smoky base with layers of heather, dried fruit, and honeyed sweetness. Complexities dance across the palate with every sip. I like how the description of this one is: Johnny Walker Green Label is like a world tour of Scotch in one bottle. It's a blend of single malts from across Scotland.
I love that.
Each aged at least 15 years. You'll find layered of orchard fruit, subtle smoke, and spice all along the way. This whiskey tells a story of Scotland's landscapes one sip at a time. If you're looking for complexity, this is where tasting reaches its peak. Like I said, this has just always been one of my favorite sipping scotches of all time.
Right. Let's see what we got here. Ooh, that's sweet.
Yeah, you can tell right off the gate.
That's sweet.
You can tell right out the gate though that that smokiness hits you right in the back. Like, yeah, you could just smell like charred oak. Out of all of them, this one you smell the oak itself. Like, you actually smell like burnt wood. It's such a good smell. It's like a campfire. It's like,
yes,
it's like sitting next to a campfire.
That's the vibe that I'm like. There's always like a good analogy for it. Like, sitting next to a campfire is definitely,
yeah. This is like sipping a whiskey next to a campfire,
okay,
and you're just getting that blast of smoke.
So it's not getting all up in my eyes.
Oh, and it's so subtle. It's so smooth. It, like, the flavor wants to be harsh. Like, the flavor, you expect it to burn at any second.
Not what I expected.
But
that
like,
is not what
I'm curious what you expect, because like I'm like, it always expects to burn. Every time I taste it, I'm waiting for the burn, and it just never happens.
It doesn't. You're
just waiting for it, and you're like, oh, nope, it's gone.
It's so gentle.
And that smokiness stays with you. Again, the smokiness, the aftertaste is what reminds me of, like, if there was a fire outside right now and every now and again smoke would come in the room, that's what I'm getting on my palate. Just like there's like a burnt fire in the background. Like, you taste the actual burnt wood. You don't just taste smoke. You taste like,
yeah.
I love that char flavor. That is just something unique to me.
I'm very curious on this goes with water.
This is how I prefer it, either with a small amount of water or an ice cube to do the slow dilution.
Interesting.
So the smell, you'll notice immediately, no smoke on the smell anymore. It's like putting out a fire. It's like gone.
Oh my gosh.
It's like it's invisible now.
It's so fun. See, Nugget was right. This is 100% like a science experiment. Like, we out here messing, like it changes so dramatically every single time. Like I am shocked.
And
Like
what
you
a
said,
drop of water.
it feels like a different whiskey.
Yeah, it's complete. It just and again, it's just so magical. Like, and that's just the way that you can order it at the bar. You can literally just ask for a side of water, and what they'll do is they'll give you something like this.
Will they give you a dropper?
Sometimes, other times you're just supposed to, do it with your finger or pour it. But there's like a classic way to do it where like a lot of people will say like you're supposed to grab it like this, like very specifically grab it like this because you're supposed to touch the water to see that it's room temperature. Okay. It's not supposed to be too hot or too cold. So technically, if they ever give that to you, it's not uncommon for them to hand it to you like this. Or for you'll see a customer to grab it and then pull it over to themselves because that's you testing the temperature of the water to make sure that it's going to go well.
Interesting.
And that right there is the quintessential flavor that I love about this scotch. A little bit of water. I prefer a little bit colder, but that right there,
I'm not gonna lie. Yep.
That is so smooth.
So much better with the water.
Is the goal to get drunk? No, the goal is not to get drunk. The goal is to appreciate whiskey. And
when you go to like a wine tasting place, like the goal is never to get like plastered. The goal is to experience a plethora of like to take yourself on a nice little journey, right? And I feel like we've done a really good job of doing that so far.
Right?
The goal is to have fun. Yes, 100%. So 100%, just like with D&D, if you're having a good time, you're doing it right.
So if you've ever, so now that you can understand like the difference between smoky and char flavor, right? In whiskey, because this is definitely more char than it is smoke.
Sure.
If you want to be able to isolate that, right? And I'm telling you guys, I just discovered this recently. This is literally a brand new trick I have just discovered. And this is what I'm talking about is that's close to what it, yeah. So once the sugar goes away, you'll start to realize that all you're left with is the char. Oh, no, okay. Wait.
Why do I love that scent of those two together?
Yeah. It takes less than like a bunch, but you need more Coke than you think. There it is. Yeah.
Okay.
And it starts to isolate that like char flavor on the aftertaste. Because once the sugars are gone, I feel like all I'm left with is like charcoal. Because it's not the taste itself, it's afterwards. It's when everything leaves, that flavor that's left with you is just smoke. It's everything taken away out of the whiskey except for that.
Yes, I hear what you're saying. Very much so. Very much so.
So yeah, so that was our whiskey tasting.
That's clean, man. That is clean. I really enjoyed that. I'm not gonna lie.
That was a lot of fun. I definitely want to do more of these. I'm thinking about doing one every like other month. I think the next one is either going to be vodka or gin. I'm just going to do that.
You know I'm here for some gin. You know I'm here for some gin.
Well, and it just so happens to be those are the two things that I'm out of right now. Is I have that's all I have in my vodka, and a little bit of grape juice.
Wild. You're saying we'll finish them off and then restock.
Yeah. So yeah, so that was fun. I enjoyed that. So which one do you like most? You still your wheat?
I'm kind of torn because I like what was the last one that we did? The green label?
Yep.
So I really like the water drop version of the green label, but I still like the Woodford Reserve. What is that? The single malt?
Yeah. I mean, it seems like the single malt is probably what you like overall as your standard everyday whiskey.
Sure.
Scotch is definitely one of those ones that's nice every now and again.
Is that considered a scotch, the Johnny Walker?
Yes, that is Scotch.
Okay, just for me.
Gin. Yep, gin's good.
Gin's my jam. Like, I love me some gin and tonic. Like, that is beautiful.
All right, so I gotta give myself
Awesome.
something from the other room for my cocktail, and then you gotta figure out which one you want.
Well, I mean, if you want to make it out of the what do we call it? What's the thing that the non-alcoholics drink on New Year's and all the holidays? Martinelli's. Here's the deal. I like bubbly beverages. Carbonation is one of my favorite textures when it comes to beverages that there is. Like, I don't know what it is, but just like the mouth feel, the nose feel, like all of it. It's so beautiful. Oh, whiskey. Oh. Here's the deal. I feel like the green label would mix better, would be better in a cocktail than the reserve. Like, I feel like the reserve, even though it's my favorite so far, I feel like that one is better on its own.
Really?
I mean, from what I've tasted, that's the vibe that I'm getting.
That's interesting. That's not what I've ever expected anybody ever say.
Really? Yeah, like that one. If I were gonna drink that one, I would probably drink that one just straight, not on the rocks, just as is. And I would just sip on that sucker.
All right.
Like that would be the vibe that I would get. The green label, I love it in the water. I love it in the water. And with the Coke, it's not that I like it better than in the water, but it's so different. It brings a new experience to the table. And so I feel like I would like that better in a cocktail than anything else. So
Okay.
yeah, I'll go with the Johnny Walker. I'm assuming you're gonna do the same thing, since that's your favorite. But
No, I'm actually gonna use the malt.
oh,
For my
okay.
drink. I'm actually doing the malt for my drink.
Let's go then. Let's go.
All right. So,
I should make my cocktail based on my favorite D&D character you've played. Ooh. I think I don't. Do I have a favorite character that I've played?
I don't know. Do you? Don't ask me these things. I don't know how many characters you've played.
See, here's the deal. I will always love Dov because he was my first. Okay? It's like he introduced me to what playing this game means. But when it comes to like when I've gotten into D&D, like I love the druid class. And weirdly enough, I think my favorite druid was an NPC that I created and not a player character. There are some of my OG players, like the very first crew that I played with. None of my current players know who this is, but there was an NPC that I created named Titi. And she was a druid. She was one of those NPCs that like runs around with the party and is like going through life with them. And there was this whole arc that I had for her that was pretty interesting. So I don't even know how I would interpret that into a beverage, but maybe just very earthy vibes, but interesting. Hey, I'm here for it.
Just flying everywhere.
Make it rain.
Still haven't figured out how to, break my ice apart without making it go everywhere.
Hey, listen, it's just ice. It's just ice. It's all good. I like how this has got a nice little lip for pouring in. But yeah. Oh, Python was talking about Jin from Tekken. I missed that game. I'm not gonna lie. Me and my lady, we are very much Tekken fans. Horong was always my favorite. I think Python, what was it, Law? that you used to mess with all the time back in the day. But yeah, nah, it's a good vibe. It's a good vibe. Oh, they do have some pretty sick ice molds. Oh, Eddie Gordo. Yes, yes. Oh my gosh. Eddie Gordo was wild with his capoeira style. Oh, that's no joke. That's no joke. All right, bet. All right, bet. This is the business.
I mean, we have a couple. I have a couple ice molds.
Oh, do you?
It just depends on like what we're looking for.
What do you got?
I have like some like skulls and snakes. I have like,
okay.
my big ones.
Cool.
Like cool. I don't have a lot of special.
I feel like a skull would be sick. You imagine you like drop like a singular fat ice cube into somebody's cup, and then they pour some like whiskey over top of it. Oh, that's cool. I like these snakes.
I might have to like pop one out or show them the backside because the details on the other side of the silicone.
Oh, can you guys see that? That's pretty cool.
No, it looks all black. It's kind of there.
Maybe a little bit. Oh, that's way too close. That's way too close. There it is. There it is. There it is. There you go. Yeah.
Kage's cocktail is ready.
Very nice. Very nice. Oh, Palassi. I gave myself a nice little flute. Let's play with it. Cheers, my friends. I'm gonna wait for you.
These are I'll do some of these.
It does look like a python. Python, let's go.
Mine doesn't call for it. All right. All right. So yours is basically your cocktail is a normal cocktail. Called a bourbon bubbly, basically.
Bourbon bubbly. Let's go.
So I'm creating a new one, actually. So
okay.
I'm creating a drink that is modeled after. Basically, it's like a twist on a old-fashioned and mint.
Okay.
But I've named it. It's not necessarily a D&D themed this time around. But I've named mine the Farmhouse Forward.
The Farmhouse Forward?
Yes, because this is the type of drink that a old-fashioned and Manhattan are called just straightforwards, because they're usually a liquor, just forward. So this one's whiskey forward.
Got you.
So they're just straightforwards. So what I'm doing is I'm going to do a modified version where I'm doing 2 ounces of malt whiskey, 1 ounce of sweet vermouth, 2 shakes of Angostura bitters, orange bitters.
Okay.
And I already forgot earlier. Technically, I was supposed to muddle some tangerines in it.
Oh, classy. I like that.
That's a little bit annoying because I'm not going to be able to do that.
You can't do it after the fact? Or is it like you need it like sit for a while already?
No, it's just all of the ice is all in the way.
Oh, fair enough.
Well, it was supposed to be muddled, but yeah, it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's just vermouth, bitters, whiskey, and a little bit of muddled tangerine. So I'm just gonna squeeze the tangerine in there.
There it is.
Because my hands are clean. So it doesn't matter.
Perfection.
Muddle, squeezed, same thing.
It's all gravy.
But let me get that in there. And then we get a nice little shake on it.
Shaken, not stirred.
It's so funny. When you're getting into doing your own bar and stuff, that whole concept is like one of the first things most
that goes out the window.
Well, no, it's one of the first things that most like home bartenders learn is the dumbness of the whole shaken, not stirred from because he orders a martini. And martinis are classically shaken. So the fact that he even asked for it shaken, not stirred, it's like, well, duh, it's very rarely stirred.
I feel like he had a bad experience one time, and so now every single time he orders one, he's got to specifically articulate, I want it shaken. Don't stir it, you stupid. It's supposed to be this way.
It must have been something like that. All right, so here's mine. I call this the Farmhouse Ford. It is whiskey, orange bitters, tangerine, and vermouth. Sweet vermouth. And I kind of like the idea of the Farmhouse Ford because it's all the things. Oh, I actually forgot one aspect. So the version that I'm doing, so this can come in two different forms. The version I'm doing, the Farmhouse Ford, comes with the tangerine muddle, orange bitters, sweet vermouth, whiskey, and it is garnished with rosemary, which I'm frozen again. Yes. Garnished with rosemary on this particular. That is why this one's the Farmhouse Ford.
Okay.
Now, I had played around with it, and there's an alternative. If you were to use a Scotch or similarly smoked alcohol, I have found that thyme would work better.
Oh,
so I'm doing a garnish of rosemary because it is more of a softer whiskey, but a harsher, more complex whiskey like the Scotch you have would be better with thyme.
Okay. Vibes. I'm here for it. Python says you need to teach a class, Vortex. Yeah. Nugget says your drink looks like iced tea. It's very classy. I love it.
All right, so let's see how it tastes. I only played around with this. I actually didn't make it yet. I only played around with the flavor profile last night. And bitters, and I was just trying to figure out which ones I liked, but I actually didn't put together the full drink. So, the Farmhouse Ford.
Cheers to that, my friend. Excellent. Oh, I'm not mad at that. A little bit of bubbles, but a little bit of that whiskey vibe.
Gotta say, it's not my favorite.
I might add a little more of one or the other. I'm not 100% sure which.
I don't know what this needs. Something's wrong with this one.
See, that's always the hard part when you're like experimenting. It's like, all right, which direction do I need to go if I need to adjust?
I don't think it's sweet enough. I think it's a well-rounded cocktail, and I think most people would find it just fine as it is. I think I'd want it a little more sweet.
Okay.
I'd maybe put like simple syrup in it next time, actually, or I'll do like a Long Island.
Love me a Long Island.
Do a small splash of Coke. Just to give it that little extra sugar.
A little extra kick.
That's better. Yeah, it just probably simple syrup next time. I'd probably do like a half ounce of simple syrup. And that would fix this.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I hope you enjoyed that tavern tasting of whiskey today. I hope you enjoyed the history of whiskey and everything that we had to do. I need to teach a class. Well, I learned most of my stuff from people who do this professionally, but I would love to sit down and do more tavern stuff. So how long have we been at it? We've been at it for a little over 2 hours. I need to do a little bit of cleanup on this table, and then we can get into our Magic the Gathering.
Okay.
So I'm going to leave you in the good hands of Kage here for a few minutes while I clean up, and then we will kind of just start to slowly transition
Indubitably
to doing more.
So I will say, Python has been my sensei when it comes to Magic the Gathering. So I have not played my ninja deck since it genuinely came out like way forever ago. So if I get any of my rules wrong, please help me correct, or at least guide me to where I'm supposed to go. But I'm excited for what we're about to do. We get to go through, I mean, we'll go through the cards that you already have out. We're not going to really open the packs or anything like that, but still we get to play around with it a little bit. But yeah, no, I'm super excited. I'm super excited. You know what I'm gonna do while you get cleaned up is I'm actually gonna go grab my 60 deck, because again, the majority of the time I play Commander anyway, so yeah, I haven't played 60 in a little bit. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But yeah, this is gonna be kind of a good vibe. You know, I remember really liking, number one, I am ninja, so you know you gotta love the ninja stuff. But just the idea of these cards and how they work and how they appear and disappear and whatnot, it's a very cool vibe. It's a very cool vibe. So and I think this is one of the few blue decks that I've actually, it's not solely blue, it's blue and black, but still it's very fun, right? Like Ninja was very cool. Ninja had some very cool elements to it. It was a very, how long ago did that come out? I feel like it was what, like 2 years ago that this pack was first released. Was it the Kamigawa set that actually released the ninja mechanic? Let me see if I can find one of these cards and actually read what the ninjutsu is the mechanic that is used here. You know what, I'm gonna see if I can pull that up real quick. MTG. All right. Let's see. Ninjutsu is an activated ability that only works when the ninjutsu card is in the player's hand. Player pays the ninjutsu cost, puts the ninjutsu card on the battlefield. The ninjutsu card enters the battlefield tapped and attacking the same card as the original creature. So I feel like you're attacking with a creature, and then during the attack phase, you're like, I'm gonna swap it out with this ninjutsu card that's in my hand using its ninjutsu cost, which sometimes is the same as the creature's cost, but sometimes isn't. So very interesting. Original creature is returned to the owner's hand. So you're just basically like swapping out the creature that's on the field with one that's in your hand. And I'm curious if the card that's on the field has to have ninjutsu as well, or if it's just the one in your hand that has to have it. And you clearly have to have some open mana in order to do it. So we'll see exactly how that works. But yeah, I'm excited. I was never very good at playing this deck, right? I only built this deck, I only experimented with it and honed it like 3 or 4 times before actually moving a little bit back to the commander phase. But yeah, there are 6 phases of combat. It's so wild. There are 6 phases of combat in Magic.
I mean, there are 6 phases, but like at the same time, it's more of, you know, it's what, upkeep, and then like upkeep, and then it's
the main phase, and then
phase, and then your magic phase, and then your like encounter phase, and your magic. There are phases, but they're not technically like stringent, right? There's just like shit that triggers an order, but
you can. It's so crazy because you can do stuff at like crazy different timing. You can like wait until the damage phase of combat to swap it out. Or you could swap it out as soon as you declare your attackers, you know? And so it's like, depending on when you do it or how you do it can change the stack. And there's some like, people get like way into like the nitty gritty of like the details of how everything works.
You know, it's the min-maxing crowd versus the one that just plays for the, you know, the fun of it.
Exactly. It's like, no, it works exactly like this. And I'm like, all right.
Like, honestly, I don't care how it works. I'm just here to play.
We just have a good little time. We're here to have a good little time. All right.
Like, let me make sure everything's good. We are okay. Now we're back on Magic the Gathering. We've updated that. Okay, I just gotta fix a few more things.
All right, let's do this. Well, there's a Magic the Gathering in Twitch. I didn't know that. That's actually pretty cool. Only the one in your hand needs to have Nujitsu. No, it's just combat, not the whole turn. Okay, yeah. So I thought, I'm pretty sure they have to already be tapped and attacking for you to swap them out. So. Oh, wait, that's working. Oh, I mean, I can always hear. Let me see if I can adjust this a little bit. Do we still need that light as much anymore? Well, how about this? Because we can grab this and we can bring this down lower. So it's kind of where it was. And we'll just use that for the Alright, we'll be right back, friends and neighbors.
Okay. This is gonna be annoying. Okay, it's not that big of a difference. I think we'll be fine. All right. To answer your question, Python, this is ChillHop, I believe, still. Yes. So there's like I think it's just like a straight up website for ChillHop, and it's just like vibey music that's copyright free that you can play on your streams and stuff like that. So I use it on some of my streams whenever I'm doing my programming and whatnot, and I got that from Vortex. He's doing it on his stream, so it's not bad. It's not bad at all. Return and unload.
See, card with menace would be very helpful for this, because I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, menace is when like it needs more than one blocker to block it. So if you specifically need an unblocked card for it, then right. But that's gonna be the fun of this. Is I'm not gonna lie, I forgot what this deck does almost completely. Like, I will say my commander deck, my what is my commander deck? Python might know that better than me. This chaos. Hold on, let me see if I can go grab it real quick. It's over here. Prosper. That's what Prosper the Tomebound. Yes, that's my commander deck. But he is more about he's more about like exiling stuff and bringing stuff in, and I feel like he's very group hug like, because everybody be screwing around with him and doing craziness. So, you know, we're here for it. Oh, there we go. What do you mean by no? Not group hug? Prosper is $16 right now. Is it really? Wild. Wild. That's impressive. Do they not have the precons anymore? See, ninja tokens are actually goated because they just straight up can't be blocked. If I can create stupid amounts of ninja tokens. Listen, the reason why I call it group hug is because, you know, there's that one card in there. Well, actually, I guess probably not group hug, because yeah, there's some craziness. There's definitely some insanity going on. But yeah, you can. I don't actually think I have anything that summons assassins. I do have some ninja cards, but I'm gonna just use rat tokens for ninja cards. Rat rogues. These guys right here. These are my rat rogues. Or, ooh. The ninja tokens that cannot be blocked. Because we love it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
All right, that's our visible games. If
Alrighty.
it's not in that area, they cannot see.
Beautiful. Do we plan on full screening the table as we play, or are we gonna keep our faces up?
It's a lot easier to do that than trying to just full screen.
Sure, sure.
And we'll see how we go, because we're only gonna play a couple games and then we're gonna be going through the cards.
Yeah, fair enough.
Figure we'll
Fair
just have
enough.
some fun.
Fake news. Wild. Absolutely wild. I like to think of it like, I call it my chaos deck. I just like doing crazy stuff. Exiling everyone's stuff, giving everybody an opportunity to like cast random things just because. I don't know. I think it's fun. But yeah, no, it's a good time. So let me make sure that I actually have the right number of cards in this deck to start with. And then we'll see what happens.
All right, so I think I'm good here. Yeah, that'll be good. I should probably bring my camera down a little bit. As the camera freezes.
Disrespect. I'm gonna need to bring my microphone up a
I mean, that's good enough.
Testing, testing, check, check. Ooh, look at that big old bag of cards.
All right. Let's see. I'm actually curious. I don't even think this can handle two. Yeah, we can't even handle two gaming mats on this one. But we can actually show off the gaming mats that I have this time.
Oh, those are pretty. I like
It's been a
that.
minute since I've shown off the gaming decks, the gaming ones that I have.
Very
So I got
nice,
this
very
guy.
nice.
I do. Yeah, this was one of my favorites originally. What am I playing? I don't know. It depends on what kind of decks I have. So yeah, so I got this one. I love this one. Yeah, there's just no way we're gonna get two on here.
That's all right.
But this one was.
I'm gonna do a little overlap if you really want.
Yeah, yeah, it might be nice. We'll see what we have. So we got the blue one.
I like this green one.
Yeah,
The green
the-
one is very cool.
This green one's one of my favorites. It would be nice if this thing could be just like a little bit more, but I feel like it's just gonna fall over if I angle it anymore. Chat, how does the game board look for you guys? You guys can see everything just fine? I mean, don't see a ton of the detail on this guy, but you know,
That's cool.
there's a bit of detail on this one that I like. Because the camera's at an angle, it's hard to hold it up.
Python says yes.
Cool, cool.
He's got good views. Keep
This doesn't look like Pokemon. Fucking soul.
wild.
This was the one that I made myself, so I had actually
Classy.
it was actually a blank one, so I drew this out myself for my life scoring, so I could actually like do all of that, and then just the
What do your life totals start at for 60? Because I keep
20.
20? Okay. Okay. Actually, that reminds me. I swear I have a. Let me check my box.
Oh yeah, and then I got this one. So it was one of the like the boss collection sets that I got. This one's super fancy. See how this goes. All right, chat. Do you all like the y'all like the white table better? I'm frozen. All right, y'all like the white table better, or would you prefer it if we had some game mat?
Check it out.
There we go.
Is that it? We back?
Okay, now I think we're back.
We are back from outer space, my friend.
Is there anyone else in chat who prefers mat? Because I feel like the mats are going to be weird like this. You see what I mean? Like I feel like they're going to be, they're going to constantly be a problem.
Python, tell me what you think. Mats
I think
or
no mats. I think no mats are going to be.
I'm down with no mats.
I think it's just going to be too difficult with this. Okay, wait, no, and now we're back.
Hey,
I really think it's just this computer is just dying slowly. So yeah, and that's the thing, chat. It's like, I don't know if I'm ever going to make money out of this, like at all. I don't really think I care to try to make money. I don't think it actually matters.
Sure.
It's just that idea of like, I could spend the next 3 hours opening this and then I'm just going to have more cards I don't know what to do with. Whereas I could sell this to somebody who would actually know what to do with opening them. Like, because I don't know anything about cards. I don't want to sit here for 4 hours opening a card and then like individually looking for them. Yeah. I'm not that interested in trying to make money. I don't know enough about the game to know what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
To know that there is even a card in Gate Crash. Because that could be the thing. We could do this all and find out at the end of it there are no cards in Gate Crash.
Majority of these cards are like not used anymore or something like that. Many of them have been banned for one reason or another or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. It is one of those things. I don't know if I have enough excitement to be able to open them and have any like connection to it. I don't know if chat would. I don't know if it's entertaining, guys. I don't know how entertaining it would be to watch us open packs that we don't know anything about. I mean, you can tell us what's good to be used in Commander, but does that mean that it's sellable? All right, what else do I have? So I have a whole booster pack. I have a whole Gate Crash booster pack unopened.
Slay.
I have the an unopened, unused Gate Crash intro pack.
Oh, is that like a pre-con deck?
Yeah, so this includes itself 2 booster packs.
Okay.
Unopened. But this is the Gate Crash intro pack that I got with 2 booster packs unopened, unused. Actually, I have 2 of those.
Take a gander at that.
I also have so this is the set of 2 of 3 in Return to Ravnica. I also have the official Return to Ravnica intro box. So intro pack.
Is it Ravnica in D&D too? Like that like setting?
I have an unopened
wild
80 pack protector of sleeves. So 80 sleeve protectors.
Oh, those are actually kind of cool. I don't know if you guys can see what that looks like.
So this is all the shit that I've bought over the years. I have
some dragons up here.
So if you guys want to know like the eras that I was getting collection in, so I was
much glare.
I was doing collection for 2013 core, Return to Ravnica, and Gate Crash, I think, are the 3 main books that I got into. So these
are there any like cards in here?
Not these ones. These are just like the books.
Oh, gotcha.
These are the players' guides and the original containers that these came in.
Oh, that's so cool, though.
Like here's the Return to Ravnica box that this sleeve came into. So like this guy has. So this has So I have a
I mean, we could open some of these packs. These ones that aren't like
Avacyn Restored, 2013 core pack unopened book. I
got frozen.
I got some just random ass cards here. Just random cards. Oh yeah, whole bunch of specialty card sleeves. Like these white backed ones.
Cool.
What is this?
Yep.
See, I don't even know if this is good at all. Like I have this guy in 2 sleeves. He's in 2 sleeves for some reason. He's in a protective sleeve and then he's in a protective case.
So, it must be worth some money.
I don't know.
It must be worth some money.
This card is in a plastic protective, but it's also in this like extra hard case, but it's also in this like green sleeve. And I don't even know why. Why do I have this? Why does it matter? There's like a hollow star there, as you can see. So Syrian Spear, 3 damage to a player. So I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why that one's so special and why it's in like a protective case. Like I have it in a protective case and I don't even remember why. Here we go. Another Avacyn Restored unbox. Avacyn Restored booster pack undone. Dark Ascension booster pack unopened. A Flying Horror 1/1. That doesn't even look like a Magic the Gathering card. Like it's just one of those like weird ass.
Oh, that's a token. That's yeah.
Oh, like when something flips, you pull this token out.
Or like sometimes certain cards will create tokens and be like, hey, you get a 1/1 token, and it doesn't count as like a regular card, or some cards will specifically say non-token creatures or something like that.
Yeah, I don't even know what pack this is. What's the arch? The one with the arch? Because they all have like their own image. So like this one has like the archway on it. Oh, it's so this one's all gate crash. So all of these are gate crash.
Okay.
Do you see like this one right here? This little archway.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah.
about this little thing right there is Syrian Spear is 35 cents. So I have that cheap ass card like put in 2 protective cases for 35 cents.
For no reason.
This is what I'm talking about, right? Like you think that some of these cards could be cool, and then you like look them up and you're like I don't even, what are those? What do I even have those in there? What are those?
Oh yeah, these are just they come in the booster packs and
yeah. So explain to me why I have this in 2 different protective cases. Like I don't know why this was ever in.
Riddle me this, Batman.
Oh, what is this? Oh, that's your life counter?
Yeah, that's my little life
That's
counter.
cool. And then what do I have? I have more packs, so more like purple. So I have white, purple, and yellow protective sleeves. I have all of these unopened booster packs from, again, Avacyn Restored, Dark Ascension, and the 2013 core book. Absolutely insane. Oh, it might have been worth a lot more when it was standard. And that's the problem, again, right? You never know if these things are going to be worth it. And then they could be worth it for only the time that they're usable. Yeah. And then they're absolutely worthless after that. So
they get banned or because whatever else happens.
Again, I don't know what I'm going to do with any of these or what the purpose of them is going to be. I own them now, and that's all I know.
You have them.
All right, what else? What is this? This is a 80 card protective sleeve booklet.
Oh, it's like a little binder. Actually, I wish I brought my binder. I totally forgot about that.
It's a pro binder. I don't know. Again, why would I have this? Why would I own this? What do you do with this? If you're going to use the cards to play, why would you put them in this booklet?
A lot of the times it's like the cards that you're not putting in a deck presently, you can put in there. And then if you want to like trade them out later, like I have, forget what it's called. I think it's like called a side deck, but these are like my side deck cards.
Yeah, the ones that you're allowed to like swap out.
Yeah, exactly. So you might have some that are used for that.
That makes more sense. I wish we had more light over here. I'm almost wondering if you should turn that light towards me a little bit,
Like that.
and then hold down the button in the middle. Right? Yeah, that like no, it's all the way in the middle on the side.
Oh,
yeah.
this right here?
Yeah, hold that down.
No love?
Then,
There we go. Hello?
I like how it's not like.
It doesn't love me. We shall see.
Make it a little less dark over here. Not really. It's
Darkness.
it's like all of this right here is just cast in darkness now. That's fine. That's all we need is up here. That's all we need. All right, so this is what do we got in here? More protective. Those are blue
Sleeves. Beautiful.
Okay, so this looks like this might be one of my deck boxes. So yeah, so it looks like I have 1, 2.
Ooh, that's a nice little deck box.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 pre-built decks.
This card right here looks like the sleeves, the yellow sleeves that you had in that other one. You see that?
All of my
this is a planeswalker.
yeah.
Ooh.
All of my counting dice.
Yep. Dice. These are mine.
So I think so. It looks like most of these are actually 30 card decks.
30.
Are these 30 or 60?
So the standard version of Magic is 60 card decks.
Okay,
as
these
far
are
as
all
I'm
60.
aware.
Yeah, these are all 60.
And then you have 100 card decks, which is for Commander.
What are you doing?
Oh, these are just I'm just taking out the lands so I can like see which cards. Unless you want to.
I don't want you. Don't undo my decks, man. Like
No,
I guess
doing them. I was just looking through them to see.
you can look through them, but like I don't want to unshuffle them. Like
Oh,
because then if we're gonna play with them, we have to reshuffle all.
Oh,
of
so
that
these
back.
are your playing decks.
These are all playing decks.
Oh,
these are actual playing decks, dude.
Okay, belay my last.
So
Belay
this
my
one
last.
is a red blue. Okay, so I have a red blue deck here.
This one looks like a black blue. Oh, black blue red. Ooh,
Yeah.
You got
That's my
See,
that's my planeswalker deck. It's based off that card you pulled. That planeswalker, the entire deck is
Oh.
based around him.
Really?
Yeah. So this is my black and Wait, no. What did I just say this was? Red and blue?
I think so. Yeah.
Yes. So my red and blue deck, my planeswalker deck, so completely based off of black, blue, red, because that's what he is up on
Gotcha.
here. So black, blue, red, planeswalker deck, based off of Nicol Bolas. I have an entire deck based off of him. That's my black and blue, or my blue and red. This one
Sideboard. Yeah, that's what it's called.
This one is my black deck. This one should be my exalted deck.
I'm not gonna lie. I love.
This is the one I wanna play
Mono
against.
black. I love mono black.
This is my exalted deck. This was back in the day my favorite deck. So I will probably play against you on this deck.
okay. Play.
This should be. Ooh, is this my healing deck? This should be my healer deck. Blue, red, black.
I must say a
Another
healer deck
blue,
with
red
no
deck.
white. Wild.
No, this is blue, red, black.
Interesting.
Wow. I don't know half these decks, man. Like this deck doesn't feel that big though compared.
So sometimes people will take their lands out and shuffle them between. So it's possible that one. I don't see a whole lot of lands in there. Actually, there's some in there. There's some in there.
It only has 40 cards.
Oh,
And I never did that. I never split. I mean, I always just, my deck was complete.
your deck
as
was
is.
your deck. Yeah.
So this one only has 40 cards. I wonder if there's a 40 card. Could that have been a draft deck? Was this a draft deck maybe?
Usually the drafts I've been a part of were still 60, but unless they're playing a different format that I'm not aware of.
I don't know why I would have had a 40 card deck there. The rest of these feel correct. Yeah, the rest of these are definitely 60. This is my white deck right here. I would love to play both of my white and my black deck against you.
Okay.
I'd like to play all of these, but I don't know.
I only have one 60 card deck, so I will be playing my ninja deck. And again, I am not very good at it because I played it so long ago.
Hey, if you win, maybe I'll just keep throwing decks at you until I win.
Probably.
This is my black red. Oh yeah, this is my devastating deck. This is the deck that hurts.
Ooh.
So this is my deck that gives me.
See, black red is scary.
This is like my perpetual life deck. This is my like, just I'm gonna fuck with everything deck. This is my hurt you deck. And then that's my I fuck with the board deck. I think the black red or the red blue is I just fuck with everything on the board. This one I fuck with my life. This one I fuck with your cards, and then this one I just deal massive amounts of damage.
Okay.
And then this last one. Ooh, there are 2 decks in here.
I think that might be, unless that's a commander deck, because that looks like almost 100 cards.
So this is a green red deck. Is that complete? Is that 60 cards? That seems less. That might actually be.
This might be a little bit less.
And this is my red white deck. This is definitely 60 cards. That's crazy.
That looks like wait. Oh yeah, that could be 60 because this is 60.
That's give or take. Yeah.
Mine are actually new. Well, not new, but like, so it just could be mine more a little thicker. Yeah, this is not a full.
Yeah, this is 60. Is that not even 30?
I was doing it.
I wonder if that's my 30 deck. But that might have been that would make sense because I know I had at least one deck for a 30 game.
Interesting. I've never played a 30 game before. Not sure what that is.
Nicol Bolas is $3 these days. I mean, mine's probably not in mint condition because he's not even like, you know, sealed or anything. So he's in decent condition though. Like most of my cards aren't, you know, like frayed or anything.
$13 times 3.
36. 37?
Yeah.
37 card deck. Why would I have a 37 card deck? There's got to be a reason I have an incomplete deck. And that's 2 of them, right? That's 2 decks that are incomplete. So there's got to be a reason to do that. But that's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 60 card decks.
So wild. I'm pretty sure both of these are 100 card decks because last time I got a what is it called? What's it called? Python? The precons. When I got my first precon, it was a full 100. Oh my god! Oh, get the front door out of here. See, we were not done yet. There's no format in Magic that uses 30 cards that you're aware of. Okay.
I wonder where those came from then. Yeah, that's very fascinating. Again, I have no idea how old most of this shit is. So, like all my my life ones, those are all the different ones.
The ones that actually go up step by step.
Yeah, from 20 to 20. All right, so I got 6 of these bitches full of cards. Some of them are full of lands. Some of them actually have decks.
Oh, really?
So, like, for instance, okay, so yeah. So, put little markers on here. So there's a black, a blue marker, and a white marker. Swamp.
Those just lands?
Yep, those are just lands. Black, blue, and white lands.
Dude, these are actually kind of clean though.
Like that's all just land. So I have this, like this first section is swamps. These are islands, and then these are all plains.
Got you.
So that's just land. It looks like these may be the same thing.
Just different colors.
So green, red, and then black. So and that one starts with black. So this is probably the continuation.
Yep.
So that's green, red, and black. Just a bunch of lands.
Excellent.
I got more card holders. What is this?
Python says he'll give you $1,000 for everything. Hey, you'll be able to get yourself a new computer for that. I'm telling you right now.
We'll talk. Oh yeah, so this is literally the rule sets. So if you ever wanted to read like what we were just talking about earlier,
yeah,
about everything. What is this? Oh, actually, these decks. Oh no, these aren't decks. So we just went through all of our all of the lands.
Mm-hmm.
These are just cards.
Green, but of the same color?
Green cards, red cards, black cards, blue cards, white cards, non-lands.
Oh.
So those are just straight up cards.
Ooh.
What is in here?
See, this is gonna be fun. Exalted's in here.
I got reds, whites, white, black. I don't know. Here's a random one for you. Python. Just literally just random ass card. What is that card? An artifact. Never seen it before. Just literally just randomly pulled it out. I have it in my deck. I don't know what it is. Oh, I have 2 of them. Holy shit, I have 2 of them bitches.
2 of them bitch. See, if I knew, there's an app that you can like go to and just like look up any card and it'll tell you like how much its like current market value is or whatever.
I mean, the thing is like, while these could be worth something, what is the likelihood I'll actually sell? Like, you know, how long would it take? What's the likelihood I'll sell them? How much is it going to take me to like ship them out? I mean, I don't know. Maybe we should just open all of these and like calculate it out. I mean, I don't know if that's like, if there's any interest from chat in us doing that. Oh, hey, look, another deck.
Hey,
I found yet another deck. Holy fuck, what is this? Holy shit, what is this? Oh, no, these are all just lands.
Oh, are they? A deck box full of lands?
This is a deck box entirely full of multicolored lands.
Oh, multicolored lands.
Well, no, just like different colors.
Because there are some lands that have more than one color associated with them.
Not just lands, apparently markers. I got ooze and a centaur marker.
Yeah, Python loves lands so much. He's a landful kind of dude, for real. I'm not even gonna lie. I might want to look through your white cards. Love those.
So what else is in here? I have a collection of useless cards. Oh,
cards that are just not actual cards.
All tokens. So I thought these were all like nonsensical cards, but these are all just zombie, goblin, hellion.
Nice.
Soldier. So just a bunch of these. Okay. These other decks.
Some tokens in the back of here. We've got some multicolored lands in the back of here.
It's an actual deck. Holy shit, this is another deck. Hold on. So I have 1, 2, I have 4 decks in this box.
Wild.
So 4 actual working decks in this box. Holy shit, I had way more. Like these were like my go-to decks.
Right. The ones you
But it's amazing that I had other ones that I need that. Oh, sorry. It's in here. Actually, I'll take the game books too. Just here again, just they're easier to store. What's in this one?
Ooh, more packs.
Jesus Christ.
Come on now.
So on top of the booster box that I have over here that's unopened, I have all of these unopened Gate Crash booster boxes. I have a card box that's empty. I have... There you go. Show this one off to chat a little bit. This is all just another box of land. A variety of land. And...
Oh, some of these are pretty land.
Oh, and another deck box that's unused. An unused deck box. This is insane, dude. Like, I literally had no idea.
He's like, I'm about to pay your rent, bro. Oh, that's sick.
Don't sleep on tokens. So, I mean, should we just go? I mean, I don't know like what's the likelihood of all like, because that's the other thing too. I could be sitting on money, but how do you get rid of this shit sometimes? You know what I mean? Like,
honestly, there are so many game shops. So I play D&D with my kids on the regular, right? And the majority of the time that I go play D&D are at these game shops. And there are people that show up all the time, and I promise you, if you go there, like, people just love sitting there looking through stuff and going through stuff and finding stuff that they like. Now, if you're trying to offload like all of it in a chunk, like,
and that's the other thing too, right? Like, more likely than not, I'd get lowballed if someone just saw all of this because of the unlikelihood. But then it's like, what's the likelihood I go through all of it? Because I don't know what I'm looking at, right? Like, I could meticulously, but there's easily like 5,000 cards here.
Easy.
So
easy.
Am I gonna look up well, I mean, lands you don't look up and things like that.
Like lands and stuff.
But that's
whatever,
the thing, is like how many like it's just, at what point do you sit there and calculate it up and like try to do all of that effort or not? You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing.
He's like, I got you, bro.
You want to sift, categorize all the cards, and make a commission off the collection? Hey, if you want to do that, I'm down to work with that. I'll probably give you more. If you're going to do all of that work, I'll probably give you more than 10%. I'm just saying. Like, I've just been holding on to these things, right? Like, I would be willing to work with somebody if they want. Because that's the thing. It's like, I'd be willing to keep them and try to make a little bit of money off them if I understood how to. You know, my biggest thing is like, I just don't know how to go about going through these, figuring out what's worth it, and going about then selling it, right? Because you can find a card that's worth $10, but then you got to find the buyer.
Yeah.
You know, is mine in the right condition? Can I ship it correctly? Like, these are the things that I just don't understand. I'm not in the card collecting.
Although I will say there are some
anymore.
people that don't care the condition. They just want to have the actual physical card just so that they can say, I have the real card so I can play it. Right. You know what I mean? Because the card is so valuable for them in game that they're just like, I'll do whatever. But I totally get what you're saying. It's a lot of work, but yeah, I mean, shoot, Python, if you're down to throw down, like, maybe make a little road trip out here, we'll
talk about it
spend a day.
Sure. Yeah, because like I said, I think I only have most of like 3 box sets. I have the 13 core, Return to Ravnica, and Gate Crash, I think, are the 3 main sets that I have, but I know that they're all outdated, so it really would come down to finding out like what cards are like. It really comes down to the specific cards.
I will say, even in a lot of the games that I've played recently, people are going back far to like play some certain cards. So like, some cards are timeless. Some cards and certain like platforms are getting a little bit older. People don't use it as much. People find them whatever, but like some of them, it don't matter how long it's been. Like, there's this one set of cards that I don't know how old they are, but like, just looking at the card and like how it was set up, I can tell that it's been around for a really long time. It's this land where you can keep it tapped, and every time you keep it tapped, it just keeps collecting more land, and then you can untap it, or you can like do something like that and like spend like a stupid amount of land all at once, type deal.
Has like a counter on it.
Yeah. So it's interesting for sure.
All right, for sure. We'll hook up with Python soon, and we'll kind of get like a game plan, because that's the thing, is I just don't know, like, you know, because again, I'm just curious, like, if the game plan is for Python to literally open up every booster pack, like if they're planning on doing that, it would be worth having them over and just doing that on stream, because might as well get the content out of it, right?
Yeah.
And then they can teach us. They could teach us, like, we could just sit there all day and just do nothing but opening. But because I was doing some research myself, and it seemed like for the most part, if you're a card dealer and a card collector, booster packs are more worth it unopened. Like, just hands down, they are on average, you will not get your money back if you open them.
I kind of agree with that, because a lot of people are willing to pay, especially depending on what like Gate Crash, like what era they're from. Like, people are willing to like, oh, there could be a card, and like the idea that there might be something epic in there, and especially when you have the majority of them. Like, this is a full box.
Yeah,
like
plus
oh
like 10 other packs that I still have unopened.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm trying to think is like, you know, if it comes down to if Python's interested in opening up everything, I would totally love to do that on stream and actually do it properly, because we have all the, you know, we have all the protective cases. Like, anytime we come across a valuable card, we can protect it.
Yeah.
But the other option is if they're just gonna look at the cards that are already open and then get rid of these, it's more like, I'm just curious about the process. But I'm willing to work with it. I'm willing to work with somebody on who knows how to do this stuff better than I do. Because yeah, I would love to. It's not just about making money. I would love to make a benefit out of all of this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I totally get that.
At the end of the day, I feel like holding on to it is not the benefit. So Python, I'm curious. So is that what you would do? Because I've done some other like research where other YouTubers have done that, and it seems like more often than not, the consensus is opening them up is never worth it. Like, more often than not, what you get out of opening them up is just, you might get the experience, but you don't get any real value. But I mean, yeah, I'm just curious what your method is and what you're thinking about doing, because I would totally be down to work with you on trying to make, again, profitable is perspective, right? Profitable to me is like, if I can get a couple streams out of it, that's profitable to me. If I can make a couple bucks off of it, that's also profitable. And if it just turns out that nothing happens and I just give it to somebody who really enjoys Magic, that's profitable too. I just want to make sure that I get the most out of it, and that doesn't necessarily have to mean money.
Yeah, no, I totally feel that.
I don't want to, you know, end up, I don't want to like give these all away and then turn out that like half my stream would have loved to see me gone through them. I don't want to sell them and find out that I should have opened them. I don't want to open them and find out I should have sold them. You know what I mean? Like, it's just more of I just want to make sure that at the end of the day, the biggest benefit is had by everybody involved. So if it comes down to us opening everything and we sell part of it and then Python keeps half of it, that's cool too.
They have these games that's literally just you opening card packs. Like, literally the whole, like, you're not even playing with the games, you're just opening card packs and like finding like really cool like cards, like, is the thrill in and of itself. So I think that and a lot of people on like TikTok and stuff, I'll see streams where people are just like opening up card packs on TikTok and like, oh my gosh, this one's really cool. Just people get really hyped and excited for like seeing these things on stream. So I can totally see that being in and of itself its own vibe.
Dude, you two with your guys' technology can actually set up a system where as soon as it is open, we can automatically scan and price out the cards. That would be fucking dope.
Oh yeah,
I am down for that.
I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking about a gift for Python that is like, you can slide a card in, it'll automatically like scan the card itself to like catalog all the stuff that you have.
All right, I think that's going to be a special stream. I think that we're going to have to set up one of these weekends with Python over, and we're going to have to do this. We're going to have to set this up because we got the bigger table over there, and we could literally just set it up like this, where we're just going through, you know, one thing after the other. So.
Right on.
Cool. All right. So what deck do you have for us today? What are you going to be playing with?
I have what is called a ninja deck. This came out during the, I'm gonna pronounce this wrong, the Kamigawa era. It was, Python, please correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like it came out around 2022, maybe 2021 type deal. I was just getting back into it. I played Magic towards the end of my military career a little bit, and Python got me back into it around the time of 2021. Around the time that he got back into it, or got into it for the first time, to be honest. And this was one of the first sets that I liked because, I mean, I'm all about the ninja samurai Japanese vibe, and that's what this whole series was about. I mean, kind of like the Ravnica is its own series, like Kamigawa is its own series, and so this series is based upon a mechanic called ninjutsu, where you have a card in your hand, and when you attack with a card that's on the field and that card doesn't get blocked, you can take a card from your hand and you can swap it out, and then you can attack with that card instead. So whereas originally it was only going to do 1 damage, you're like, oh, that's not that big, I'll let that 1 damage hit me. I swap it out for like a 6/6, and then boom, it does way more damage than you thought it was going to do. So gotcha. I kind of like that idea and that mentality, and you can do that swapping a whole lot. So you can swap it out before attack and then right afterwards swap it back to your hand if you have another ninjutsu card in your hand. So just depends on how much open mana you have.
That's interesting. All right. All right. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 decks. All of them I absolutely love. I will say that my favorites are probably my black deck. I would probably say my black, and my white are my two best, my favorite decks. These, I almost don't want to play this one just because I don't want to fuck up Bolus anymore. Because if Bolus is worth a couple bucks, I might just want to hold off on him. So maybe I'm going to hold off on, because again, this is literally my Planeswalker deck. This entire deck is built around this Planeswalker. So
I don't even have a bunch of Planeswalkers. It just has that one, and that one is meant to. Okay.
So I don't even know what this one does. Actually, what I should is you open those up. There's a smaller open card deck in there, like a box for cards. I don't know which one has an empty one, but I need an empty card box. I have a handful of Planeswalkers. This is the only Planeswalker deck I built. So this is the only one I know of for sure, but I think I have 2 or 3 others somewhere in all of these cards. All right.
What are you talking about?
There should be a smaller one. There should be one like this.
Oh.
Probably in the gate crash one, honestly. All right. I will hold this one off for now, and we'll look at our plans later. All right, chat. Does chat have an idea of which one I should use? Or should I just use one of my 2 favorites? Because, let's see. So what I have is I have a black, an all black, an all white, a black red, a blue red, and a red white. Mono black? Yeah, that's my favorite. I don't know how many.
I'm gonna get messed up. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
We'll see. We'll see. Maybe not. Chat has spoken. They want a mono. The mono black is my exalted deck, so it's one of my favorite decks. Let's see if I can remember how to use exalted. Effective. I gotta make another drink though. I think I might just join you.
Do a little bubbly. I'm gonna shuffle my deck up one more again.
It's kind of nice to have a bar to yourself. You can just reach back and behind.
So clean. All right. Let's see what we got here. I'm gonna shuffle one more again.
Oh, it is nice.
Yeah, I was not mad at it.
All right, I will take my dice here for my hit points. I'll be. I know chat really can't see that tiny little die, but
Fair enough.
I haven't done a deal out shuffle in a long time. I remember that used to be the big thing in Magic, is where people would have a way to deal it out.
So I'm weird and I love doing this. I deal it out just like this, and I grab when I'm doing my commander deck. I'll use a 10-sided die. When I'm doing a standard deck, I'll use a 6-sided die. But I'll roll the die, and I'll be like, all right, I take my 6 first, and then I take my 1 next, and I stack that on top. And I take my 3rd, and then I take my 2nd, and then I take my 4th. Oh, that's clean. Give me a 5. Well, whatever. 5 is last. I'm taking 5.
See, I just usually do that. Just do a couple.
Fair enough.
Random, and then I do it
cut
again.
me up? Beautiful. All right, now I never remember the mulligan rules, like how often you can like swap out your deck or swap out your hand if you don't like what you get.
I thought it was only once.
And some people say you can deal yourself 8 cards and then drop one you don't like or something like that, but
I say 7 and you take a mulligan and that's it.
I'm gonna
All right, I gotta figure out what I got. That's not bad. It's not great. It's not great. Okay. I remember this deck.
Good enough? Good enough for government work.
Gonna have to be. Well, we haven't even started, Soul, so it's actually pretty simple. So basically what's gonna happen is we start out with a 6-card deck. You get 7 cards. We're gonna take turns. Every card that we want to play basically requires magic. So we have to put down land cards, aka mana cards, aka magic. You get to put down 1 card free, or 1 land free per turn. And once you have enough land, you utilize that land in order to cast or bring out other cards. That's the rough gist of it. So you're gonna see us collect land, and then after a while, we're gonna be able to use that land to bring out other cards on the field. Give you a life over here.
Oh, yeah, we can use that one. That's fine.
Either one. You got yours. Okay, so I forget who goes. Is there any order of who goes first? Or
usually we just roll to see who goes first, but
that works. I forgot. 8. You go first.
Alrighty.
Well, I guess first or pass. Player pass, I guess, is your choice. Because you draw, then you do your upkeep, right?
Yes. Untap, upkeep, draw. But I got none to untap. I got none to upkeep.
And you have to end with 7 cards in your hand. You can have more than 7, but you have to end with 7, correct?
I think it's if you
start
with if you end with more than 7 cards in your hand, you have to discard card down to 7 or
right.
something like that.
But you draw up to 7 at the start of your upkeep.
You draw one.
Just draw.
You just draw one.
Yeah. Been a while. Yeah, in a while. Okay, cool. So you play your pass.
I'm going to draw. I'm gonna drop a land, and I'm gonna pass.
Right. Same. Draw. Land. Pass.
Right. One more time. We're gonna draw. I love these really cool Japanese lands.
Oh, that's interesting.
And I'm gonna tap that, and we are gonna go into. I'm gonna play something called. These are saga cards, and so once you reach the end of your saga, if I'm correct, you flip them over, and there's something on the other side.
Interesting. I haven't heard that before.
But as you go through them, I forget exactly how they work. Correct me if I'm wrong, Python, but like every time it comes back to your turn.
After your draw step, you add a counter.
Yes. So let me actually grab one of my counters.
At 1 counter, choose a target. Target gets a +2/+2 until the end of the turn. 2 counters. So 1 or 2 counters, you get to do that. Targeted creature gets -1, -1, or you gain 2 life. And then when you get 3, exile the saga, return it to the battlefield transformed under your control, which is when you flip it. And it can do other stuff. So basically, you have to wait 3 turns for at least 1 turn, if not 3 turns, for it to do something.
For sure.
Interesting. Okay.
So got my 1 counter on it.
Is that considered a creature?
It is not considered a creature yet. Right now, it's an enchantment.
Gotcha, but it will become a creature.
So after the 3rd one, you flip the card over. I'll take it out and I'll flip it over, and then I think it becomes a creature, or it might do something else depending on.
Okay, so my turn?
Yes, yeah, that's turn.
Wow, I should have mulliganed this and reshuffled.
It was the land for me, because I only had 1 land on my first draw.
I'm gonna discard that one because I don't need it for right now. You discard, no, you discard face up, right?
Yeah. Okay, untap, keep, upkeep. I'm gonna rotate this to 2. Yeah, that's not doing anything.
Let's put your land over here just so it's easier to see for chat.
Fair enough.
2 land for you, 1 land for me.
And I can put that over there so people can see that too.
And this is my card, my discard over here.
All right. So I'm going to. Did I draw yet?
I don't know. I'm looking.
I think I did. So I'm going to drop another land. I'm gonna tap that island, and I'm going to play Thousand-Faced Shadow. Normally, it is a flying creature, a 1/1 flying creature. Normally, it would do something when it enters the battlefield, but that's only if it's attacking. So because it's not attacking,
summoning sickness.
Because it's not attacking, it doesn't do anything.
Well, because it has summoning sickness, so it can't.
Well,
right?
theoretically, this card has ninjutsu, so if I ninjutsu'd it in, it would enter the battlefield attacking, and that is when that ability would activate.
Return an unblocked attacker you put your hand. Put this card onto the battlefield from your hand. Tapped and attacking. So it's not haste, it's attacked and attacked and attacking.
Yes, that's specifically what ninjutsu does. It's like, if I attack with this and I have a ninjutsu card in my hand, I'll swap this card out with the one in my hand, and then
after paying the extra amount.
Yes,
pay the extra amount, return an unblocked attacker you control.
Yes.
Interesting. Unblocked.
So that
means they already did their damage.
Well, it means that like I declare that I'm attacking, and then after I declare that I'm attacking, you have to declare that you have some blockers. I'm gonna block this creature. And if you don't declare anything that's blocking this creature,
then you
then I can ninjutsu it.
So this doesn't do its damage. You say I'm gonna attack, and if I say, oh, I'm not gonna block it, then you're like, psych, I'm doing something different.
Yes.
I got you.
Very much
So it's a psych out, because to me, I'm like, I don't care about the 1/1, but if I don't care about the 1/1 enough, you're gonna swap it out with something else. Gotcha.
Exactly.
But you do have to pay for.
I have to pay for it coming from my hand.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Mine.
Yeah. Faster.
Okay. There goes that. All right. I'm gonna burn my 2, and I'm gonna play Knight of Infamy. It is a 2/1 creature. It has protection from white. Not really a matter for you right now. So it can't be blocked, targeted, dealt damage, or enchanted by anything from a white card. It also has Exalted. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, that creature gains +1/+1 until the end of turn.
So the question is, if that is the card that attacks, does it get the +1/+1 because it has Exalted?
Yes, because this has Exalted. So whenever a creature you control attacks,
including
this Exalted gives it a +1/+1.
Got it.
So all Exalted say when a creature attacks alone, this gives it. So I get a +1/+1 for every count of Exalted on my count.
Got it.
So what I like to do is I will do this, and I will put a +1. I have 1 Exalted, which means anyone who attacks alone automatically gets a +1/+1.
Got it.
As I get more Exalted, I will just increase
up that counter.
That way, when someone attacks alone, I know what's happening. So for those of you in chat, as you can see, I've turned over my land. They were like this. I've done this. This is what we call tapping. It means that I've spent them. So I spent 2 mana, and I was able to cast this card, which up here requires 2 mana. So this card has now been summoned to the battlefield. It has Summoning Sickness, so I can't do anything with it right out the gate. I just read what it can do, but now my mana is going to remain tapped until the start of my next turn, which then I can untap and then reuse it.
Yeah. Beautiful. Pass turn?
Pass turn.
Okay, so that means I'm going to untap, and I'm going to upkeep. So now this is my 3rd round on this saga. So now what happens is, I don't know where the 3 is. I'm going to exile this card, and I'm going to flip it around, and it becomes this card.
Wait, so what'd you do?
So at the end, once it reaches level 3, it says you exile the saga, and then...
Has it already been 3 rounds?
It was on 2 a second ago. So yeah,
that's crazy how quickly that goes.
Yep.
So you turn it around, now it's a creature.
It is now a creature, and so it says pay 1 life and add. I can pay 1 life and add a what do you call it? Swamp to my mana pool.
So tap this. So you have to tap it. So you have to use this card,
pay a life,
and pay a life.
Yep.
Then you get to add a swamp. Spend that mana only to cast an instant or sorcery spell.
Correct.
Interesting.
Correct.
I like that though.
But it's also a 2/3 creature.
And it's a 2/3 creature. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. And it's not colored, is it? It's colorless.
I feel like because its original cost was black,
it's probably a swamp.
It's probably black. Yeah.
Interesting. That's good to know. I want to know that. Okay, my turn.
I'm gonna ask Python this.
Is that Summoning Sickness?
Does this have Summoning Sickness because it just got flipped to this creature, or because the original saga card?
I think
was
Summoning
on the
Sickness is only when the card comes out, not when it upgrades.
Yeah, I don't remember. But
yeah,
I still need to draw, and I'm going to drop another land.
You get some weird looking land.
I know. So these are the lands that came with the Kamigawa set. They're these cool little Japanese looking land. I love them.
This is some weird ass land, y'all.
They are so cool. They are so cool.
Like, okay, so this is a normal swamp compared to his swamp. I'm just saying, like, normal swamp card, his swamp card. Fucking weird.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Fucking weird, chat.
All right, so what am I finna do? Let me take a gander at that. Okay. So I don't know exactly how this works, but what I'm gonna do is we're gonna experiment. I'm gonna swing at you for both of these. So it's 1-1 and a 2-3. So I'm swinging at you for 3 total. You can block, and the cool thing is you don't have to tap this in order to block.
No, but he will die.
Potentially.
No, he will die.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't matter. He only has 1 life, so he'll die.
If you choose to block, you don't have to block, and you can just take whatever small amount of damage.
I think I will. I think I will. I'll take the 3 damage.
So what I am going to do is before damage occurs, I am going to spend 1 island and 1 swamp to swap out this card with this card tapped and attacking. It's
so how did you do that?
So that is what the ninjutsu ability does. So the ninjutsu card says when one of your cards is tapped and attacking and isn't blocked, I can take a card from my hand and I can swap it out. So this,
but that's the thing, that doesn't have ninjutsu on it. This card does.
The card in my hand has to have ninjutsu, not the card on the field has to have ninjutsu.
No, because the thing is you would pay this card to bring it out, and then it says it has ninjutsu, which you pay an additional amount.
So if you,
and then this one says ninjutsu abilities you activate cost 1 less to activate. So this is a different ability.
If you read the ninjutsu one here, it doesn't actually articulate it on.
But that's what I'm saying. Ninjutsu on this card articulates that when this card is out and you pay these 4, you can do this thing.
Not when it's out. When it's in your hand. This card has to be in your hand.
I don't know. I've never read it that way, because usually what's on the card only applies when it's out.
So
unless it specifically states that when bringing out this card, because the fact that that says ninjutsu, here's the cost, that's after it's been out. That's what you have to do after it's out.
Python, help me out with this. I want to. So he's telling me the way I'm describing it is correct.
That just doesn't sound right though, because most cards would have to say from your hand for it to activate. Most of the time when it has a descriptor in the bottom, it's only after it's been out, because the cost of the card is at the top. That's what brings it out. Then you go with what happens. This cost is
how much I will pay to just put it out on the field regular.
Yes.
But in order for me to bring it out, I have to pay 4 to bring it from my hand to the field tapped and attacking.
I've never heard of something like that happening, where you get to use this when it's in your hand. Usually it would have to say this, because that's what I read that is, if you pay that, you can swap this card out with a higher card, not the fact that it's in your hand and you're paying. Because
right. I see where you're coming from, but it's a slightly strange mechanic. Again, it came out back in 2021, but that is at least how I remember it. That's how this plays. It's like when it's in your hand, I can swap it out and I can bring this back to play something different. The ninja and
because I've never heard of a ruling where that's how you read the card in that order. Normally it's the top of the card is how you get it out, everything else follows is once it's out. I've never heard of a ruling that in Magic you read the flavor of the card in the middle of the block as before you put it out on the battlefield, and most of the time you can't, unless it says when you pull it out.
I can pull up. If you read Python's,
I'm looking it up right now.
Okay, yeah, go for it. You know what? While you do that, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom.
That's so weird. I see why this was a very unique rule set, because this goes against, like, it even says that you can only activate ninjutsu when it's in your hand, but that goes against like 90% of Magic the Gathering core rules.
There are a lot of
literally no other rule allows you to take
definitely
the actual effect of a card out of context when it's not on the battlefield. That's the only time I've ever heard you be able to utilize a card's ability
from your hand.
That's never been a thing.
I agree.
I'm actually kind of against that, because that right there, because basically it makes my entire gameplay forfeit.
Really?
Well, think about it. If I don't know you're running this, if it has nothing to do with what's on the battlefield, I cannot play against your hand. Like right now, there's nothing I could have ever planned for to know you were going to do this.
Now, I'm curious,
because right now I can
counterspell cards would work in a situation like this, because theoretically, if you had like some,
most cards are considered spells, but I just don't like the idea that if you can cast things from your hand with effects that I have zero idea about, I have zero defense.
But what about instant cards? Like any instant card, like if I have open mana and I can play an instant card from my hand that you have no idea about, it's like a trap card in Yu-Gi-Oh.
But instants, I know that they exist. I know if I play a spell, you can counter it. I know that you can instant me out of things. But this right here, like, I have zero idea. Like, I cannot predict that by not blocking you, you're going to do, like, you know what I mean? It's that extra level of you have an entire arsenal against me that I can't predict because it's based on cards I can't see. Instant cards are different because those are a part of the game mechanics, but this is basically saying, here's a card, here's how the card works, except for your cards. Your cards don't work like any other normal cards because you get more stuff. Like,
I feel like it's like, you know how they have they do have like, what do you call them, like certain forget, they're flash cards with flash. They are monsters you can play at instant speed. It's very similar to that. It's like a monster that I can play at instant speed at any point in time, except for the fact that in this situation I have to replace, I have to remove a card instead of just playing the monster.
I just don't like it based on the core rule concepts of what I understand about Magic and how the game evolves. This is not a great mechanic, because it's literally undefendable unless I know you're running this deck. Unless I absolutely knew for certain what this was and you announced I'm running this deck, until you pull this off, it's literally unblockable. It is literally a trap that is, to me, makes the game unfun. Because with every other deck, you kind of get like what it's like. You read the cards, you see what's unfolding.
You get what it's about.
Yes, like instants and counter spells happen, but like if someone's playing a blue deck, you can kind of expect a counter spell, right? Sure. Those kind of shit happens. But with this, there's absolutely zero way for me to predict that this was going to happen, simply because it's a card in your hand that I have no access to, and you get to manipulate the battlefield based off of a card that I've never seen. Like, that's my fundamental thing, where it's like there's no protection against that, and that to me doesn't really fit with the rest of the way the mechanics work in Magic, because a lot of the times Magic is about reacting to what the cards say. But if I don't know what the card says, I can't do anything about it.
But I will say, I do feel like there's at least a certain element of unpredictability. Like, I have no idea if you have a counterspell card in your hand. I have no idea if you have a flash card in your hand. I have no idea if you're gonna be able to pull something out that I don't know about.
I feel like that's still a different unfolding than a mechanic that works completely different than any other core mechanic. Because, like, again, no other card lets you utilize the card's effects from your hand. So that's what I'm saying, is like, from someone who, like, and again, unless you realize that this deck exists, this is like basically it's like going to someone's house who doesn't play, like, you know, in Monopoly, like the free parking rule. It's just it's literally, the game has literally been fundamentally changed for me, and not necessarily in a good way. I'm not saying this is a bad deck. It's just like,
fair enough.
Literally, you throw this in, you're just like, oh, well, the rest of the game, I have no.
This was one of my first reintroductions to Magic, so I did not have enough context to like see it as like good or bad. It was just like,
I'm not upset with. I mean, it's a core rulebook. It's fine that it works that way. It's just like, when I understand Magic as a whole, this is one of those mechanics that kind of takes the fun away from it, because you can throw this on people who are unaware of it, and all of their fun's gone. Because now what am I supposed to do? I have zero idea of how to play against this deck now, because I now have to question every single time I block someone. I have to question whether or not you're just going to swap it out or not swap it out. Like, oh, I'm not going to block that, but if you swap it out with a 5/5, and that's
you
what's
can do
like
things like see if I have open mana or like, because this one's expensive for me to do. Like, I have 4 open mana in order to pull that out.
The core rulebook, if you think about it, seeing if you have extra mana is literally part of the idea of, do you have an instant? If you specifically don't use all your mana, I may think you have an instant. I may think that you have an interrupt or a counterspell.
I mean, what if you just consider these ninjutsu cards as instant or counterspells?
Again, it's still a core rulebook change because you're using a card's abilities from your hand, not from the table, which is again primarily what this section is for, is from the table. Like, this doesn't apply if it's in my hand. This card does not apply if it's in my hand. No card in Magic the Gathering has any of this technically apply unless it specifically states.
To be honest, I don't know enough about Magic to know how many.
The fact that ninjutsu, you have to go out of your way to find out that you can play it. Like, it should, to me, at least say this is only played from your hand on the card. That's a part of the problem.
Okay.
It's left open for anybody who doesn't know.
I feel like the description could be a little bit better.
Because this doesn't indicate anything about it being able to be played from your hand, which irritates me because I don't think any core rule book, like, this is a core rule. So why should I have to go research it? Like I had to. And it specifically does state that ninjutsu only works from your hand. But nowhere on the card does it state that.
Does it say that?
And that's not how the core rulebooks typically go with cards in terms of how you're supposed to play it. So, like I said, I'm not arguing that it is a real rule. I just kind of like how we talk about 5th edition.
Sure.
That is not a rule I agree with. I do not think that was a good rule to implement.
I wish I had more 60 card decks, but this is genuinely the only 60 card deck that I have.
It's fine. It's just that, again, from the point, it's kind of like when someone creates a subclass in 5th edition that we're not really happy with. It's not like I'm mad at them for building the class the way 5th edition wanted them to. I'm just mad that 5th edition said this is how you have to build a class. Like, how many subclasses only get like 4 features?
Yeah,
others get like 8.
Yeah.
That's not okay, 5th edition. I don't agree that a wizard gets 4 things and a fighter gets 9 things. I'm not okay with that. And in the sense of, this is just a consistency issue. This feels like someone really wanted this ability to work. So they were just like, well, let's just make a whole different rule set and people can just deal with it, instead of incorporating it in a way.
That's kind of how I felt about, there's this concept that came out, I don't know how recently, about vehicles where you can like turn a car, or you can like put other cards inside of this card to like make it's super weird.
That's weird. That sounds very weird.
It's such a crazy mechanic. Python would probably be a little bit more keen on explaining how exactly it works, but yeah. It's wild. It's absolutely
okay.
Wild.
So you're gonna swap that out. That's very.
I'm gonna swap this out. And when I do, correct me if I'm wrong, Python, but because this gives a +1/+1 to my others, this one won't get a +1, but this one won't get a +1. So that means this is a 2/1.
So you paid 2 to bring this one out to swap it. Mm-hmm. So ninjutsu means you pay 2, you get to swap one out that's unblocked.
Yes.
So it says ninjutsu abilities you activate cost 1 less while this one's out.
While it's on the field. So if I have any other ninjutsu cards in my hand.
And so other ninja and rogue creatures you control get a +1/+1. And is that considered?
This is a ninja card. This is a human ninja.
Gotcha. So that would automatically get a +1/+1 to its attack. So now you're just attacking me for a 2/2.
Yes. So yes. Yeah. So this is a 2/2 and that's a 2/2.
And what card did you replace before?
It was this card. This is the original card that I had, but in order for me to pull it back out, I have to pull it back out as its saga instead of the creature card.
Gotcha. So did it actually? So it really just only added 1 to your attack instead of. So you went from 3 to 4.
Yes, that's it.
Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like that's just more of a convoluted. I feel like it was a much better way to implement that. I feel like
that's very possible.
I really feel like this was somebody in the rule sets who was just more like, they wanted to get away with something. Like, honestly, this, like, I've said this before, but this feels like a troll mechanic. It literally feels like someone just wanted to be a jerk and said, you know what, I'm gonna do this because I just want to be able to. And they didn't look at the greater game's mechanics. I feel like this was just someone was like, how cool would it be to just say, no, fuck it, you're not blocking it, I'm gonna make it harder.
I will say,
you know what I mean?
All the times I've played this deck, I've only won once. And I've played at least 6 times with this deck, and every single time I've gotten smoked. Now, granted, some of the times I played against other ninjutsu decks and they were just better at using the mechanic than I was.
It's always that way. If you play against a better deck builder, like
Yeah.
that's the biggest thing is it's all about the deck building. I have made some massive decks that I just get stomped with because people just know card combos.
Sure.
It's a very interesting mechanic, and I just don't know why they worked it in such a way. You know what I mean? I feel like there could have been a better way to do it than just say there's an alternate set of rules just for these cards, right? Because again, like Exalted talks about it right on the card. Like, this wasn't that complicated. I don't know. And here's the other thing that pisses me off. You have 2 cards with ninjutsu, right?
Mm-hmm.
Only one of them explains what ninjutsu does.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even say from your hand only. So this is what I don't understand. Why does one card just say ninjutsu? The other says ninjutsu with an explanation, but neither of them say from your hand only.
I will say I have noticed in Magic, there are some cards that will just say the word and some cards that'll have the explanation in parentheses, like Cascade is one.
Right.
Cascade, it doesn't always explain what Cascade is, but when it does explain what Cascade is, it's in the parentheses.
That's interesting. I don't think I have a single Exalted. I'm curious now. I don't know if I have a single Exalted card that does not
explain.
say what Exalted does. Okay. That's fascinating.
So what I'm gonna do, I just finished my attack phase. In my second main phase, I'm gonna tap these 2 and I'm gonna re-bring this out. And I'm gonna choose to gain 2 life with this feature because it says you have to choose one.
But wait, it wouldn't come out with a counter row, right? It comes out and then you have to wait a turn to get a counter. Right?
Is that how that works? That might be accurate.
You draw. Wait, so at the as the saga enters, after your draw step at a lore. Yeah, so it wouldn't be until your next draw phase that you get to finally add the counter.
Okay, then I will stand by until then.
Yeah, because that would make that card way too powerful if it had haste. Because that's basically saying that ability has haste.
It would happen
come
like the
out
second
and then
it comes
immediately be able to do it. That would have haste. So I would say that you get to use it immediately after your draw phase, which is such a.
Are you frozen again? I think you might be frozen again.
Wait, it comes on with the counter? Why? This is what I don't understand. It should say that then, because it just says that as this saga enters. And after your draw step at a lore counter, so it's not.
So as it enters and after.
But you haven't done the draw step, like because you entered it after. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it's both things need to be true, but of course if it's your turn, you've already passed the draw. Like you know what I mean? Like that's the kind of shit that doesn't make sense to me.
So theoretically, if that was the first card that I played during the turn, like I just finished my untap upkeep and then I played this card, would it have a counter? From your perspective?
That's what I'm saying is because how I read that is it comes out and then after your next draw phase. So 2 things have to happen. But if your draw phase has already happened and then you pull it out, I don't see that as the draw phase is already, you know what I mean? Like
sure.
Can't, that it's telling me that it's counting while it's in your hand what's happening on the table.
I thought it was like an or. It's like first you get a counter when you play it and then you get a counter after every draw phase. That's how I initially read it. So like when you first play it, you'll get a counter. And then when you, after every draw phase after that, you increase the counter.
As the saga enters and after you draw at a lore counter.
Because if it was and, then I would add 2 lore counters. Because it would be as it enters, because otherwise as it enters wouldn't get any lore counters.
I guess you could read that as it enters, it gets 1, and after every one, it gets 1. But it still wouldn't have haste, though. So even if you had a counter on it, it still wouldn't be able to be activated right away.
I feel like haste only applies to creatures, though, right?
I thought any card that you pull out can't automatically be used.
Like your lands you can pull those out and immediately use
lands
them.
can be used, but I mean, I don't think, can you just do any spell that doesn't have, because it doesn't have like, again, this is why this is like so weird, because it doesn't have an instant, it doesn't have any indication that you can use it immediately.
What's that one card that's like a mana dork?
Well, it is an enchantment, so maybe an enchantment can be used immediately.
I feel like most cards, well, I don't know about most cards, but like sorceries, the second they come out, they work.
Right.
Instants, the second they come out, they work. I feel like it's just creatures that can't specifically attack. Like you can even use activated abilities on creatures right after you summon them. It's just, well, no, maybe you can't. Haste only applies to creatures.
It's so long since I've played Magic. Like actually,
Right.
like. So it is an enchantment. Interesting. But that's the thing. Is like with these abilities. Which one is this? This is. Enchantment Sagas. Sagas are also brand new. To
They
me,
are
too.
fairly new. I will say that. Like
Completely new to me.
I don't think I had heard of sagas prior to, honestly, Kamigawa, the Kamigawa set. That was one of the first introductions to them I had ever had.
Okay, so it does come onto the battlefield with a counter. Okay, so you do get a counter as soon as you pull it. I can't see if you can. I mean, it is an enchantment, so it doesn't have summoning sickness. So as a saga without the read ahead ability enters the battlefield, its controller puts a lore counter on it. As a saga with the read ahead ability enters the battlefield, its controller chooses a number from 1 to that saga's final chapter number. Okay, so it will start always at number 1, and then it will go up 1 from there. So part of it being coming onto the battlefield is it will gain a counter. So the question is, can it be played immediately?
What do you mean by immediately?
Like what you were just trying to do, like go on the battlefield and then immediately.
Oh, like the enter the battlefield effect?
Yeah. Does it have?
Does it get its thing when it enters the battlefield?
Well, because it gets the counter. It's just I want to see like how it handles, because you put it down and then immediately wanted to use the chapter, right? Because that was the idea.
Right. Yeah.
And then you were immediately using it. I wanted to see. Okay, so you will get chapter 1 right as you play it. Oh, hey, look. The mechanics of this particular spell.
Oh, that specific card?
Or just the sagas in general, but from,
gotcha.
wizards themselves.
Nice.
So every saga has 3 chapters. Blah, 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 blah. One abilities, discard your hand. Interesting. Which one was this called? Okay. I think I'm gonna find this one. All right, so yeah, no, it can be used because it's not a creature, so it doesn't technically have the summoning sickness, so it can technically be used. That's so crazy. All right. They got some weird shit in these new rules. I gotta brighten our stream up a little bit.
Darkness. All right.
That opened you up a bit.
And then I'm gonna put this.
Here we go. Let's lighten up the stream.
Oh, there it is. That looks clean.
That's a little bit. Okay, so you pull it out, you put a counter, and then you use the counter. Yeah.
Yes.
So what are you doing
I'm just
with it?
gaining 2 life, so I just added a little 2 counter.
Okay, so my turn then. So you actually tap that though, right? To use the or
I don't know if you tap it. I just think you can only use that ability once the counter flips. Like once
you don't actually use it, you just get to you get that unlimitedly.
It's once per turn. So like,
but I'm saying is like so. You can just do that every single turn as it counts up instead of actually utilizing it, right? So it's not like you use it and then it goes away. You get to use this ability indefinitely.
Yeah. So not indefinitely. So I use it when I initially put it out. The next time it flips to a number 2,
but
I get to activate that same ability again.
But it doesn't go down. It just keeps counting?
It keeps counting up, and then when it hits the 3rd ability, I don't get to use that. It automatically flips.
Right, but you still get to keep using it? Like you just get to keep indefinitely using it?
No. After I can use it twice. Period.
But then on the 3rd one, you get to use it again however many times.
No, on the 3rd one, it flips and becomes a creature instead.
Interesting.
On the 3rd one, it flips. You get to use it twice before it becomes a creature, and then it stays a creature, and then those abilities aren't.
That's so different than how, again, I'm so like outdated. I mean, I haven't played this game in like over 10 years, but it's like,
for sure.
Again, no other card would ever let you continuously use it as it got more powerful. It's like you wait for it to get more powerful and then use it, or you use it and then lose its power up. Like I've never known of a card.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Because most cards, it's like you can use it at any point as it's leveling up, but the whole point is to be
when you use it,
it's
it's gone. Yeah.
That's so weird that just gets more powerful, and you just essentially just get to like.
When you look through my my Prosper deck, it's got some wild cards in there,
crazy.
Like wild cards.
Like I said, like it's just. I know the game has evolved, but like there are just some things where I'm just like, why does that make sense? Like, it doesn't make any sense to have a card that just gets more powerful and is never.
There are some what I would call infinite combos that actually make me go insane. So it's your turn, by the way. Yeah.
This game is just like I said. This game has changed so much over the years. I'm just doing shit pulls right now, though. Interesting. You don't have a deck. You don't have a discard right now.
Not yet, but I also have no blockers because most of my guys are tapped.
Yeah, this is. I should have done a whole. I should have just done a reset shuffle. This is a bad start. It's gonna be a pass for me.
No land. Okay. Alrighty. Tap. Upkeep. Going to throw down another Island.
Tell me, if I had land, this game would be different.
I am going to swing at you for just 2.
That's a 2/2 right now.
That's a 2/2 right now.
I'll take the 2 for now. That it?
That's gonna be it, Pastor. Ooh. Okay.
Oh, I have too many cards in my hand.
Well, at least you can wait till the end of your turn to.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't have. Yeah, for some reason I thought I was carrying 1 extra from the last round. Well, I guess I'll just put a Duty Bound Dead. It is a 0/2 creature with Exalted and Regenerate.
Oh.
So I can pay 4 and regenerate this creature, remove all damage from it, and remove it from combat.
Oh. Oh, interesting.
So that'll be me for right now.
Okay.
This is not a early game. I remember. I'm starting to remember this is not an early game deck.
Oh, okay.
This is a mid game.
Fair enough. So because this hits Saga 3 now, it swaps to a creature. I untap this. It is not a ninja or a rogue, so it does not get a +1/+1. And I will draw. I'll throw down another swamp. And then don't have much. God bless America. I am going to. So I don't know how this works. It might be cards from your hand, but it also might be cards from. It might be cards from your hand, but it also might be cards from the field. Python might have to help me out on this one. But it's called Kato's Pursuit.
Target player discards 2 cards that would be from my hand.
Okay.
Ninja rogues you control gain menace until the end of the turn.
Which means you need at least 2 blockers to block them.
Gotcha. So how many cards are at the discard?
Just 2. And so I'm going to. What does that cost? 2 and a 2 and a black. And I'm gonna swing.
How many cards? 2? You said
Just 2. Yes.
Ooh, actually, that means that I can.
That's the cool thing about black decks that I actually really wanted to create a really good black deck is a lot of the times they can play cards from their graveyard and they can do like a lot of what's called recursion. Like that one's got regenerate and stuff like that. I love that mechanic, like being able to play stuff because then you're not just reliant on cards from your upcoming deck.
Yeah.
So I will swing at you for 4.
Mine?
Yes, to you, good sir. And that is in my graveyard now.
Great cards. I just don't have fucking mana for this shit right now.
Dude, that's why I almost only ever play decks with like really low mana cost cards. It's so hard for me when I got like a 6-drop card.
But the problem is like with that, it really hurts you late game. If you survive,
it very much does. It very much does. Unless I can like do a lot with those little cards out the gate, it really stifles your potential.
Okay, so I'm gonna spend 1. Vile Rebirth, exile a target creature. I'm going to exile my Liliana's Shade out of the deck. I get a 2/2 black zombie on the battlefield.
Oh, is that how that works?
Yeah.
Oh, wild. Okay.
And that's a 2/2.
Wild.
So that will be a 2/4. So I will send a 2/4 your direction.
2/4.
Because I have exalted on 2 of these, so it gets a +2/+2, so it is a 2/4.
Wild.
Actually, I have 2 exalted, so I need to put my exalted counter on 2.
I will eat those 2.
Kind of figured you would.
Okay. Cool beans. Pass turn?
Yeah.
All right. Tap. And draw.
I like how
Goodness gracious.
Python's giving me advice on a 15-year-old deck. As if I put a lot of recent thought into this deck and know what I'm doing.
It is what it is. We gotta play with what we got, right?
This deck used to again. It's one of those things where it's like this is probably just a bad shuffle because I know this deck and I know what it can do.
I'm about to say this,
but I've also had decks that I literally planned everything to be 2 mana or less and still got fucked on mana. Like literally 40 mana and everything costs 2 mana or less, and I've still gotten fucked on games where I'm just like I get annihilated before I get my stack out.
Sure. All right, let me swing with just this guy.
Just for 2?
Just for 2.
It's not gonna help me. I'm probably gonna lose this game because my fucking draw sucks. Yeah. Dude, my fucking draw sucks. There's nothing I can do without mana right now.
I've got all this land, but I have nothing to play with the land.
And that's the other thing too. You could just sit there and stack up. I've done that before, where all I have is fucking land. All right. Well, I'm gonna pull out
Python
another.
says that, but Python's just all about mana drop. He's about it's so wild. It's so wild.
Dude, I've had decks where I've had a 60 card deck where I've only had 20 mana, and I've whooped ass with it.
Really? So crazy.
Artifacts, my dude. It's an artifact deck. Most zeros and ones. It's so fucking great.
That's so wild. That is so wild.
Right, so my exalted counter is up to 3. So I'm gonna attack with a 5/5.
5/5. Ooh.
I love the fact that the creature attacking doesn't have to have exalted because it says any creature, creature attacks.
Yeah.
So I love the fact that it's a push, not a pull.
Yeah. All right, I'll take myself down to 17 then. I'm gonna eat that.
This is the very slow burn of exalted. Like I said, it's a mid game. Once you get some shit out, because I've had a deck where I've had 7 creatures out, you couldn't fucking touch me. But one creature would just sit there and tag you for 10 points. And I'm just sitting there try to attack me.
So wild.
It's great when you get him out. But like you saw, I'm already in the danger zone of 8 life. You're only at 17. But now with 3 exalted, I'm gonna start becoming a challenge.
Yep. That's it for you?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. God bless. All right. Cool beans. I did not when you said I'm gonna attack you for 5. I'm like, where do you get a 5 with your exalted? I'm like, all right, bet.
Dude, the exalted is where it's at, man. But you have to trust the system. It's one of those things where I have to sit here and just take your damage and hope that I can build my exalted. But now I can start questioning whether or not I want to block you. You know what I mean? Now I can actually start to have that idea of being able to defend myself.
For sure. I dropped that way too soon. I should have waited.
I like hearing that.
It's fine though. It's totally fine. Cool beans. So I will. God bless America. I'm gonna swing at you for 2, but this is flying.
Oh, it's flying. Okay.
But before damage, I'm going to. So it says it costs 1 less. Because it's the 1, and because this requires
uncolored.
It's the uncolored, and this one doesn't have any uncolored, so I still have to pay both.
That's what I would read that as.
But it's another one of these, so it does get the +1/+1, and now this one also gets
because it's a ninja.
Yes,
because they're both now giving each other.
Yes, they both
others that they get. Right?
Correct. And so now that'll be 3 instead of 2.
Fine.
Yes. God damn it. God bless America.
That's not part of it. I'm casting Duress. Target opponent reveals his or her hand. Choose a non-creature, non-land card, and that card is discarded. So I basically get to look at your hand and discard a non-land, non-creature card of my choice. So
Okay. So you just get a look at my hand? All right.
Yeah.
That's fine. There's literally only one card for you to choose from.
I mean, that's fine. What am I getting rid of? Disruptive Protocol.
It's a counter
As an
spell.
additional cost to cast the spell, tap an untapped artifact you control, or pay an extra one.
I don't
Counter
have any
target spell.
artifacts, so
I'll take that. I'll take a counter spell.
Yep.
I'm fine.
I was gonna use it on that card, but it was just gonna cost me mana to do the same thing. I was gonna discard it.
And I'll take you for 5.
I'm gonna eat it.
I mean, dude, you literally are like one attack away. Like you probably got one attack on me.
Yeah, but you'll block me.
I can if you're flying.
I don't have any more flying. The flying went back to my hand.
All right. Well, maybe.
What is it, 12 now?
Dude, I got such good. You have no idea. If I had one fucking mana,
Bro,
you have no
I
idea.
can't tell you how many times I've been in that exact state. I needed like 1 or 2 more
Dude,
mana.
you have no fucking
and
idea
now
what I
got stupid
have.
mana and nothing to do with it. So pass turn, yeah. Unless you're doing more.
No. Yeah, go.
Okay. So I am going to.
Like you could probably take me out right now because you have 3, 6, 7, 8. You have 8 damage, and I could technically. Well, I guess I could block it all, but I would sacrifice all of my guys for it. I'd literally have to sacrifice everybody, which fucking sucks.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I am going to drop this guy for 1 blue. He's flying, but he's got summoning sickness, so I can't attack him. But I get to tap target permanent, and I'm going to tap this guy.
Are you taking?
I'm gonna tap this guy, so he's just tapped, and you just can't block with him.
Yeah.
So now I am going to.
This might be the end.
I'm gonna swing at you for these with these 3.
Well, I have to sacrifice these 2 to take away the 3, so I'm only gonna take 2 damage.
Well, who are you blocking?
These 2.
So what I'm gonna do is. So both of those 3, because neither of those have trample.
Yeah.
But I'm going to ninjutsu this guy. So what's gonna happen is I'm gonna pay 2 blue to swap, put this guy back in my hand and bring him out, tapped and attacking. And now that I bring him out from my hand, I get to create a copy of another card from the field, and I will do this card.
Will it not have summoning sickness?
It will.
Because that's the thing, is even if it makes a copy,
Another
does that copy
target.
allow to automatically attack?
That's a copy of another target. Another target attacking creature. The token enters the battlefield tapped and attacking.
Okay.
So yeah, the copy.
So how much damage are you gonna do? So that's gonna be still 3, but it's not gonna. Well, these 2 are gonna be dead though, right? Because
They won't be dead because they both have 3.
Oh yeah, they
both have
won't.
a plus
They
1,
won't be
plus
dead.
1.
So then he's gonna give him. So it's gonna be 4 damage. Then. It's gonna be down to 1.
So I'm just gonna put this out here as the copy.
Yeah. So I'm gonna be at 4 damage.
But it's a copy of one of these guys. So all.
Why not just get rid of? Well,
So he's gonna have a +2. He's gonna have a +2, and he's also gonna have a +2.
yeah.
And he will have a +3 because of all of those. So you're only taking damage from these guys. So that's
It
a.
doesn't matter.
Is that
It's yeah. You win.
okay?
Yeah. Okay. So I did not get the mana.
The
that
mana
I
drop you
needed. I
needed.
really needed more. Dude, look at this. So, like, 1 more mana, and I had these 2 guys ready to
Let me
fucking
see.
go
Destroys. Yeah.
instantly.
Because I have no way of getting this stuff back from the graveyard. Like
Instantly
if it
could've helped.
dies, it's gone.
This one for 3 more mana. For 3 mana, creatures your opponent controls get a -1/-1. That could have helped once you got your buffs off.
Oh yeah.
I also had my giant scorpion, which is death touch. So it's a 0. It's a 1/3, or it's a 1/3, but it's death touch.
Yeah. So
So as
anything
long
that
as-
it blocks, it dies.
So with exalted,
That's stupid. That would be.
It literally kills everything that blocks it. And then for 4 mana, if I just would have gotten up to 4 mana, I could have literally taken out all of your
creatures
people.
get -1 until end of
-1
turn for
minus
each swamp.
I could have killed your entire fucking
100%,
line.
100%.
Like you see, like if I get the mana, this deck is devastating. But if I don't get it, I'm just a sitting duck. I probably should have just taken them all again at the beginning. You know what I mean?
That's the thing. If I don't get at least 2 to 3 mana at the gate, like I
don't mind that though, because I've designed several of my decks to
be that way,
to be a low mana start. But that's the thing is like, you know, you never know if you're dealing with someone who has an early game deck, a mid game deck, or a late game deck, right? Because you can say mana, 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 mana all day long, but that means that you're going to make an early game deck. If someone has a late game deck and you don't kill them quick enough, you're fucked.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
If they get a good base.
It doesn't matter how many 2/2s you have out there. If all of their guys are 6/6s, it doesn't fucking matter.
I'm telling you, some of Python's decks that I've played against are so brutal. He just holds his deck until round like 5 or 6, and then it's game over.
Well, and that's what happened like with blue decks. You can get that a lot with blue decks. They're cheap decks. You can get a lot of counter spells, but again, they're quick acting, but they're not long lasting. You know what I mean? Like if you can outlast them, they get fucked. So it's like that's why I like this deck is it doesn't bode great every game, but I don't think there's any deck that can master every game.
Fair enough.
I'm happy.
Every deck's got some sort of counter to it.
Yeah, I would love to play against. Well, let's see. What are we at? How many more games do we want to play? So this way, we've gone through everything. We can just play Magic for the rest of the day.
Sure, unless you want to actually mess with any of your cards.
Yeah. I mean, I want to just play more. I want to play all of my decks, but I want to give this one
a fair chance, a fair shake.
Hello?
Do you want to come back to it, or do you want to do it again right now?
Wait a second. Hold on.
Because sadly, I only have the one.
I gotta check something.
Unless maybe let me check my other deck box. I might have another 60. We'll see.
Why do I have this card in here? Do I seriously? Something's wrong here. This is weird. Hold on, I gotta look for a certain land. Because this deck may be broken by accident. These are all swamps. We can also use one of my decks to, you know, play with if you're interested. So wow. What was I thinking? So this is my mono black deck, right? This here is my mono black deck. So explain to me why I thought it was a good idea to put these 2 cards in there. I have a mono black deck with 1 island and 1 blue card called Index. For the 1 island that I have, I can look at the top 5 cards of my library and put them back in any order. Why did I think that was a good idea for my mono black deck?
Wild. Absolutely wild.
Like
That's crazy.
I don't even understand why I thought at that time this tiny little alteration was ever gonna matter. Like the likelihood I would pull those 2 cards in the same hand.
Or in the same match.
Jesus.
Unless you have a card that lets you search through your library for something.
Oh, maybe. Maybe. It probably made sense when I was making the deck. I'm sure there's a combo that I was like thinking of. You know what? If I did mono black, let me do mono white this time.
Yeah, this is definitely not.
All right. Let me try my mono white. Let me try my lifeline.
See, that was the proxy deck. So for Python, he had an event that he was doing. I think it was for his birthday, possibly. But we played a game where you could basically do a proxy deck. Just pick any card from the game that you want to and put it together and see how well it plays.
Right.
And I found that, and I created this mono white deck that was pretty beautiful from my perspective. I don't remember if I actually ever won with it. That's up to you. Yeah, that's definitely you. I don't remember if I actually ever won with it, but it was a lot of fun to play. It was definitely a lot of fun to play. Wild, absolutely wild. As much as I love the majority of the cards in that deck, there is no way I can keep that hand.
I can work with this.
Is your mono white?
I'm
I'm frightened of white. After I played one time on, like, there's this app that I played with Magic the Gathering, and I got smoked by a white deck. They were just got life on life on life on life. They had like 200 life by the time the match was over, and I was just getting stomped. And I was like, how in the Everdumb? This is so frightening. But it was fun. Let's see how we do. 6, 7. That's better enough, I suppose. Oh, I forgot to do that. Oh, fair. Alrighty then. To you first, good sir.
Gonna do a land and Warclient Mastiff. 1/1
First
creature.
strike.
1/1 creature with first strike. This creature deals combat damage before creatures without first strike.
Correct.
So if you are a 1/1, I would kill you, and I wouldn't take any damage over it.
Correct. Correct.
And that's my turn.
Ooh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Cool beans. Well, I'm going to draw. And
First strike and exalted would be such a deadly combo. Well, no, it's only when you're attacking, so defending wouldn't matter. But I mean, still, it would matter.
Yeah.
It still would matter if the person's defending, but first strike is devastating.
Drop an island and pass turn.
All right, so drop a plane, and tap 1, and I'm gonna do another Mastiff and attack for 1.
Horse. I'm gonna eat the 1. Pass turn. All right. I'm going to draw. Rude. I'm gonna gain 1 life back. Hooray! But it enters the battlefield tapped. I'm gonna tap the other one, and I am going to.
Wait, what is this?
Drop that guy. My thousand face shadow.
Oh, what does this one do?
It's the same one from last game.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just a little flyer,
Flying.
but it's got ninjutsu.
If
as well.
it enters the battlefield from your hand, if it's when this enters the battlefield from your hand, if it's attacking, create a token that's a copy of another target attacking creature. The token enters the battlefield tapped and attacking.
That was the one that I played at the very end of the last game that gave me the copy of the other ninja cards. So
what does it mean by when it enters the battlefield if it's attacking? Like if it's another one's attacking?
No, so if I ninjutsu this card in, because you can only ninjutsu a card in when it's tapped and attacking.
Got you. Okay, that's such a weird way of saying things.
I know. The wording is wild.
Is it mine?
Yeah, all you.
All right, so I'm untapping everything, putting down the third land. All right, 3 lands. That's a creature. Oh, perfect. Tapping all 3 lands. Guardians of Akrasa. Akrasa. It's a creature, human soldier, defender. This creature can't attack. Exalted. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, that creature gets a +1/+1 until end of turn. And so I'm going to attack for 2/2.
I'm gonna eat it. Eat it. Eat it.
Eat it. Just eat it.
All right. To me then.
Wants to eat it. It is to you.
Let's go. Wow. Why do I have?
As you can see, this deck is a lot different than the last one.
Yeah. Yep.
And I haven't gotten to the healing
I'm
part.
gonna drop an Island.
I ended the game with 48 health points.
Okay. So I am going to tap 3, drop my Planeswalker.
Ooh, we have a Planeswalker.
Indeed.
What a Planeswalker we got?
Starts with a 3 counter on it.
Kyoto, the beginning of your turn end step, if they enter your battlefield on this turn, he phases out. If you get a +1, draw a card, then discard a card unless you attack this turn. -2, create a 1/1 blue ninja token. With it, this creature can't be blocked. Or spend 7 if you get an emblem with whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, search your library for a blue-black creature card, put it into the battlefield, then shuffle.
At the beginning of your end step, Kato enter. Beginning, if you're entered the battlefield this turn, he phases out. Got it. So
What does phase out?
that's what I want to know. Python, if you can help clarify, what does phase out mean?
It says at the beginning of your end step.
So like when I choose to end my turn, that'll be my end step.
If Kato entered the battlefield this turn, he phases out. So does that just mean you can't use him this turn?
I think it just means maybe he goes into temporary exile and then comes back.
Like you can't attack him or something?
I think so. I think it just
Because when the Planeswalker is out, you can attack the Planeswalker directly
instead of the player.
or the player. So maybe the phase out is when you bring him out on that turn, I can't attack him directly immediately.
Correct. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Says and can't be affected by any kind of ability.
Okay, yeah. So basically, I can't immediately attack him.
Okay. So does that mean that when he comes back into the battlefield the next turn, is that him entering the battlefield and will he phase out again? Like
No.
infinitely,
This
or
is him entering the battlefield is when you bring his card out.
Okay.
After now, he's part of the battlefield. So right now, I can't focus on him. But after this turn, once it's your turn again, I can start tackling him.
Got it.
I just can't do it right now. So right now on my turn, I cannot attack him directly.
So I am going to drop. I'm going to add the +1 on here, and I'm going to draw an extra card.
And how does that work again? So it's like,
I think you can do one of his activated abilities once per turn.
how do you? Oh, because he starts with 3, and
He
every
starts with
turn
3.
he gains 1.
Correct. Well, not every turn. Only if you use the +1 ability. Currently I'm going to use this +1 ability, so he gets a +1.
Can you use the +1 the same turn he comes out, or does he also have summoning sickness?
I'm pretty sure he can.
I thought
because he doesn't
Planeswalkers-
actually get to attack.
But I thought Planeswalkers were still considered creatures. Maybe I'm confused. I thought Planeswalkers were still considered creatures for the terms of summoning sickness only.
I believe they're considered players.
He can't. Okay.
Okay.
So, okay.
Okay. So
he comes out, you activate his +1,
yes,
but he's going to phase out, so I can't attack.
you can't attack him this turn only. And I'll have to discard a card, but unless I attack, which I will.
What's his +1?
His +1 just allows me to draw a card, which is what I just did.
So, add +1, draw a card, then discard a card unless you attack. Got you. And then you're going to be attacking.
So I'm going to attack with my flying creature.
But he's flying,
1/1.
and I can't do anything about the flying, so I'm going to take the 1.
Okay.
Because I don't have any flying creatures.
Fair enough.
Gotcha.
All right. Pass turn, good sir. He's going to phase out. I don't know where I'm going to put him for
Just
phasing
over
out,
there.
but-
I just know that I can't touch him this
Sure.
round. All right, we get a 4th plane. Now we get to do some damage.
You got land for days over there. Like me last turn, except you actually have cards to use it. Whereas I don't.
Ooh, perfect. I like this. So your plane's out of commission for right now, correct?
My what?
Your Planeswalker
is out of commission, correct. The way he made it sound is you can't target him with...
No, he's out. Are Planeswalkers considered creatures, or are they considered players?
They're considered players, as far as I understand.
Gotcha. Okay.
So anything that would say player, you can effectively use a planeswalker for as well.
Gotcha. So I'm gonna tap all 4, and I am gonna bring out Healer of the Pride. This is a cat cleric creature. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 2 life.
Whenever another creature
enters under my control. So from here on out, every creature I summon will give me 2 life.
Wild. All right, bet.
And I will attack for 5. Or sorry, hold on. For 2. Because I have 1 exalted.
Oh, so this has exalted too.
This has exalted. So this is a 2/2. So I'm attacking you for a 2/2.
I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna eat it. Down to 16.
Yeah. And that's my turn.
Okay.
This actually, like, this Martinelli is a combination. It's actually
right. It's not bad. It's not bad. I've been sipping on this sucker. It's not bad at all. Okay, so we're gonna untap, upkeep, and draw.
I have to keep fucking with my cameras. Oh, we're both frozen at this point. Oh no, you're frozen. You're not frozen. I'm just frozen.
Oh, that's just me looking at my card.
Yeah, you were just looking up. God, I love how dark it's getting in here. They had that. I keep having to fuck with the exposure because like your background's getting so dark.
Oh, that's wild.
It's cool though. I like this. I've been having fun with this particular stream.
All right, so
I want to do more in a tavern like this.
I'm gonna drop my planes. I'm gonna say you lose 1 life. Good
Hold
sir.
on. You can't just drop it and just say things. You gotta read it.
My apologies.
All right, Piranha Marsh. Piranha Marsh enters the battlefield tapped. When Piranha Marsh enters the battlefield, target player loses 1 life. If you tap it, you add a swamp to your mana pool. I will lose the 1 life because there's nothing I can do about it.
All right, so that means I have 3 open mana. The question is, how do I want to play this? All right, so we are going to tap these 3, and we're gonna bring out this young dude, Satoru. Basically says, whenever you activate a ninjutsu ability, you look at the top 3 cards of your library and put 1 of them into your hand and the rest of them on the bottom of your library in any order. This ability triggers once each turn. So if I do multiple ninjutsus in a turn, it only activates 1 time.
That's still crazy.
But it says every card in my hand now has ninjutsu. For a large cost, it's at least 4. But every card in my hand,
each creature card is
yes.
considered ninjutsu for a
2 blue and
an island. No, an island, a swamp, and 2 colorless.
Yes.
And you have at least an island in the swamp, so
yes,
you can do it.
Although I'm tapped out right now.
Yeah, you're tapped out right now.
Not right.
Okay, so these 2, and then he's back.
And yeah, he's back on the field. And I'm going to do, where are you? I'm going to drop 2 and I'm going to bust out.
Because what does that do?
I bring out a ninja token.
Create a 1/1 blue ninja creature token with this creature can't be blocked.
Yes. I know I have one. I have at least 1. Is this, there you are.
Ninja token.
Yes. And then I am going to swing for 1.
For 1? Flying?
1 flying.
And I can't do anything about flying, so I'll take the 1.
And I will pass.
At least you're not doing the ninjutsu every time you attack me this time. Like that's the big difference.
I can't.
But that was the big difference last game. Is every time you attacked me, you were like, "Nah, fuck it, I'm gonna add more." It's
Let's do another one. Let's do another one.
All right. What do I got? Do you have a 1/1 and a 2/4?
I have a 2/4, a 1/1, and another one.
All right. Well, I'm gonna attack for. So I'll attack for a 2/3.
A 2/3.
Attack for 2/3.
Okay, 16 and 14. I'm eating it.
Yeah. That's my turn.
That's turn. All right. Untap. Upkeep and draw one. Goodness, I really need some more lands up in here.
Yeah, you're dealing with what I was dealing. Well, I mean, you still have plenty of land. I had two land.
Yes,
I had 2 land the entire last game.
That's fair.
Come on now.
I want to be able to do more than one thing in my turn.
I wanted to be able to do anything last game. Okay, that deck deserved to be shown off, and I couldn't show it off.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I don't know if I tried it with the rock, but it's actually really nice. The apple.
I don't remember which one I tried.
I think you did.
I did the green label. Yeah.
Which I'm curious how it tastes because I don't know how the green label tastes.
It was nice. It was nice. Let me kill what I have, and then I'll grab another.
I'll give it a try. It's a chill little stream. I like this. I wish we had a better setup so you guys can actually see the cards. Like maybe if we had a full top-down one, but I got a question for chat. If anybody is a drinker in chat, why do people like bitters? It's fucking disgusting. Who wants nasty, bitter, fucking acrid flavor in their cocktails? I'm just saying. If you like bitters, explain it to me. You need spell table. What is spell table?
That's what I was curious. I feel like that's like an online platform to play Magic the Gathering.
Like, I love playing this game. This game is such a fun tactical game. I don't take it seriously enough because there's no benefit to really winning outside of just feeling good. But there are some people who take it so serious. It's like, bro, go play for money if you're playing that serious. Like, I just don't get it.
I'm going to use my +1 ability to draw an extra card, and I'm going to drop another land. It's the same one as these. So basically, I get to give myself 1 life, but it enters tap.
Gotcha.
And then I'm going to go. I'm going to. What is that speed? God bless America. You know what? I'm gonna wait. We're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see what happens on that front. So I'm going to swing flying for a 1.
I can't block it, so I'm gonna take it.
But this time, since I have some open
Shock and
mana,
awe, chat. He has something he's gonna do because I'm not blocking. Shock and awe.
Mana. So I'm actually going to swap
I'm
this
shocked
out
that he's going to swap it out. It's almost as if he has an ability that lets him do that.
Prowler. This guy, when he enters the battlefield, target creature you can control gains death touch and lifelink. And I believe I can use it on itself. So I want to give him death touch and lifelink.
See, that's always one of those weird rules because when it says target creature you control, yes, you control this creature, but I've never assumed, like, I've always looked at it as you can't target yourself, right?
I will say other card specifically said other creatures. So I feel like when that terminology is added, then it has to be a creature other than yourself. But if it doesn't say other creatures, that was at least my understanding.
So, I mean, Python seems to be much more up to the normal, the standard rules. I don't know that one because I've never known a card be able to act upon itself unless it specifically said so. So when I read that, when this card enters, target creature you control, I'm assuming I read that as another target creature, but I don't know how Magic the Gathering rules things. I was actually spoiled when I first got into Magic the Gathering because the person that got me in was an actual judge. Like, they were referee for Magic the Gathering, like actual tournaments. So it was easy because when I played with them, they knew the official rules, like of actual Magic. But that's, again, 10 years ago. You got to remember, like the last time I played was 2014.
Yeah.
Like, seriously. So, so Python, this card right here, Nezumi Prowler. It says, when Nezumi Prowler enters the battlefield, target creature you control gains Death Touch and Lifelink until end of turn. Is that something that it can apply to itself, or must it be a different creature? Because it has ninjutsu, it's coming out tapped and attacking, and Kage is suggesting that when it comes out, it can give a creature you control Death Touch and Lifelink, but he wants to apply it to itself. So because it comes out tapped and attacking, because of ninjutsu, does this also give itself Lifelink and Death Touch, or is that only to other creatures? I read that as another creature, not itself. Like, for some reason, to me, the idea that this affects another creature you control, it doesn't say another creature, but it is very weird. So it is legal to target itself, according to what you say. So it does say because it does say target creature you can control. I've just always assumed that target creature means other than self, because it's a target, right? Because
you're targeting it, and it's theoretically weird to target yourself.
So it does need to say another creature if it can't target itself. Okay, so it can target itself.
Okay. Then that will be +3 to me. So 5.
Wait, so that's attacking, right?
That's a tapped and attacking.
But it's not flying?
It's not flying, but you already said there's no blockers, because the original one that I had sent at you was a flyer. And you said,
because ninjutsu only works when you don't have a block.
So this happens after your declared blocker phase.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. So how much it just takes?
It's
3?
just 3. Yeah.
Gotcha.
What is?
That's why I don't like this ruling, though, because again, it literally puts the person unequipped to be like, it literally puts your opponent unequipped to be able to do anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, nothing about this allows me to plan absolutely anything about this deck, and I don't like that, because every other aspect of Magic the Gathering is about a collaboration. I know what you can do, you know what I can do.
Sure.
This literally, like, this concept that you can just, after my decision, change the outcome is why I don't like it. Because it's literally like, oh,
I know what you mean.
You thought you knew what was going to happen, but because you said those words, I'm going to change what I'm doing. Because again, it's basically saying, I'm going to attack you. Oh, you're going to block? Well, I don't want to attack you anymore. That's not how the game works. If I say I'm going to attack and you say you're going to block, I can't suddenly be like, oh, well, I don't want to attack you if you're going to block me. But that's kind of, in a sense, what your deck is doing. Your deck is like, this is what I'm doing. And then I'm like, well, this is what I'm going to do. And then you're like, no, that's not what I'm doing anymore. And then it's like, but I'm not allowed to change what, you know what I mean? I get that it's a valid, I'm not saying that it's not a valid ability.
Right.
But from the point of view of a balanced game, that kind of makes this a shit game, because who wants to play against that deck? Like, honestly, if you made this deck perfect, who would ever want to play against you if they know that all the rules you set out don't apply? Because you could say, I'm doing this, but once I say what I'm doing, you could be like, I'm not doing that anymore. That's nowhere else in this game can someone go, oh, I don't like what you're going to do against me, so I'm going to change everything I'm doing.
I feel like the only difference is it's not saying I'm not doing it anymore. It is just saying, after I say I'm doing this based upon what you're doing, I'm adding something that I might not have done otherwise.
Exactly. But still,
it's the same concept.
It's still,
but yes,
it's still
I do get what you're saying.
Unlike any other mechanic to Magic the Gathering, because no other mechanic makes it to where my decisions as your opponent are useless. Like, it basically renders anything I do useless, because I'm not officially reacting to what you can do. I'm reacting to what you want me to think you're going to do, and then you just go, well, I'm going to do something different. It's not like you're doing something wrong. It's how the game works.
Sure.
But I don't think that whoever created this mechanic cared about the overall balance of the game. This literally sounds like someone who was just like, I have a cool idea and I don't care how it works. To be completely honest.
Fair enough.
And we've seen that in D&D. We've seen that in D&D where it sounds like somebody in Wizards of the Coast was like, I got an idea and I don't care if it works.
And to be honest,
I want it to work.
All of this stuff is Wizards of the Coast. Like D&D and it's all Wizards of the Coast.
And we've had plenty of opportunities to discuss why Wizards of the Coast doesn't understand balancing. So
So real quick, using this creature's ability, I'm gonna look at the top 3 cards in my deck and see what I want to add to my deck and what I want to get rid of.
The metagame has just changed dramatically. Yeah. Like I said, it's not how I foresee, like, it's not the way that this game was originally developed, and it's not, in a way, it's not what I find entertaining, because honestly, if I'm gonna put a bunch of effort into understanding the mechanics and the rules, but I have to be aware of every possible alteration of the main, like, again, this is one type of deck. Ninjutsu is just one aspect. But if I have to be able to know the core rules and be confident in those core rules, but also know that this type of a deck exists, and then have to not only apply the core rules, but then also build a deck that may just happen to come across this deck, that's not fun to me. You know what I mean? What your kind of deck tells me about this game is that your deck is great when other people know you're going to play it and have time to plan for it. But you bringing this deck to any random game where no one knows about it is unfair. But if I know about it, sure. If I know about it and have 20 hours, I could build a deck that goes against it. But that's not fun. It's not fun
building a deck specifically.
I don't want to build a deck against you. I want to build a deck that I can use against people.
I will say though, there are a lot of decks other than this deck that are like that in Magic. There are a lot of decks.
Even the people that I used to game with, their biggest thing was someone would build a great deck, and then everybody in the group would build a deck against that one. It's like, this isn't fun. I don't want to build a deck for one person just so when I beat them, they go and spend 10 hours figuring out how to beat my deck, so then they beat me, and then I go and spend 10 hours to beat their. I'm not like, if I was making money off of this shit, like if you and I were competitors and this was like a $10,000 game, fuck yes, I would spend 300 hours building a deck that beats yours. But this is a casual game. I don't want to sit here and think about every random rule in Magic the Gathering just to make a deck that might be able to beat you. I just want to have fun, and honestly, shit like this where it's like, unless I researched how your deck works, how am I supposed to guard against it? How can I have fun with a standard Magic the Gathering deck where you have a deck that literally changes the rules as we go? You know what I mean? I know it's not changing the rules like officially, but again, I can't react because I have no idea what's behind your cards. If you attack me for 1, I have to choose to give up a creature, or maybe you get attacked for 10. Because who knows what you have with ninjutsu? Like, it's just, there's not many rule sets in Magic the Gathering that I've seen that affect that much of your decision making.
Yeah.
To where I can't literally predict what you're gonna do. If I block you, but you don't have a ninjutsu card in your hand, but you have all of the mana, I could be screwing myself on action economy. I could have been better off taking the damage, but I don't, like, again, it's not fun to me when I literally have zero. I don't find it fun if I know every move you're gonna make and I can plan against it and always win. That's not fun either. But it's also not fun if I can literally do nothing to counter you before you do it. If all of my stuff has to be waiting after the fact, then it's also not fun, right?
Yeah.
I want a game that's give and take, not just reactionary. And this is that kind of like, this ninjutsu is more of that, unless I researched every potential card you have, there's no way there's no way you can build against this. You can't build unless all I had was shit tons of mana and fuck tons of counterspell cards. There's no real way I could actually properly plan against your deck, because I have to decide, when do you have a ninjutsu card, when do you have enough mana, and when do you have a situation worthy of, like, I have to build an entirely deck just for this
I will
mechanic.
say I've seen certain decks that like passively can protect against this type of play, but again, it's just if you're trying to build that kind of deck, and it's like, yes, you don't necessarily have to build it tailored to it, but it's what type of deck do you want to play? Like, and I find it interesting because every type of deck has a counter from my perspective. Every type of deck has another deck that's really, really good against it. And some decks have a lot fewer decks that are good against it.
Yeah.
Right. And so I feel like this is kind of one of those mentalities where there's a lot fewer decks that are good specifically against this deck.
It seems that like the older Magic the Gathering was more about everyone had a chance to build a cool deck for themselves, and it had a chance to stand up against others. It seems to me that the more I've learned about it more recently, it seems that it's more about you have to know what you're up against and less about creating a deck that's versatile. Because before,
I feel that
my decks were made, like my white deck was made specifically for how I'm going to play
what's
a game.
going to do to you rather than what you're going to.
I don't have to care about what deck you're playing against. Some decks will be great against, some decks it won't be good against. But it wasn't about me making a deck to plan for every deck I'm going to go against. It's I wanted to play this deck to get a certain result. But nowadays, it's more like I have to know what you're playing and have a deck specifically against the deck you're playing. And if you change decks, I have to change decks. That's not fun to me. I don't want 100 different decks and be like, oh, I want to play this deck today. Oh, you're playing that deck? Never mind. I'm going to play this. Oh, wait, you have that card? I got to play this deck instead. That's not fun because,
I get
you know what I mean? Like, that's not fun for me. That's not how I play games.
Fair enough.
We've been waiting.
Yeah. So at the end of my turn and after my attack, I'm gonna tap these last two and I'm gonna play this Saga.
Gotcha.
And
you're gonna get the one.
Pretty confident this is how it works. So it says I can choose one of these three. Target creature gets -1/-1 until the end of your turn. If I -1/-1
he'll
this,
die.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll die.
Okay.
So target creature gets -1/-1. You take him out. Okay. So my turn.
And now I pass turn. Yes.
All right, because there was nothing I could do against that. Yeah, it just says target creature gets -1/-1, and that will kill him outright. So my turn. I have 4. So that's good. Can't use that technically right now. That could be, oh, that could be good next round. So,
I wish you had a camera like right behind you as you were looking at these, so like the audio. Although it would be unfair if I could see it.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
If everybody else in the stream could see it except for me, that would be.
See, this is the problem. Like, I don't know. Like, I have no idea what to expect from your deck to know what's going to happen here.
I am out of mana. I will tell you that. I can't do anything right now.
No, I'm gonna have to. So tap in all 4. I'm gonna bring out Rock's Faithmender. It is a Rhino Monk creature, life link. So the damage I deal, I get back in life. If you would gain life, you gain twice that much life instead.
Ooh.
And he has a 1/5.
So theoretically, because you have this card, does that mean that 2 life that you gain from summoning
it says
him
if
doubles?
you would gain life, you gain twice that much. And this says whenever I have a creature on, whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 2. This one says if you were to gain life, you gain twice. So I gain 4 life.
Okay, you gain 4 life. God bless America.
Because yeah, it's not about him life link. It's all life I gain.
Yeah.
Gives me that. So now I'm back up to 19 to your 18.
All right.
Not great, but it's there.
Down here.
So he's out. He has summoning sickness. I have 1 aspect of Exalted. You have a 1/1, a 2/4.
And attachment.
So in that case, I will. No. Oh, wait, so I do have 1 thing of Exalted, so that would be a 3/4. Did I attack you with 2 or 3 before? No, I attacked you with 3 from him.
You haven't attacked me with him yet.
Oh no, that was right. That was the other one. So that would be a 3/4.
Neither of them would die because I don't.
That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Is
I'm
just trying to do all the math in my head, and I don't have anything that I can do because I have no mana. So there's no reason to attack you. So I'm gonna hold off. Okay. That's gonna be the end of my turn.
Keep them open. All right. Untap.
I'll be right back.
Upkeep.
Super crazy.
And draw. Alrighty then. Interesting. Ooh, I don't know if I want to do that, but I'm gonna take a look here and see what you do. Oh, okay. Cool. Is it worth it though? I feel like possibly. Ooh, no, it's too expensive. I don't even know why I have that card in my deck. That's too expensive. All right. So I'm gonna stand by until he returns. See, I should have done that. I should have done that last turn, y'all. I should have done this card last turn. I keep forgetting about Fortel. Am I frozen? I actually think we might both be frozen. It's just the deck out here that's still alive. That's fine. In that case, let me see. Oh, never mind. Expensive. I'm gonna wait.
All right, how you fucking me up this time?
All right, I'm gonna try to. We're gonna see what happens.
How you fucking me up?
First on my upkeep, I am going to drop this to a 2. I'm gonna do the same thing to that young man. And then I am going to. God bless America. We're gonna see how this works. I am going to drop the Soaring Sea Cliff, which is a land. It says enters the battlefield tapped, but when Soaring Sea Cliff enters the battlefield, target creature gains flying until end of turn. So I'm going to give this kind creature flying until end of turn.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to enter the battlefield tapped. Alrighty. We are going to. Okay, let's see what happens. I am going to. We're gonna go full send. I'm gonna swing with my ninja. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to drop 2 of these to add another ninja to the field. But that one has summoning sickness, so I'm only going to be able to swing with one of these ninjas. But this is not a counter. This is just saying that there's 2 ninja tokens there. Does that make sense? So with this card, I hit -2 to give another ninja token. So normally,
so in that case, what I would do is if you're gonna just use this as the token, I would just do that. That's
okay.
a 1/1.
So
it's easier for me to see that that's a 1/1 instead of that's 2 cards.
Got you. Okay.
Tokens on cards mean that card has a token.
That's totally fair.
That's just a 1/1, and you can even do like a like if you're not using that card, put it upside down and just put.
Okay, that's fair.
And that can just be we just know that's a 1/1.
Okay.
Easier for me to understand that than multiple cards.
So then I'm going to swing, and this one has flying. He only has the enter the battlefield effect of lifelink and all that stuff.
So 2 flying.
1 flying. This one just can't
he's
be
not
blocked.
flying.
He's not flying, but he cannot be blocked.
Okay, so I can't block either of those. So how much is that for 4?
So that's 1 and that's 3. So yeah,
that'll be for 4, and then he's also ground.
He's on ground, so you can theoretically block him with whatever you want to block him with, and you might. It's likely that neither of them will die, but he'll just do no damage.
No, so I'll block him here. So I'll just block him with that, and then I'll take the 4.
So in response, what I'm going to do is I am going to drop 1 of these and 1 of these, and I am going to return target non-land permanent to your hand. So I'm gonna stop that one from blocking him. Okay. But you get to keep it in your hand. He's not destroyed, but that goes to my graveyard. And then I am going to.
So that would be 6.
Yes, but then I'm going to use ninjutsu on this guy here.
Such an annoying fucking deck. Like literally, just the mechanic is so fucking like. What you're doing makes perfect sense. It's annoying because literally it just makes my gameplay useless. All of my tactics are rendered absolutely fucking useless by this deck, and it's no fun for the person to play. Like literally, what am I supposed to do? I literally can't make any tactical decisions because ninjutsu. Like ninjutsu ruins every tactical decision I could possibly make. Like that right there. Literally that, like, I should never defend. Defending is like the literal look, and it's actually a catch-22 because if I defend, you do shit like that. If I don't defend, you do shit like that. Like,
to be fair, this card that I swapped out, you couldn't block it anyways.
But it doesn't matter. And like to me, this literally renders all of like nothing I do matters in this game. It's literally I'm just waiting for you to decide what you're gonna do to me because I can't literally fight you. Nothing you do matters because you say one thing, but it's not that. Like, you say you're going to attack me with these 3 creatures, but you're not attacking me with those 3 creatures. You're attacking me with that creature and those 2. So literally, no matter what decision I make, it doesn't matter. You attack me with a 1/1, it's not a 1/1. You attack me with 3 creatures, it's only really 2, but there's a different creature. Like, that's why I don't like this mechanic. Not that you're using it wrong.
Sure.
But for someone trying to play this game and build a deck, every decision I make is basically be like, that's not the decision you're actually trying to make. So for me, there's no point in making a decision. I should just never block you. Because you're going to use ninjutsu, and if I block everything, I'm just kind of wasting my blocks. Like,
well, I will say, if you block, then I can't ninjutsu. If you block me, then I can't ninjutsu. So I have to make my stuff unblockable, like by making it flying.
You just have to have more than one thing. But again, if I don't block the lowest thing, if I block the most tactical thing, you just make the untactical thing better. And if I block the untactical thing, the tactical thing is still better. It's just one of those mechanics where, because there's no foreseeing it and there's no way to play against it, it really takes the fun and piss out of anybody playing against you, because how in any way can I plan a deck against it? How can I possibly decide I'm going to use this deck against a deck that changes the very rules I'm playing against? Because again, when you say here's the 3 creatures I'm attacking against, that's not 3 creatures you're attacking against. And I have no idea what creatures you have, because you can change any one of them that I don't block. And if you're smart enough to, swap out someone who is blocked, you know what I mean? Like,
sure.
It's a mechanic that literally leaves too many loopholes that renders your opponent's actions completely useless. I cannot tactically fight against this deck unless I know about it ahead of time. And to me, that defeats the purpose of Magic the Gathering. If I know your deck ahead of time, of course I can make a fucking deck. If I study all of your cards,
sure.
I can make a deck that swamps yours. But then you could study all of my cards and make a deck that swamps me. What's the point? Like, at the end of the day, what is the point if we have to know each other's decks like 100% to even be able to interact with each other? Like, I have to know your deck through and through to even be able to begin to counter it. What's the point? Like, you know what I mean? Like, the whole point of Magic the Gathering is for me to build a deck and you to build a deck, and then we have fun playing against each other. But if your deck literally is just, I have to know it to fight against it, what's the point? That to me renders this game useless, because like 90% of this game is building its deck building. And if literally
I would say that's a good large majority of it.
But if my deck build doesn't matter because you can build a deck that literally changes the very rules that I'm expecting to play against, what's the fucking point? Like, again, you're not playing the game wrong. It's just the same reason why I don't like when there's a subclass that someone builds and they only get 4 abilities. I'm not saying that you're wrong for following the rules. It's just the rules are fucking stupid.
I will say that there are definitely elements that are like hard to play against. I've played against some decks that it's so wild. And I will say, Python is right. He's got.
But that doesn't. To be completely honest, though, that means nothing to me, because Python plays this game a lot. And again, you know the cards. So Python, if you're playing and you see this deck, you're like, I know how to build against that. That's fine for you.
But it's less that he knows how to build against it, and he knows how to, I feel like, strategize against it when he's playing.
But that's my point. When the game is 90% deck building and only 10% playing your deck, if I don't know that you have this kind of deck, 90% of my fun is ruined. Because again, deck building to me, this is 90% deck building. Like, 90% of this game is figuring out what cards you want,
what cards you want to put together.
10% is actually playing them against another deck.
But you know me, the biggest thing that I love is synergy. And so like when you create a deck that synergizes well with itself, like it does some really cool things. Like these two cards right here are so beautifully synergized with each other. Like anytime you throw down a card, period, right from now on, you're gonna get 4 life. Anytime you throw down a card, like you're gonna get like stupid amounts of life. You know what I mean? And so is that going to be enough to counteract whatever it is that I'm doing
like,
here?
That's it. I like good combos, but like there's no way to like fight again. Like no tactic I give. Like you could present me with any combination of creatures, and there is no way using this deck. There's absolutely no way I could properly defend against it, because again,
I'll say this: what if you just had a deck that gave you so much life that it didn't matter how many times I attacked you?
If it worked. If I was able to constantly gain life. But that's my point. Is like
that's my point.
But that's again,
because my deck has like one counter spell in there, so I'm not gonna stop. I don't have a lot of removal.
But again, that's only if a life, like that deck isn't good though. A deck that only gives you life isn't gonna win you a game.
I mean, only gives you life, but like these cards are good for attacking too. They're good for doing other things. Like right now, I'm tapped out.
But just because I can deal damage and survive doesn't make the game fun. Yes, this deck might make me survive. Yes, maybe I will inch out a win. But that's not the same as fun. Because literally, if every time I make a decision and you're like, that's not really the decision you were trying to make against, literally every time you throw something at me, I'm gonna have to sit here and go, well, if I block that, you could change it. Well, if I block that, you could change it. Well, if I block that, you could change it. Well, if I block that, you could. And what I mean by change it is the whole battlefield.
Yeah.
If I block that guy, you could change him. But if I block him, you could change him. But if I block him, you could bring a different rule. And it's like, it's a rule set that just literally makes me feel like every choice I make doesn't matter, because I can't predict anything about what you're going to do based off of this. Like, again, this isn't a color ruling. If you're in a blue deck, there are certain cards I can expect. If you're a red deck, there's certain things I can expect, right? There's no expectation.
I will say I'm pretty confident ninjutsu cards only come in like these 2 colors. As far as I know,
like the ability though, right? Like following an entire colored deck is one thing, but this particular ability is just unpredictable.
I mean, isn't that the same ability as like, or a similar ability to like counterspell in itself? Like counterspell is an ability. You can counterspell a card that comes out in the field.
Because no one's gonna have 30 counterspells in their deck. And if they do, then I've never seen someone have half their deck as counterspell.
I'm not gonna lie, that's been my experience anytime I play against a blue player. And they got recursion and they got stupid amounts of counterspells.
But again, counterspell doesn't help you win the game. Counterspells help you survive. Counterspells don't win the game.
Sure, but if you have enough counterspells and 1 or 2 cards that get you something that you want, like if I got a card that can search my deck and get me the exact card that I want.
But again, and I don't buy those either, because those are so situational. You'll play 10 games and get it once. And I've done that because I've built decks that do that, and you don't. I have to say,
the people that I've played against, they are stupid lucky then, because that happens the majority of the time they play against me. Like
and then that's fine too. But I'm just saying, I
get crushed.
There are just some rules to where it's like, if I have to know the majority of your deck to fight against it, it's not fun, because that's
knowledge. Next time we play, I will play with one of your decks.
No, I'm not trying to say that your deck is wrong.
Sure.
It's just,
but like, I don't mind
when this person who created this mechanic thought this through. I do not believe at all they were thinking of balance and the full game. I think they thought, oh, I know someone this would piss them off. Or they're just like, you know what? I remember this deck.
I genuinely believe that there are certain mechanics that specifically
like, I feel like this is someone who is getting back at somebody else. This is not a mechanic that, to me, this is not a mechanic that enriches the game. You know what I mean? This is the ninjutsu doesn't make it more compelling or intricate or complex. I honestly feel like this is one of those, it was designed by someone who was mad at losing certain types of games. And so they were like, I know a type of ability. Because that's really what happened. When you work for a company and you're making this shit, you're not making it for any other reason than when you play it, you're like, I know what ability I would want to see in the game. That's how it really works, right? And so I don't believe that someone meticulously planned this out and said, nope, this is balanced with all the other colors. I think someone saw this and went, this would be hilarious because no one can guard against it.
I feel like it would be hard to get this fully through without some way to counter it. because if it was just like an invincible tactic,
but if you have a way to counter it, but then that means that there's a specific way to counter it. I don't like that. I like when 2 different decks can be played 10 different times and get multiple different, like it's basically, I like decks that can actually fight each other on different battlegrounds, right? Like one deck, this deck could swamp you, and then the next round, your deck swamps me, and then vice versa, right? That's what I prefer in terms of decks that can situationally what you get pulled.
You don't think that's the case here?
No, 100% I don't. I think that your deck renders most other decks kind of useless. Standard decks. Most standard decks that aren't familiar with this specific ability, I think this deck, this ability, if planned out right, could swamp the majority of other decks.
When you say planned out right, what do you mean? You mean like
if you understood the ninjutsu ability and you planned out the right cards, the right amount of mana, like if you did the min-maxing with this ability, I don't think there's very many decks that, without being specifically planned against it, would be able to long-term hold up. Like you might get a win. I might get a win out of you, but you put this up 100 games. Like you put your, like a good proper ninjutsu deck up against 100 different decks. I still think you're going to win more than 80% of the time.
Interesting.
Because it doesn't play against the standard that other decks fall out to, right? Like again, Exalted, Exalted. You can watch me build Exalted. There is no fucking surprise. I could throw out cards and you'll see 10 Exalted and you'll be like, you hit tech me with one person. I know what's happening. I know to wait for it.
That there are certain decks that the whole thing is to just kill your cards the second they come out.
Yeah, that happens too.
And it's like,
but imagine if I had
if that was me, then there would be nothing that I could do.
But imagine if I had Exalted, but Exalted worked with all cards in my hand. So imagine me just being like, out of nowhere, being like, oh yeah, by the way, 30-30. And you had no fucking idea. Like, it's literally something you cannot plan against. What makes that fun in the game when literally someone can just come out and be like, oh yeah, here's a rule that, isn't part. Again, because literally we had to look up the rule books about how ninjutsu worked, and it wasn't on the card. It was literally and again, on the wiki. It's not even in the main wiki. You have to go to the subsequent notes in the wiki for it to specifically say this only works in your hand. Those are the kind of rules I don't like, because if the rules aren't clear and if the rules aren't obvious on the card when the card's played, there's no way for me to fight against it. If I come to you and you're a brand new player, we're at a card shop, and I go, hey, I got a brand new deck, you got a brand new deck, let's try it. If I don't know that you have this ability, there's nothing that will warn me about it until you play the card. Until you say, by the way, I'm swapping this card out with this card for this special ability, I have absolutely zero chance of ever even contemplating coming up against your deck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what I don't like, is if you say I got a blue deck, I got some ideas, right? If you say I got a black deck, I got some ideas. But this isn't a deck, this is an ability. And this ability is just kind of shoehorned in a way that, to me, kind of goes against the standard of what Magic the Gathering, at least traditionally, has been. I know it's changed over the last 10 years.
Yeah, I will say, but weirdly enough, this is becoming more commonplace. And these abilities that are centered around different deck structures. It, like I was telling you about the what is it called, cargo or whatever, where you put like another card inside of another card and it makes it more powerful. Like the abilities like that is becoming more. And it seems it's more of
just this. Again, it's catering to the min-maxers, the ones that will steady. And again, let's face it, the min-maxers are the ones that pay money. The min-maxers are the ones that will spend 10 hours in a card shop and $1,000 to build the deck. That's what this game is being like. It's the same.
You wonder why I focus way more on D&D than I do on Magic the Gathering.
Because again, and this because I remember Magic being much more about the thrill of making a tactical deck. But this ability, there is no way I can make a tactical deck unless I know I'm going up against that ability. There is no deck that you can build that will go up against this ability if you don't know about it.
I'll say when you were building decks, that might be true, but now that's not true anymore.
But that's the thing, is that's the core fundamental difference of Magic the Gathering that I don't like. Is if I have to know what deck I'm going up against to build a deck.
What I mean is the new decks that are out, you don't have to know anymore. The new mechanics that are coming out, like this mechanic and like other mechanics similar to it, you don't need to know the other person's mechanic in order to build a deck against it anymore. It's just that your deck works so well with the mechanic that it has.
That sounds like and that sounds to me like
there's a lot more decks that use mechanics similar to ninjutsu that aren't ninjutsu that can.
And knowing the progress of games, that tells me that Magic the Gathering is dying.
And that might be the case.
Like 100%. That
very
tells
much
me
might
that
be the case.
It tells me that Magic the Gathering is dying, because if you have to, because any game that has gotten to the point to where you basically have to make everyone godlike, that means you've run out of ideas.
Listen, I cannot tell you
literally
how many infinite combos, and I literally mean infinite combos, exist in Magic the Gathering now.
That means the game's dead.
And I'm like,
the game is literally
you can do this. You can do this one thing. I can have a 1 million, 1 million.
Yeah,
I can have a million attack you right now. Like,
so
okay,
to me, what that means is that the game got to its peak and they had nowhere else to go. So they just basically they're just exaggerating everything, but they're not actually creating like actual good tacticalness. That literally sounds like the game is just great. It has just become a number go up, big number better. Like, it literally is starting to sound like it doesn't matter about the actual tactics. Because again, if I have to know what you're playing to make a deck to even counter you, that's not Magic the Gathering to me. That is not the fun. The whole point was for you and me, strangers, to go up against each other and be able to play a game. But if I have to do research on you and what you play in order to come against you, that's not a game anymore.
I mean, yes,
that's not.
But I will say
that's not a game.
Like I said, if I take this to a card shop, I will lose almost every game.
But
I will lose almost every game, and they will have no idea what I'm playing.
But that's also because a lot of people, again, when you go to card shops, you're not playing against amateurs anymore. You're playing against people who spend way too much time playing a game that is literally designed to take their money and not actually, like, again, I just.
No, I do get you.
It's kind of like going the same route of a video game where it's like, it's more about you spending time and money building the perfect deck than having fun playing the game that we made. You know what I mean? Like, it has been that for a long time, but it seems like they've just given up.
Who knows why you broke out of playing in the first place? You know, maybe it was heading that direction when you.
Well, for me, I broke out of it because it was just too much fucking money. I was literally spending $200 a month on this fucking game.
God bless America.
And you see how many cards I got? I
know.
For like a year, I was spending
a year.
I was spending like $100 to $200 a month.
God bless America.
On all these fucking cards, and it was like. And then cards would go out of date. And I'm like, what the fuck am I even playing this game for if I buy a card and literally 2 years later, I can't fucking use it anymore?
Yeah.
But that's what I mean. You know what I mean? Like, this game has become.
This is why I like games that
drain.
Don't require so much financial investment. Like, truly.
Yeah, but, no, and that's why this game has just become a time and money sink. You have to spend dozens of hours and hundreds of dollars to even be competitive. And what is the fucking point when your competitiveness isn't competitive in the way of I've built a technique and a skill set and I want to challenge it with other people? It's I know what your skill set is and I built against it. That's not competition anymore. Competition is not I know what you do and I've only trained against you. Competition is I have a skill set and I think it's better than your skill set.
I feel like they could have gone that direction if they had stopped sooner. And what I mean by stopped is like stopped building new cards and just have you created new combinations with the cards that already exist. But in order for them to capitalize, as in keep coming out with new stuff, they have to have new stuff to come out with.
And I get it.
This is
like,
the new stuff.
There's always new abilities, but like I said, like kind of like with D&D, I think that specifically with this particular one, any ability that is specific to off of your hand and nowhere else is there any indication that it's going to happen, that's where I'm like, you basically have a card game that no one can predict. What's the point? Like, and I mean predict is, I don't know what card you're going to put down, but you have abilities that I literally have no fucking clue what they're going to be able to do. You literally can just be like, by the way, that doesn't actually happen because this card in my hand says I can do something else.
I mean,
I literally can't plan against that because I can't see the fucking card.
I'll say I felt that way when it came to Yu-Gi-Oh back in the day, when you'd play a face down trap card and then I'm trying to do something and I have no idea what your face down trap card is. I have no idea what's in your deck.
Too. That's weird to me too.
You know, like, it's just
but it's also weirder because again, for me, coming from the traditional Magic the Gathering, which is literally the game was played where you would like I do. I read the entire card when I play it because that's the traditional way of doing it. So everyone knows what the rule is. But when you play a card that like I read the card when I put it down. So you are from here on out, you are aware what this card can do. But you can play cards that I have no fucking idea until you played them.
Out of curiosity,
zero idea what they're about to do, so I can't fight against it.
This might be a question for Python, but you might know this as well. When you have protection from a card, does that include creature cards that are that color?
Yes.
So
All
if
cards.
if you had protection from black, then none of these cards would hurt you, or at least none of these cards would hurt
the swamps.
The
swamp cards wouldn't hurt. So if you
but like
attack
this
me with,
has a swamp, this has a swamp, this has a
so
swamp.
all of those, if I had a card that was protection from black, I could block any of those without taking damage.
Okay,
Because those cards have that
Interesting.
particular color.
okay, that's good to know.
So yeah, it again.
I
know. I feel like I'm outdated and just like, old man angry, arguing at cloud or yelling at cloud kind of thing. But it's just like, again, it's the way that I see all modern games going, where it's the pay to win. Magic is a pay to win game.
Oh, 100%.
There are absolutely
100%.
And to me, it's
100%.
Like, it's one thing to do that with video games, but with this, it's like you could have easily just made expensive cards, but made the rules make sense. You didn't have to make these dumbass rules and expensive cards that are auto wins.
Sure.
Like, they're literally burning the candle at both ends. You know what I mean? It's one thing to have pay to win. This is both pay to win and the more you know, the better you're off. And it's like, it's nice to have one of those two things. It's not great to have both.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Because if I can pay to have the best cards that nobody knows about, well, of course I'm always going to win. If I have a card that basically says, if I literally have a card that basically says pay 10 mana and you win the game, and no one ever knew that that card was in my deck, and all I had to do was sit there and be like, oh, I have 60 mana, or I have 59 mana in one card.
I'm not
Or I have 40 mana in
I'm pretty
20
sure there
cards.
are those cards. There are
There are decks like that. I've seen people build those. But like, it's just one of those things where it's like, that to me is no longer fun of the game, because your need to win and feel superior has overlooked the actual like challenge of the game. Because that does breed, to me, it breeds those people where they're like, I have paid and built the best deck, you can't beat me. So like, why do you play? Well, because nobody can beat me. So why do you play? Like, why do you play? Like, you aren't
to let people know that I'm better than you. That's why.
And to me, there's no fun in that. Like, to me, it's about the challenge. If you have the guaranteed winnable deck that's like, look, in 3 cards I win the game, why am I gonna play against you?
It very much gets boring. Like, it's when you use cheats in the video game and you're just like in God mode, and it's like,
and then you act
I can
like
kill
I'm the
everything.
better.
Like,
Yeah.
But then
It's like going into Call of Duty and you're underneath the map and you're like, I'm so good, you guys are so trash. Like, because you cheated, because you used an exploit in the game that nobody else chooses to use, but you convince yourself that, well, because I choose to use it, I'm better. It's like, that's how this feels. It's like, I would never use this because it doesn't feel right, but it will win. And that's kind of what this game has become, is it doesn't matter if it's right.
To be very real,
that you win.
It's very interesting that I'm coming against this mentality right now. It's because playing this deck, this is the first time I've ever felt anybody else feel that way. Like, everybody else has been like, yeah, your deck is trash. This deck that I'm playing right now is trash compared to everybody else's deck.
But again, it's a mentality. It's a mentality of how you play the game.
Because I get swept every single time. Like,
I'm not hardcore losing against you. I lost one game, right?
Sure.
And this game, I'm technically up ahead. It's not like it's a bad. Again, I'm not saying that you've played the deck incorrectly.
No, I get you, but like I said,
fundamentally, I don't understand how the
attitude that you're coming. I get where you're coming from, and I get the mentality.
It's just like, to me, a deck like this feels like coming against a min-maxer in D&D. There's no fun and there's no story if all you're trying to do is literally be the literal,
and you don't have a DM that can just be like, well, I have the perfect thing to counter any min-max there because I'm a DM.
And that's the thing, is I don't like that. I don't like players who are coming in and being like, oh, well, I'm this, and this, so I'm the greatest ever. And I'm like, that's not fun for the story. You just automatically being the greatest thing ever doesn't make the story better. It just makes you not have any challenges. And if that's what you want, that's fine, right? If you don't want a challenge in your video game, that's fine.
Sure.
Or any kind of game. But like, if you just want to win, then just put on cheat codes. Sure. Like, if you don't want the challenge and the earning of the win, if you just want to say, I bought this deck and it will beat anybody, then why are you even playing? That's not like, again, it's those people who think that if you pay to win, you're a champion. And it's like, in any real sport, there is no pay to win. In a true sport, you cannot pay to win. And when people do pay to win and think that they're better, it's like, I literally lose interest in the sport itself, because it's like you've literally taken away the whole point of even playing.
Sure.
Again, this isn't like that godlike of a build. I get it. I do. Yeah. But again, I'm an old school player. Like I said, I'm old man yelling at cloud right now. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many probably
Wow.
like common day Magic the Gathering players that are like, what are you talking about, dude? There's so many worse builds than ninjutsu. And again, it's just like one of the newer ones I've come across that's just like
I said,
so
I
weird.
wish I had another deck ready, because the thing is, I'm so green to Magic in general. Is like, if I were to play one of your decks, I would have no idea how to play it. I would have no idea like what combos to use, what works well together, like any of that stuff. And so this is the only one that I have like a remote idea of like how it works. But
I disagree, Python. Magic is 100% play to win. If you've the cards that are out there and the amount of understanding there is, you can absolutely pay for the perfect deck. I 100% agree that there are decks out there that are just unbeatable if you know how to build them and if you pay the right amount of money for the right cards.
I will say yes, but those decks also have pay to win opposition. Like
Oh yeah,
like,
everything has an opposition for sure.
Like in jujitsu, there's a counter to a counter to a counter to a counter.
But that's my problem.
But like, granted, you'll have to.
To me, it destroys.
You shouldn't have to pay to counter a pay to win.
Well, and on top of that, again, that you can pay to win to counter a pay to win, but you have to know everything about that pay to win to counter it with your pay to win. Like, that's my problem. Is again, that's what kind of ruins the game.
I think if you see more of what's new, that becomes less true. If you see more of what's new, that becomes less true. And I think that's might be where Python is coming from, because there's a lot.
Because to be honest, I've always seen Magic as a pay to win game kind of game. Like, it literally is. If you have the time and the money, you can always build a better deck than somebody else. Like, if you know what they're running, you can always buy a better deck. Like, that's what I mean by pay to win, is you can always make a better deck. Like you said, you can always build a better deck, but you can always pay for a better deck. Like, it is just about money. It's either time or money, because you and I, if I spent 10 hours building a deck and $100 and you spent $1,000 and 100 hours building a deck, you will always make a better deck.
There's never going to be like a deck that you're done making.
No, that's true. I'm not saying a end all be all.
But like that's kind of to your point
but if you have more money, you will always, if you have more money and a little bit more time.
But that's my point, is you're not done building it. Like, you're always going to be adding more to it. You're always
what
going
I'm saying is, if you know what your opponent is, if you know me and I only have $100 and you have 1,000, you will always beat me. That's what I mean by pay to win. If you have $1,000 and know this game equally to me, if not better, you will always win. You will always have the better cards. You will always have the better combos. That's how this game works. That's what I mean by, I'm not saying that you can pay to win by getting a deck that will beat every other deck in the world.
Sure.
But with a minimal, if basically equal amount of knowledge as your opponent, with more money, you'll always have a better deck. That's what I don't like about it, is because you can literally pay for a handful of cards that will outplay my entire deck. Because there are cards, we've seen it, there are cards that just naturally are more expensive because of what they can do.
Sure.
That's what I mean by pay to win, is you still have to have the knowledge. Sure, you can't just buy a deck that is a guaranteed winner. But when it comes to a hobby, people have a certain amount of time. You know, you may have 10 hours, maybe I have 100 hours. But if you have more money, your 10 hours are way more worth it than my 100.
Sure.
Because if I only have if my biggest card in my deck is a $3 card and I spent 1,000 hours building it, but if you had twice the amount of money that I did and only half the time, you could still make a better deck, because you could just downright get better cards. That's why I do honestly say Magic is a pay to win. Just like Call of Duty. Call of Duty is a pay to win because there are shit that it may not make you, like, it doesn't say you pay this, you'll have better accuracy, but when you can buy a skin that literally hides you on the map, it doesn't matter how good I am at the game. If I can't see you because you paid money, I could spend 10,000 hours on the game and you could spend 10. But if you buy a skin that makes you invisible, I am at a disadvantage no matter how good I am at the game.
Sure.
And that's, again, I'm beating the dead horse here, but like, that's what I mean by like pay to win, is when you can buy something that gives you an advantage that has nothing to do with skill. You can buy a card that has nothing to do with your knowledge of the game, but the card itself is powerful.
Sure.
And if I can't buy it,
sure,
that sucks.
Sure.
But you know, that's I think Magic has always been that way. And like you guys said, Magic has changed a lot. There's probably a lot more that can go against this, but is it, you know, is it
worth your time to invest into it?
Is it worth the time? And you know, I guess the biggest question too is like same thing that we talk about with D&D, is there's a big argument of, does this count as the core mechanic of the game?
The question is, To me, it's not about whether it's the core mechanic or not. To me, it's about, are you having fun doing it?
Oh,
if you're not having fun doing it anymore, then fuck it. At the end of the day, fuck it. If you're not having fun doing it anymore, then don't do it. You know, same thing goes for D&D. If you're not having fun in 2nd edition anymore, then go to 5th edition. If you're not having fun in 5th edition anymore, go to 3rd edition. Like, whatever. Like, do what you want to do to have a good time. Like, that, at the end of the day, that should be the only thing that matters.
It really should. And I think that the biggest thing with Magic is because you have the big community that's all about keeping up with the times. There's not a lot of
you see the same thing in D&D. We're talking about 2024 D&D. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, you have to go through 2024 D&D. You don't. You can do whatever the heck you want. You can live whatever the heck life you want. You can live whatever the heck life you want and just have a good time. Like I said, at the end of the day, if you're having fun playing the game, that's the only thing that matters, right? I'll tell you what, my 10-year-old nephew at the time whooped me. Like, and I was playing this deck, like 10 years old, and I promise you, he it's not that he got lucky, but he knew how to build a better deck than me. He just had, and so like I had a good time losing to him.
Mm-hmm.
I had a good time losing to him. And like, if you're having a good time playing, whether you're winning or losing, that's really all that matters. And so if truly it's not a good time anymore, then
I'm not saying I'm not enjoying like the game. It's just, it's that whole thing of like, the game itself is fine. Like our game is fine. It's just like, when I think of Magic the Gathering as a whole, it's just like, this is just taking away from what I remember like the intrigue of the game was, right? Because again, for me, it's not so much that I'm no longer
drew you
having
to the
fun.
game in the first place.
Yeah, because like I'm playing this and it's like when you do something like that, it's literally what happens in my mind is goes, oh, okay, so I just can't predict anything. Like literally, it just tells me that no matter what choice I make, there is no right choice, because as long as you have mana, I can't predict if you're going to do, like, it's just one of those things where it's such an oddity of a mechanic, because it's one thing to say, here's what you're presented with, react. And then I react and they're like, okay, well, I'm going to change what you presented with.
Sure.
To me, when I play Magic, it's like, so that just made my choice irrelevant. Like when we talk about player agency, when you say, hey, player, choose A or B, guess what? C was the only answer. Then why'd you have me choose? That's kind of how I feel about this, where it's like, you say you're going to attack with 3, but it doesn't matter what I choose. Like I'm kind of just choosing in the dark because there's this whole mechanic where, because I don't know what's in your hand, I don't know what is active, because again, you can like, it's weird to say that you can activate it from your hand because I can't predict it, right? And that's what I've always felt about Magic the Gathering, is there's a level of prediction. You put something down, I know what it can do. But when you can throw something out from your hand outside of an instant,
I'm curious why outside of an instant makes such of a difference, but I get what you're saying. Sure.
I honestly have a hard time explaining it myself. It just feels like with an instant, maybe it's because there's also like a set, like at least again, from older mechanics of Magic the Gathering, instants only had so many things that they could do. You know, counter spells, remove a target from the battlefield.
Yeah, I guess that is older edition then, because I had no idea what the limitations, like as far as I've seen, instants have infinite possibilities.
And
like
that's the thing, is like
infinite possibilities.
And that's the thing, is I haven't seen instants be able to like
I know, and
change the entire decision.
I know instants that can do direct damage to you for no reason. Do direct damage to a creature, do direct damage to a player, do direct damage to a planeswalker, and just be like, hey, by the way, you're taking damage because I said so. You know?
And that's just that's again so crazy how much this game has changed. Just, I mean, how old is this game? Like, when did Magic the Gathering actually come out? Like 90s? Like it was early 90s, I think. Like it was at least mid 90s, early 90s. So I mean, this game has been like so fucking through. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to say that this game has probably gone through more iterations because of how many blocks and how many what do they call, like core sets. This game has probably gone through more iterations than D&D.
Oh, 100%.
Like
100%, and probably in a shorter period of time too.
Oh, yeah, because like every year they add new aspects. So
for sure,
I'm not surprised that this thing just gets out of hand. It's just like, again, it's just one of those things where when it comes to a game, when you get to a point to where you're kind of just shooting in the dark, I kind of lose interest because I'm just like, so I'm basically just playing a game that there are no rules and you just kind of hope for the best. And I like the rules with a little bit more tacticalness to it. Like
Sure.
I want to be able to plan for things instead of just be like, oh,
Sure.
nothing I choose matters.
Sure.
All right. Did you do? So you did. So you swapped. Which
8 damage. 8 damage.
Eight damage. But I can't even do anything against. That's insane.
Yeah, and I think that's it.
That's a fucking 8 fucking damage, dude. Like that's massive for that. All because you swapped out one character. Like,
Well, that in combination with I got rid of your blocker.
well, but I wasn't even using
And that
my
was
blockers beforehand.
You did use him. That's why I had to use this instant to put him back in your hand.
I had one blocker.
You had one blocker,
But
and
then you destroyed 2 of my other guys and then just wiped me with 8 damage. That's absolute insanity, dude. You get a 1/1. It's not a creature. It's technically not a creature. It's
Not
an
yet.
enchantment. It is an enchantment, though, right?
It is an enchantment.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna tap 4. Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Let me
I
make
got
sure.
that death touch? Oh, I didn't realize that.
Who?
This guy. Isn't that what that says at the top?
No, defender.
Oh,
He can only
gotcha.
attack. He can't attack. Okay, so I'm gonna tap 4.
Okay.
I'm going to drop my War Priest of Thune. It is a human cleric creature. When War Priest of Thune enters the battlefield, you may destroy target enchantment.
Done. R.I.P.
That was 2. I'm going to tap my other 2 to give Divine Favor. It is an enchantment aura. Enchant creature. When Divine Favor enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life. 14. Enchant creature gets a +1/+3. So I'm going to make this a 3/6.
Did that other card you played go into the graveyard?
So this is going to be 6.
The one that killed my enchantment?
No. When a priest enters the battlefield, you may destroy it as a creature.
Oh, that's what this one did.
Yeah.
Got you.
And because I had 1 creature enter the battlefield, I gained 2 life.
Oh, you gained 4 life.
No, I only gained 2 life because you took the other dude away from me. And
Oh,
you sent me back
that
to my
was
hand.
that one.
Yes,
Oh.
so I only gained 2 life because one of my creatures that you sent back to my hand is the one that doubles it, so I don't have him on the battlefield.
Got you.
That one just gives him a +1/+3.
+3 block.
And I got 3 life.
So it's a.
So he's a 3/6. That's why I put 2.
Gotcha,
So
gotcha,
he is from a 2/3, he is now a 3/6
Got you.
because he got a +1/+3.
Wow, wild. All right.
And I have the +1. I have the 1 of Exalted. So I am going to attack for a 4/7.
4/7. Well, I got nothing for you, so I'm gonna eat that 4. So now we both have 14. Oh no, you went back up to 16.
Yeah. This is gonna be a slog of a game. I have a feeling that you and me are gonna be like probably at like 5. I think the winner is gonna be at like 5 health. I honestly think when we're done,
Probably.
the winner will be at like 5 health because this is gonna be one of those games. Again, it's gonna be that game where your ninjutsu.
You done?
Yeah, your ninjutsu is gonna constantly fuck with every decision I make. My only hope is that I just keep gaining life ever so slightly.
All right, so I am going to play another one of these, a Jafar Isle Refuge. It enters the battlefield tapped, and I gain 1 life. 15.
You have so much fucking land, dude. Like, it's absolutely insane how much land you have right now.
All right. So here's how we're gonna do this.
Oh, you're frozen.
I'm going to drop one of these and 3 of these for this guy. A different saga. It says each opponent sacrifices a creature unless they discard a card. So discard a card or sacrifice a creature. Then
I'm discarding.
I'm going to tap 2 more to play this Dahoud operative. As long as you control an artifact, Dahoud gets a +1/+0 and has death touch. And this counts as an artifact. So he's a 3/2 instead of a 2/2. And I'm going to pass turn.
All right. So he remains a 3/6. Untap all my land. Three, 3, 1, 2, 4.
3/2. All right, do what you gotta do. I'm gonna go use Albano right quick.
Chat, I don't know what I want to do here. I think what I need to do is gain life before I don't know what his deck is going to do. I don't know if he's going to be able to take more things away from me. I could do an assault this round. The problem is he'd probably defend it and sacrifice a creature, or I could do one more round where I beef myself up. I can do one more beef up and then I can do an assault, or I could try to do the assault. I think it would be better if I beefed myself up first. I don't know if an assault right now would be worth it, not with the way that his deck works, not with the amount of creatures that he has. Yeah, I think I need to beef myself up first. I don't even really have a big enough assault to go against him. Because if anything, he would sacrifice a creature, and if he doesn't, it would put me quite ahead. But if I bring this out, I can also get back up to standard.
I have returned.
Yeah, okay. I think I'm gonna bring him out. Gain 4 life. Back up to 20.
What happened?
Brought him back out, so he has lifelink, and if you gain life, you gain twice. And because I gain 2 life for every creature that comes out, I gain 4 life. So I tap 4, gain 4, have another creature out.
He's the only one with summoning sickness.
Yeah. 1/1, a 3/3, a 2/4.
Python, remind me how ordering blockers works. I know somebody gets to choose how the blockers get to be ordered, but I don't remember if it's the blocker or the attacker.
I think it's the attacker. I think if I say I'm attacking with him, you choose how many people are blocking that individual. And if I have enough damage, I can kill them or not.
But when it comes to like the order of the blockers, because depending on like who blocks first can depend on how the outcome occurs. So I'm curious if says they changed the rules so now the person who is attacking can assign damage to any number of
Interesting.
blockers.
I do think that used to be different. I think the blocker got to decide.
That's
who
what
they
I
blocked.
thought. Yeah.
That's fascinating. That, well, I mean, I guess that makes more sense because it's the attacker's turn, so they get priority on
what's going where they're doing their damage.
Though that's interesting. I do see arguments on both sides. I kind of understand that I'm saying I'm attacking you and you're strategically blocking it, but that really did give benefit to the blocker and not the attacker. More often than not, the blocker would be able to do the best possible thing and give no tactics to the attacker. So, because again, if I attacked with a 10-10 and you had a 110 or a 111, well, you're going to block him with that. So there's no chance for me to actually tactically use my 10-10, right? So I guess that makes sense in the sense that if you say if I were to attack with everybody and you were to block with everybody, I get to decide how my attack. I don't know. I don't know which one I like better. I really don't, because both of them make sense logically, but there has to be one that's the better, right? Like who should have, because like in D&D, right? It's you have to beat the AC, right? Like the defender always wins ties.
Yeah, meets it, beats it.
So it would make sense that you would think that the defender would get the benefit of the doubt. But in Magic, it's all about your turn. There's arguments on both sides of that, actually.
Interesting.
I'm fascinated to know if there was a difference back in the day of like, was there a hardcore rule or was it a soft rule that became hard and it just, the hard rule favors the attacker, or was it always a hard rule and they changed it from favoring the defender to the attacker? That's interesting. I'd be really curious to know how they changed that, because I don't remember enough to know how the specific original was. All right, well, that's going to be my turn. I don't think it's worth trying to attack.
Okay. Fair enough.
I have full health, so it's kind of like one of those. I should
back
just
to max.
I should just stay.
Oh, you back to max plus? Oh, that's
No, that's my exalted. I'm gonna put that over.
So I'm gonna drop this one more time. So you'll also have to discard a card or kill a creature. Either way, I will draw one card.
I'll discard. Decks that attack other people's decks are always clutch. Like this card, like being able to literally force me to discard or do stuff with my deck is such a clutch.
There was one that pissed me off so much because the only thing it did is mill you.
Yep.
And it's just like, hey, by the
decks.
way, I don't care what you have on the field. I just want your cards to go away. And the second you have no more cards left,
and again, so same exact reason why I don't like necessarily the ninjutsu mechanic. I get mill decks, but I fucking hate them because they're, to me, those are the kind of things where someone wanted to just be a troll and was like, I'm going to abuse the rules of the game. And I'm like, but that's not this. Like, to me, I'm the kind of person, and I will fully admit this, I am much more the spirit of the game, not the function of the game kind of person.
I would agree with that.
Like, I am 100%. When mill decks came out, I fucking hated anybody who played them because I'm like, so you don't care about playing the game. All you care about is saying that you won. You don't care about learning the game. You don't care, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things where when you exploit something like that, it's more of a, you care about the exploit and the fact that you can say that you won. It's not about you being good at the game. And that's, to me, I'm not saying that that's a bad way to play. Like, you can play that way. But for me, it literally looks like that. It's like, you don't care about the game and the fundamentals and actually being good. You just want to exploit it to just say, well, I win. You know what I mean? It's like playing a video game and jumping through a wall just to get to the final boss. And being like, see, I'm so good at the game, but like, but you're not. You have no skill sets at the game. You just know how to exploit a loophole.
Right. Okay. So
this looks devastating. You have like 7 cards to my 4. This is very, very scary looking.
Yes,
now.
this is not really this is just an enchantment for now. It will be something maybe next turn.
And is he still active?
He's still on the field, yeah.
Okay.
I just used him to draw another card.
And because he's off to the side, I'm just trying to remember he's not
correct.
discarded.
And at any point in time, any of these creatures, you can attack him directly.
Yeah.
I can still block with these guys to protect him, but you can attack him.
Like, honestly, it's one of those things. He's just he's almost like a red herring. He sucks to have on your field, but he's not worth tacking.
Sometimes
Like, he really isn't worth going after at the moment.
Unless what he's doing is that devastating. So I am going to. I'm gonna swing with the ninja and the Dalmood operative.
For 3?
For this is a 3-2 and that is a 1-1, so 4 total.
But the 1/1 can't be blocked.
The 1/1 cannot be blocked. So either you block this guy, and he does have Death Touch right now.
Oh, the 3/2 has Death Touch.
Correct.
But again, so it's like I either lose a creature or I don't block, and you do whatever the fuck it is you're again. This is the part that fucking sucks. I do not know what my choices are. This is why this mechanic sucks to play against, because I don't know what my choices are. I can choose to block you and lose a creature, or I can choose to block you and I have no fucking clue what you can do with that. It's fucking not. I'm not saying I'm not enjoying the game, but literally this choice is not fun, because literally I have a choice of losing one of my primary choices or getting fucked in the ass by whatever ninjutsu can do.
Let me ask you this. If this was a 10-10, wouldn't it be the same choice?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Because
either you block it and your creature dies, or you don't block it and you get fucked.
But that's half my life. 2 points of life versus 10 points of life is a big difference.
Sure.
I will sacrifice a 2/2 to not take half my life of damage. But I'm not going to sacrifice a 2/2 for 2 points of damage.
Sure.
But I don't know if that's only 2 points of damage or if you're going to swap that out for a 10/10. That's why, like, my decisions don't fucking matter in this game, because you literally have unknowable aspects that I cannot predict. That's what makes this choice not fun. Like, yes,
you could always treat it like the worst case scenario. Like, that's what I do in this situation.
But that's the point.
I'm gonna treat it like the worst case scenario. I'm gonna treat it like that's gonna be a 10-10 when ninjutsu comes out,
but then
and
again,
it's gonna be some scary stuff.
Yeah, but like it just, that's not fun though. That doesn't make it any fun for me to just be like, oh, so you're just gonna take 10 points of damage for me every round. Like, there's no way that I can work with what I've built to predict that. Like, it's literally just assuming that you're literally going to mollywomp me every round. That's not fun either. Like, assuming that you're going to do that and protect it against assuming, because again, let's say I assume every round you're going to do 10 damage. And so I do everything defensively and you just do 2 damage every round. But if you threaten 10 damage every round, but you only ever do 2, I'm fucked, because I'm going to defend against 2 or defend against 10 and you're going to make 2, 2, 2. Oh, now you're dead. But if you do the 10 damage, I'm dead. That's why it's like, I don't actively know how I could have planned against this, and there's no way unless I built my deck around it, because right now, no choice is a good choice. I can either kill one of my people, or who fucking knows what you're gonna do. I don't, and I can't plan it because I can't see anything. There's nothing for me to actively understand about what you're gonna do. So that's what I'm saying is, like, that's the one thing about that particular thing where it's like, I don't see the fun in going, oh, well, I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. You know what I mean?
Sure.
There's no good choice for me. There's no way for me to have a confidence. I could block you or I couldn't, and I have no justification for either. That's what I mean, right? I have, truthfully, right in this second, you have all your mana, and I can only see what's on the table. I truthfully have no weight to my decision. If I don't block you, it could be just as bad as if I do block you. Where's the fun for me in knowing my deck has no chance and I just have to guess? I just have to shoot in the dark. I'm literally throwing a dart.
Like I said, I would, me playing against a deck like mine, I would have a different mentality approaching it. Like, I get where your mentality is, but I might look at it a little bit differently.
Yeah, for me, it's the fundamental way that it works. It's just more of all of my choices don't matter. It really just makes my choices don't matter because I can't predict what you can do. There's just absolutely nothing I can do. So, because it's like, okay, so you have a 3/3, right?
3/2.
Or 3/2.
Yeah.
So I block your 3/2 with my defender. I can't block your 1/1. So there, I block your 3/2 with my defender. Okay. And then I take 1.
I will swap him out.
Yep. Like again, like I can't predict because there's nothing I can fucking do against that. And I'm gonna take the damage anyway.
So you don't take any of this damage. He does die just because of death touch.
Exactly. So it doesn't fucking matter anyway. Like,
well, you knew that before you blocked him.
But that's the point. There's no way I know what you're gonna do, but it's like I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. How is that fun for me to just be like, well, I'm fucked either way?
It depends on your strategy on, do I want to take this damage now because I'm at full health, or do I want to risk taking this and keeping my creatures alive?
But there is no risk because I don't know what you can change it. Like there's no risk here. It's literally all risk. There's no mitigation. I cannot mitigate my risk because I have absolutely no idea what this deck could do because it comes from your hand.
You know that it's going to be a creature, and you know that's going to be tapped and attacking. And you know that
but that's all. Just because I know you're going to up the creature damage doesn't actually give me any benefit.
It won't always up, because the one I do have another one in my hand that's literally a 1/1. And it would have done.
But you wouldn't have done that. Like, there's no reason for you to do that.
It has other abilities, but still.
But yeah, it just, there's no way for me to look at this and go, I feel like I have choices that matter here, because you have so much more knowledge than I do. You have so much more than I have access to.
To be very honest, like, I have no idea what your deck does. Like, none whatsoever.
But you know for a fact that all of my deck does what you see it does. Nothing in my deck will do anything.
I don't know that.
But you
know that.
But you do in this context.
I don't know that.
But in this context, at least from an older deck, you know that everything I do is going to be very blatant.
I don't know what older Magic does. I don't know if there's any hidden secrets back there.
Like you said, like if I were playing a newer deck, I would probably have some things that you didn't know about. But that's why this just doesn't seem like a fun game when we're literally playing with things that neither of us can predict. Like, then what's the fun? What's the point of building a deck if I don't know anything? Like, it's literally just, then it just becomes a complete random game. And then what's the point of even trying to build a deck if it's all fucking, like,
that to me, genuinely, that to me is fun.
That doesn't make
the randomness,
any sense to me.
The chance that things could go crazy. Like, that's what this commander deck, the Tomebound, it is nothing but a chaos deck.
But the thing for me is, like, it makes it to where no choices I make matter. So I should just literally just grab a handful of cards and say, that's my deck. Like, if I put all of my effort into it, but it can be that chaotic, then why did I spend 10 hours building a deck?
I like I said, I do get what you're saying, but I think I might have a slightly different approach.
Oh, I'm sure
coming up against a deck like this.
I'm sure plenty of people have a different approach than I do. I'm just looking at it from the point of, like, I just don't know what the point was for me to spend all of the hours I did on this deck when it's all rendered useless because I have no idea what's about to happen. Like, it's just, what's the point of doing it when it's like, okay, well, I spent 10 hours on this deck. Well, I had no idea any of that was going to happen, and this deck couldn't do anything with it. Let me go spend 10 hours on a new deck against another deck that may do something complete. Like,
I'll just say, you're not doing nothing. It might feel, but you definitely not.
It doesn't feel like, again, I remember building decks back in the day, and it felt much more understandable of building decks. This literally feels like you're building a deck to just, like, literally, it's like throwing darts. Like, you could practice throwing darts, and then you're put in a dark room and being like, hit the target. Which direction is it? Hit the target. You've played darts before.
Figured out.
That's kind of what this feels like, where I'm like, I spent so long learning darts, and then they put me in the dark room and being like, the target's somewhere. You know how to play darts. That's kind of how this feels, where it's like, so all I've learned doesn't matter, because no matter how much effort I put into this deck, there are new decks, not just this deck, but there are new decks that just remove the rules, where it's like, it just removes any way that I can predict what's going to happen. And I'm not saying that I have to know what you're going to do, but if I have no way of predicting it, all of my work of building my deck was just randomness. I was building a random deck for a random opponent that I'll never face.
I feel like you're building, from my perspective, you're building the deck for its own synergy, not for your opponent's deck synergy.
But looking at my old deck and your newer deck, I don't think that's possible anymore. I don't think it's possible to build a deck based on its own synergy when decks like this.
Genuinely, I like your deck synergy. Like, I'd be very interested if we swap decks and played against each other, like how that would go down.
Maybe we will. Maybe
I just like your deck synergy.
I mean, and we'll see if it works. I mean, technically I'm still in the lead, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't feel in control of this game. Like, normally if I'm in this far of a lead, I'm like, all right, I know if I'm gonna win or not.
Sure.
At this point, I have literally zero fucking clue at all about, like, to me, there's no one's in the lead right now. We're literally just next card is next card. Who knows what's gonna, like, there's no anticipation in this match. It is literally just a,
so I played a game
wind.
with Python, and we called this deck the baby deck, and it's the format called Commander, where you have like a commander that you can bring out or whatever. And basically this commander was like, hey, by the way, when my commander comes out, I destroy everything on the field except for this card.
I've seen cards like that.
I destroy absolutely it's literally like a giant
wipes
nuke.
the whole, yeah.
And every time it comes out, it just blows everything up. And so everything you worked for, it just resets everything, and everything you worked for, except for your lands, is just gone and dead. And so, you know, I
played against decks like that too.
It's wild,
they're
but
frustrating.
It's weird to watch those decks, because like the biggest thing for him is, unless he has land, it's no good.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be so expensive for him to get his commander out late game, because it gets more and more expensive to pull it out. But regardless, it's definitely pretty wild.
Yeah.
But
I just feel like this game has gotten into a stage where it's like, people can talk about, oh, it's so tactical. It's not. It's not as tactical as it used to be. When it's gotten to this point, I honestly don't believe that the tactics are the same, and I don't think that
they're definitely not the same.
Like I
will 100% agree with that.
People who say like, oh no, you know, you could totally like you have to know so much more than you used to, and that is not the same approach to a game. Like when you have to know everything about your opponent to even have a chance, that's warfare.
Honestly,
that's just straight. I'm sorry, but being in the military, that's warfare. If you have to know that much to be a challenge, it's not a game anymore.
About Marvel Rivals and games like that. Like I started playing that the other day, and I'm like,
I had a lot more high hopes for Marvel Rivals, especially as an Overwatch killer. Kind of disappointed.
Lightweight.
I'm quite disappointed.
It's not the gameplay, at the very least, that I enjoy. I know there's a lot of people out there that love that type of gameplay, that love interacting with and like learning and like figuring out like how each one of these characters work and how you can use them most effectively on team comps and whatever.
I'm kind of surprised. After playing it for as many, like I've only played it for a couple hours, but it's playing it for what I've done, I'm kind of a little surprised that, like, I'm not surprised it beat Overwatch 2 in its current state.
You say beat, like, has it already beat it?
Oh yeah, like the Overwatch community has tanked compared to the Riot. Like literally everyone switched over.
How long has it been out? Like, is it gonna stay up?
It looks like it will. It looks like it will stay longevity. But my biggest thing about the difference is, while Marvel Rivals is better than Overwatch 2, it is absolutely in no fucking way Overwatch 1. And a lot of people are being like, oh my God, this is better than Overwatch 1. No, it fucking wasn't. Go back in time. I don't care that there are more people now that are gaming, and so there are more people who got onto a free game. Marvel Rivals is not Overwatch 1, and it will never be, because
that's exactly how I feel about Destiny 1. Destiny 1 was the fucking shit.
Yeah.
I loved that game. And when it died, I cried.
Overwatch has,
it should have been
Overwatch 2 is trash, but Marvel Rivals is no Overwatch 1. Overwatch, the original Overwatch, was so good in so many different ways.
Did I ever play Overwatch? I think I did. I think I might have played
I don't like I love in Marvels, I love the character development. I love the idea of the powers. I love the balancing between the characters. Sure. There needs to be more balancing overall, but between the characters, it makes sense of what they can all do. But the maps are nothing like Overwatch 1. Like Overwatch, I don't know how to put it. Like Overwatch 1, like it took a while to get used to the maps, but all of the maps made perfect logical sense. You got to understand them. You knew what areas were useful, what weren't. Marvel Rivals, it's literally like the maps are just background. They do not feel like they're nearly as strategic or as pinnacle to the game as Overwatch. Overwatch, it was like, look, on this map, there were certain sections that just no one ever touched because they were not strategic. In Marvel, it's like there's no obviousness of which path is the right path or the most. It just the maps aren't put together in a way that make them feel real. They literally just look like background images, right?
Sure.
It doesn't feel like I could map mentally. I like literally Overwatch, I'd play a map for like 2 or 3 times and I'd have it perfectly mapped in my head. Like I totally understood how the map worked, where the good spots were. It only took a couple of times. Marvel Rivals, the maps just don't make any sense. Like you just walk around and you're just like, why is this here? Why would I go this direction? Like, it's not even like I shouldn't go this direction. It's like, you want me to walk down this hallway because it's the only way out, but why would I walk this direction when I need to go? It just, nothing makes sense in the maps. Like the maps are just kind of not intuitive. I love the powers. I love the differences in the abilities, but they're not as synergistic as Overwatch. Overwatch, you could build a team and most team combinations would be somewhat synergistic. There are better ones, but obviously most combinations would. I think with Marvel Rivals, there's just too many. There's too many combinations and there's just too many ways that it's like a team comp can just not work. And I don't feel like there's enough synergy between characters. Like they did the whole thing where like if you choose this character and someone else just chooses this character, they can do something together. I thought that was fucking amazing. That was like one of the coolest things. Like you could be Groot and you could pick up other certain characters and throw them. Like
that's cool.
If you were Groot, only like 2 other characters could you pick up and throw. I think it was Rocket and Wolverine.
Oh,
so
nice.
So Rocket, Raccoon, and Wolverine would specifically go to Groot and you could throw them, right? So that was like a pair up. That's kind of a cool concept. Good luck ever being that character and somebody else choosing one of the, because there's so many characters. It's like all of those little group ups. There's no like, hey,
unless you have like a crew that you roll with, and you know like what you're gonna do. Yeah.
And unlike Overwatch, there were certain characters that were great with certain maps on Overwatch. And now you have in Marvel Rivals these characters that pair up and do special abilities. But there's no obvious time of what map, what game mode should these 2 characters group up to do this ability. It's like you have all of these dozens of abilities, but when do I use them? When are they beneficial? And Overwatch did such a good job of working with like their ultimates and everything. And I feel like Marvel Rivals spent so much time customizing it for each individual character. They forgot that all the characters are in the same game.
Sure.
That's how I feel. Every character feels great individually. But once you pair them up to anybody else, you're like, are we playing the same game?
Are we really playing together?
Exactly, right? That's kind of how I feel about it.
Sure. Okay.
So it was your turn.
6 to you.
6 to me from just him?
From these 2.
Oh, from these 2. Okay, so we have a 2-3 or a 3-2. Just a 3-2?
He's a 3-2. He's theoretically got Death Touch because I control an artifact, as well as Menace because I have an enchantment.
So your artifact is what's causing the Death Touch.
Correct. For both of them, actually, theoretically.
Possibly both. Okay, so I'm not going to do that. So how much damage?
6.
That Death Touch is so bad. That just sucks.
Yeah. And that's it for me.
All right. So one to bring out another Mastiff. He's the first strike, but he has summoning sickness. You have a 3-3, a 3-1, and a 2-4. Oh, and I get 4 life.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. That's American. See?
So one thing about magic is you got to remember yourself what you do.
I'm telling you. No matter what I do, no matter how slowly I whittle away your health, it's always going right back up.
Okay, so I'm gonna go after you with 3-6. Actually, a 4-7 because I have exalted.
Do you? Okay, is that your?
I do have
counter?
one more. Yeah, I do. I do have.
Where is your exalted?
Oh, did you get rid of him?
Oh, you blocked with him. That's why.
You did get rid of my exalted. So no, it is just a 3-6.
A 3-6. Then I will block with this guy.
Okay, and then I'm gonna do an instant, and I'm gonna turn him into from a 3-6 to a 5-10. Because I'm gonna give target creature a +2/+4 to the turn. So he's gonna become a 5-10.
Okay. 5-10. Okay, yeah, he's a gunner.
As long as that didn't have death touch.
Nope.
Good. Nope. As long as it didn't have death touch, that's all I needed.
Oh.
Because it was a death touch only when you attack. I don't know.
That was the other thing.
Only when you block.
I forgot to do my to look at the top 3 cards in my library when I ninjutsu this guy in with him.
But hey, that's
right.
okay because you forgot, and
Exactly.
if you forget, you don't get to retcon it.
You forget.
That is one of those core rule books, and I hope that's still. I mean, Python, let us know if that's still a rule
It
book.
100% is.
But if you don't,
But to be honest, that's
Like,
table specific. So it just depends on the table that you're at. Depending on how nice the other people at the table are going to be.
like they'll either say, hey, you didn't call it, or they'll be like, hey,
Yeah,
you
it's
deserve
fine.
it.
Like,
and
and
honestly,
it also depends on like how quickly you catch up with
because
it.
I get that. Like I've been on tables where people are like really open and being like, hey, you know that does extra damage, and they'll tell you like they're more of the rules say it, so just because you didn't say it doesn't overwrite the rules, and other people are like, if you don't say it, I don't care what the rules say. You know what I mean? Like it's a weird dichotomy with that relationship, because some people are like, if you say it, you say it, and then other people are like, if you don't say it, it doesn't happen. But it's like, but wait, if I do say it and it's not part of the rules, you say it doesn't happen. So how can you say that if I say it, it doesn't happen, but if I say it, it happens? You know what I mean? Like it's that weird, you know, those weird rules that people make up just to make themselves like feel better. Oh, that one's going away. Oh, he goes.
He's flipping.
downgrades.
He's finally turning into an enchantment creature.
Oh, because he got the 3rd lap round.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Correct.
So he's a 0/4.
He's a 0/4. He's got menace, and whenever he attacks for X plus 0, which is however many creature cards you have in your graveyard.
Damn. Gotcha.
Okay. Let me draw.
So his attack is equal to how many creatures?
Correct.
Interesting. That's a good card. I want that card.
And
You have so much fucking mana.
I do, but I have nothing to spend it on. Well, not nothing. Theoretically, not nothing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to drop two of these and two of these to put out what's called a weapon rack. This weapon rack is going to have 3 counters on it. Enters the battle with 3 +1/+1 counters on it. And I can tap it to move 1 +1/+1 counter from the weapon to target creature. Activate this ability only anytime you could cast a sorcery. So I can't cast it at instant speed. Sometimes these little colon abilities, you can cast at instant speed.
Now you have 3/3, but you can only give 1 away at a time. So it's a once.
You have to tap it, and tapping it allows you to move one of those
one,
plus
one,
one.
one. So you're gonna go from 3/3 to 2/2 to 1/1. But
Correct.
you're giving it something else. Gotcha.
Correct.
Okay, that's cool.
Cool. All right. So here's what we finna do. Go ahead and tap this guy and give one. I'm gonna bring him down to 2. And I'm gonna give one of his counters to my Biting Palm Ninja. And then I'm going to swing. Swing and swing.
I don't like the fact that see, this is
What?
I really like. Now that I'm looking at this, I wasn't sure how I felt about this. The fact that the attacker gets to choose is kind of a shit rule, because it really does.
So you could choose which one they're blocking, but if you have more
but
than
I
one,
don't, because again, changing the rules, the person who is attacking can assign damage to any number of blockers in any order.
So
if I say, so I can't say
that's specifically when 2 blockers are blocking the same creature.
Okay, so because if I were to say he's gonna block him, Do you get to say no? He's gonna attack.
No, I don't get to do that. I don't get to do that. This guy has menace, and what menace means is he can only be blocked by 2 or more creatures. So you'll have to say both of these creatures are blocking him.
Right.
And when it comes
but that's menace.
But when it comes to assigning the damage, what we were talking about in chat a second ago,
right,
is when it comes to these two, you can say this one blocks first, this one takes damage first, and this one takes damage second. That's the order. That's the order that we were referring to when it comes to 2 creatures blocking 1 creature.
Why would that be on the attacker though? Why would the attacker decide?
That I don't know.
That doesn't make any sense. Like, that's still better if it's only when it's 2 people.
Correct.
But at the same time, that's just like,
I don't get to say, I don't get to like swap it around. Like,
that's what I was worried. I was really worried that if I just say I'm attacking with 3 people, you're like, oh well, that and that get attacked. Like that's what I was worried about, because that kind of defeats the purpose of blocking.
Sure.
You know, if I could block with a 1/1 with first strike, but you're like, no, he goes against my 5/2 instead of my 1/1. You know, that didn't make any more sense.
Sure.
It's deeper than that. It's how much damage does each creature take, not just who takes damage first. But again, so like,
yes,
he's attacking with multiple creatures, but if I say I'm defending with these 2, do I get to choose who I'm defending against, or does he say, okay, if you're defending with those 2, then this creature attacks this defender, this creature attacks this defender, and then that's what I'm trying to figure out.
It's still only when there's 2 blockers against 1 creature.
Then you get to decide.
Then I get to decide. That's the only time, because and the reason for that is because theoretically, say this was a 4/4, right? If this was a 4/4 and you blocked with him first, right? Then all of my 4 attack is going into him.
Right. So I have 2 defenders.
And both of these guys are going to live. But if I say this guy blocks first, then he dies and that guy lives. That is why it's an advantage to me to order your blockers. But if it's advantage to you to order your blockers so that you could potentially have both of those blockers live.
Yeah.
Is that what?
Again, it makes sense, but I'm not sure I follow the logic. Like
on why who gets
theoretically, I don't understand how that still makes sense.
Can I look at your graveyard real quick?
Yeah, it's just one of those. It's weird because I don't understand the logic behind why the attacker would choose which defender gets hit. But I see that that's what it was designed to do, was stop me from defending with 2, but really only defending with 1, because that's what would happen right here. I would defend with 2 characters to go against Menace, but realistically, 1's powerful enough. So I get the idea that that's trying to like protect against it. It is just very weird to just give the attacker the benefit of the doubt, right?
Right.
Yes, Kage is first. Okay, so in that particular case, so you're attacking with a fuck ton of people. Okay, so you're attacking. How many people do you have in your graveyard?
It's your graveyard, and it's 4.
It's X until the end where X is the number of creatures in defending graveyard. Okay, and I have 4.
You have 4.
So that's 4, 3, 3, 4.
Yeah, 4, 3, 3, 4. And this one, if you want to block it, you have to use at least 2.
Yeah, so I'll block him with him. So that'll take at least 4 points down.
Correct.
And then it doesn't make sense to block anybody. That's 3.
Both of these have death.
Yeah. So I'll just block the 4 from him. Take the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right?
Yes.
But I do a damage to him, so I take 2 life, so I take 8 damage instead of 10 damage.
Wait, one more time?
Because if you were to gain life, you gain twice, and he has lifelink. So because he blocks...
That's lifelink only works if you do damage to me, not a creature. I'm pretty sure.
No, I'm pretty sure it's any damage. So I'm pretty sure even if I block and do damage to him, I should get it. If I remember correctly, that's how lifelink used to work.
This creature also causes... Damage dealt by this creature causes you to
by the creature. So because I'm blocking, I do damage to this creature. Even though I don't kill him, I still get the lifelink.
Interesting.
So because he defends and does a damage against him, he technically does 1 damage, which means I get 2 lifeline. Any damage your creature takes, you will gain life. Yeah. So the fact that he defends, does a damage, I get 2. So really, I just take 8 damage instead of your 10, which brings me down to 10 instead of 8.
All right. So
still a fuck ton of damage.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to ninjutsu this guy out.
Of course. Because again, there's no fucking way for me to ever plan for any of that, and there's no purpose for me to
this
think
3
about it.
damage is going to go away, and it's going to become 1 damage. So it's going to theoretically be less damage, but because he entered the battlefield tapped and attacking, I get to add a copy of another creature that's out on the battlefield, which is going to be this creature. So yeah, it's going to be this creature, which is a 3/2 with also death touch. So I'm gonna put him here, so it kind of.
So it's only gonna do 1 extra damage total.
Yes.
Yeah. In the end, it's only gonna do 1.
It's only gonna do 1 extra damage.
But now that's a permanent creature.
This is a permanent creature. It's a copy. But I put him there just so you can see that it's of that same creature.
No, just put him over here with his own counter, because that's gonna make me think. Because when I put cards underneath, it's enhancing that card.
Okay.
If you're putting 2 cards underneath, it looks like it's an enhancement on it. So I would just put two of these dice over here. So what is he? He's a 3/2.
3/2. Yeah.
So he's just gonna be a 3/2.
Okay. Which card did I ninjutsu out? This card. Okay. Okay.
All right.
And yeah. That's her.
So that still leaves me a 3/6. 4. Am I out of cards?
I think you are.
I don't remember playing all my cards. Weird. I don't remember playing.
When I was looking at your hand earlier, it looked like you didn't have any cards, so I assumed you didn't have any. But
I mean, I guess I don't, because I don't have any cards to mess with. That's just weird. I don't remember like coming out of my my hand with no cards. Well, I will pull him out. So he's just a flying. Can't attack unless I have a knight or soldier, and I do have. Oh, I don't have a knight or soldier anymore, so he can't attack.
This guy?
Yeah. I need a knight or a soldier, and I don't have any of those on the battlefield at the moment.
Okay. I only have 1 defender right now.
Yeah, 3/1.
Yep.
Well, getting 2 points of life back may not be worth it right now. Should I take a life away from you, or should I get life back? So I can attack you with him and get 2 points back, or I can attack you with him and take 3 points from you. So it's like, take a point from you and get 2 points back, or do I just take 3 points from you and try to like even the playing field? Because as long as I block with him, I get life back, right? Like that's the idea. Is as long as I keep him as a blocker, I'm basically going to get essentially free life. I can attack with him as well, but then I can't block with him, and he's one of my best blockers. But so is he, because he has fucking 6.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Like I would go against you with this, but you're more likely to block it and just kill both of us, because you're still like ranking in the battlefield. So I really want to make sure I can block you. Like that's the downside, is I have 2 really good blockers here. No, I've got to do the 3 damage. I don't have exalted at the moment, so attacking for 3/6.
Eat it. All right.
All right, that's the end of my turn.
Key. Tab. Okay. So first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop this down to a 1. I'm gonna tap it and I'm gonna give you another 1, so making you a 5/5. And then I am going to tap these two, and I'm going to bring you back out with a singular counter on you. You have summoning sickness, you cannot attack this turn. Then I am going to swing,
Okay, how much damage are you doing?
So 3, 6, 10, 11, 15. No, 16.
All right.
This one is flying.
Okay, that one is flying.
But I thought you have a flyer.
I do. So it just doesn't have first strike. So okay, yeah. So flying to flying, we both lose.
10.
Because it's 2-1 versus a 1-1, so we're both dead.
Just can't attack.
Yeah, so we're both dead there. Unless you're gonna do something. The first one,
Well, so declare all your blockers, and then I'll decide what I'm gonna do.
So he's gonna cancel out him. And how much is he doing? 4/4?
4.
So then I'll probably.
You'd have to block with at least 2 for him. He's missed.
That's probably the best I can do. Yeah, that's the best I can do. So that takes care of those. So that would only give you a 5. So I have 1 hit point. I ain't gonna kill you, but I'll survive 1 more round. But I'm pretty sure you have me next round. Even if you let this happen, there's no way I win. Like that kills him for sure. You can't kill him. I get 2 hit points back when you kill him, which means I'm only gonna have these 2 left on the battlefield with 12 or 11 hit points.
So this guy won't die. Because you're only doing 2 damage to him.
Yeah.
And theoretically, you can order your blockers so neither of these guys die.
You can order one.
Oh, yeah. So I would make him die, and
Yeah.
then he would survive.
That's the problem, is I'm only gonna get 11 health out of this, so I can't kill you next round. You basically win next game. Or your next turn you win even if you let this go through.
So
Because you can do this again and I only have 2 of 2
what
blockers.
I hate about what you did is the only way that I can help myself, and
But you win next game. Like, you literally win next attack. Like, even if I stop you, I'm only taking away 1 of your attackers, 2 of your attackers. And if you attack with everything, I'm only going to have 11 hit points left. And I'm only going to have 2 defenders. Yeah, because I'm only going to gain 2 hit points from this because he's only going to give me 2 hit points. So I'm going to walk away with 11 minus 6. Or 5. 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to walk away with 11 minus 8. I'm going to walk away with 2 hit points. you're gonna kill me next round. There's no way around it. There's no way in one round I'm gonna be able to do anything. I can even show you. Look.
I mean, you don't.
My next round, I'm gonna get a plane. I have nothing. I have no cards in my hand. I have a plane next round. You win. Your game is yours. Even if you take all of this, you only have to do 2 damage to me next round. This guy will fucking kill me. Even if I defend and then defend, you only need 3 attackers and 2 damage. You win. I can't defend against this deck. Like, you say this deck is bad, but like...
I don't say the deck is bad. I say I've been killed a lot
with modern decks, with definitely modern decks. No older deck is going to defeat this deck. Because again, older decks aren't designed to play against decks like this.
Although a lot of older decks have a lot of cards that are no longer allowed because they're so OP from certain people's perspective.
OP, yeah. So like I said, you basically won this game. There's absolutely 0 way I'm doing damage to you. I could literally pick any one card from this deck on my next turn and I'm still not winning. You could give me that and I still won't win. I mean, it's 10 to 12 damage, dude. That's what this end of this round is going to be, is 10 to 2 or 12 to 2. How am I going to win?
Yes.
You have way more attackers than I do. There's no way I can defend against this much. And even if I min-max this, like, there's no way I can min-max this any better. You know what I mean? Like, sure, I could take away 5 damage there. Like, I could take that 5 damage instead. And I could take this 4 damage.
So, to be honest, the way you did it was the most you'd have to have.
Oh, yeah. So I would have to do something like this. And then it would be useless.
This guy...
Is he flying?
No, he's not flying.
Yeah, so he would just die. So I could defend more damage, but it doesn't put me in a better advantageous position.
Yeah. You the way you did it was the best.
I know. I know, but I'm still losing. The only thing that
I was gonna do, I was gonna ninjutsu him out, and it would have given every single one of my guys an extra +1/+1. Oh, then so a lot of them would have survived that encounter, but I would have taken away this counter. I would have had to throw this counter away, and this is not going to get anything more.
Yeah. But if you did that, if you still threw that out and replace it with him.
No, because you were going to kill that guy. You were going to kill that guy. Like, he would have survived.
Oh, that's right, because I moved him over.
Yeah. So I would have swapped him out, and then he would have survived because he would have had 1 more defense.
No, he still would have died because 1 more defense. It's 2-1 versus 1-2. He still would have died.
Oh, you do have 2. Yeah.
He still would have died, but you still would have given him a buff.
Would have survived.
He would have survived. He would have gotten a buff.
He would have gotten a buff.
How much? Remember, you only need 2 more damage and you kill me. If this gives you 2 damage bonus, you kill me. Game over.
He would have given a +1, but this would have gone down by 3. This guy's damage would have gone down by 3. So it would have been a lot less damage to you, but a lot more of my creatures would have survived.
But only by 2 then. It would only gonna. So I would end with 4 hit points instead of 2.
Yes.
You're still. But it's 4 hit points against 12 instead of 2 against 12. You still win. Your next attack. Look. I'm not taking anybody off the table. Like, he goes off the table, he survives, and he survives, right?
He goes off the table.
Right. So yeah. So let's just go with this, right? So I block all of that. I still take all of the damage. I'm down to 2, right? Because I was at 9, went up to 11, and then you took 9 still. So I would have been at 2 hit points at this point. Or 4. No, because that technically I would have been at 4 because he lost.
No, he didn't lose 2 because I didn't swap him out.
Okay, that's right. So I'm at 2 hit points, and now it's your turn.
No. I just attacked.
So it's my turn. Okay.
I just attacked. So now it's your turn.
Yay! Huh? What am I gonna do? I guess there's no point except for to attack you for 3, because why would I defend when you can literally wipe me out next round? I can only defend 1 person, and you gotta.
I will say, because all those guys died, he's gonna hit harder next time too.
But look at him. All you need to do is attack with him and 1 other person, and you win.
Yeah, if you attack, but like if you kept him up as a blocker.
Even if I did though, all you had to do was attack with these 2. You still win. You only have to do 2 damage.
Honestly, all I had to do was attack with him. Yeah. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
No, it's like I said, it's a good deck. It makes sense. My decks are. I admit my decks are trash. My decks were good.
Do you want to try swapping decks right quick? and see what happens?
No, I want to try one of my other decks. I want to keep going. I want to try one more of my other builds. I want to see if I have a build that will at least like challenge yours at least once. I will say my all black deck did not get the chance to prove itself.
Didn't pop up. I'm not gonna lie, that's one of my least favorite things. Like where you have a deck that you know can do some shit and it just doesn't have a chance to pop off.
No, my black deck is great when it pops off, but that's the problem is if a deck needs to be able to pop off, it's not a good deck. You know what I mean? A deck should always stand on its own.
Which is why I always choose like low mana cost stuff. Like I don't think I've played anything that's cost me more than 4 mana.
That's fair. All right, which one? Oh, Python wants me to do the Planeswalker deck.
Oh, okay.
All right. I'll do the Planeswalker deck. Why not? Show this deck off. This is by my Nicholas Bolas deck. All right, we'll do one more game. I mean, we're already 6.5 hours, so that'll be almost a 7-hour stream. I think we're good with one more game. We only got 4 people watching. I think we're down to the dredges here anyway.
I knew if it was MTG, Python would stick around because he loves some Magic.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see what we can decide on what to do with all these cards. Because the more I play, the more I'm realizing just how outdated I am, and I'm just like, this is fun, but I really don't have any connection to this game. You know what I mean? Like
it's not as it used to be.
Maybe it's time to let these cards go to a new owner and go. You know what I mean? Like
find some love somewhere.
Maybe it's time. You know, it's one of those things where like there's a nostalgia here. There's a part of me that's just like, I've had these cards for so long, I don't want to give them up. But then there's a part of me that's like,
would you keep any of your decks that you've built?
I might keep 1 or 2 of my decks just to have a deck
decks
to play
that you
with.
like, you know, so if somebody wants to come around and play, you can.
But like, you know what I mean? Like this is the first time I've played in like 8 years. Like, you know, what am I going to hold on to these decks for? Like, what am I really holding on to these decks? $1,000 sounds really nice. Yeah. I have a computer.
Python, next time I'm over, we'll throw down. I honestly have not played 60 in so long. Like I'm again, this is maybe I won these past 2 games. That's the 3rd time this deck has won, 2 of which were today. Like I think I won with this deck 1 time. Every other time I got spanked. I genuinely believe it's just because the other people they were playing different, what do you call it, strats that were very different and were very unique that had the ability to just take me out. And I think the first time I played it was in a draft of Kamigawa, right? And so it was just very different. So maybe it would be. Oh, you want to cut me? Yeah, I cut you off.
All right. Let's see if my Bolas deck can do any damage. No, I'm gonna take a mulligan. Python, you'll have to come over and play some rounds with us.
Indeed. Maybe that day they come over and
go through the cards
and run through the cards. Yeah.
Maybe. Cool. We'll be able to do something. Let's see if this is something better for me. We're both frozen.
Let's roll. 12.
8, you go.
Alrighty.
Player plus.
I will play.
I'll play.
And Jarwa Isle Refuge. When it enters the battlefield tapped, and when it enters the battlefield, I gain 1 life. So I'm gonna add these guys. 21 of them. And pass turn.
Okay. Play a mountain or draw. Play a mountain and pass.
Alrighty. Tap keep. Let's go ahead and drop a swamp. Tap 2 for Baleful Strix. It is flying, death touch, and when it enters the battlefield, I draw a card. Okay, last turn.
I'm gonna drop island tap, and I'm gonna drop Kraken Hatchling. It is a 0/4 creature.
0/4 creature. Beautiful. Alrighty.
Me.
Untap. Keep. Droa. I'm going to drop an Island, and then I am going to... I'm going to swing for the Strix for 1. Take 4 damage. I'm going to ninjutsu my Surfer and change it to 2 damage. Okay. Bring that back to my hand. Silver Fur Master.
You done?
Yeah, Master.
2 mountain, 1 island. I will do 2 mountains and an island and drop a 0/5 defender.
Alrighty.
And if I burn a fire, it gets a +1/+0 until end of turn.
If you burn a
Fire.
Oh, one of your mountains. Okay,
Yeah.
got you.
Burn a mountain, then it gets a +1.
Oh.
Or a
Okay.
+1/+0.
Now, Python, let me know when it comes to these colon things, can that be activated at instant speed? Can he like do that whenever?
As far as I understand, because it's
pretty
a
sure.
creature ability right there, it just says that anytime I burn a mana, I'd be able to. So if I want to defend with it, I can burn a mana and then add it to that.
To do some damage.
Yeah.
All right.
And if I understand it correctly, that also means that as many as I burn. So if I had like 5, I could burn 5 and it would get a +5.
I don't think
Or
that's
is it a
the
+1?
case. I think it's only as many as it shows here. Although it does say, it doesn't say you have to tap it. So
No, it just says basically per mountain, or it just says mountain equals
speed as many times as you have mana for.
Yeah. So if I have 5 mana and I tap all 5 mana instantly, it becomes a 5/5.
That's a scary card.
So it's a defender that can deal damage back to you if I have mana for it.
That's a scary. Oh, it is a defender, so it can only do it when it's blocking.
Yes, but it's still bad because you're like, oh, it's only a 0/5, and then I'm like, 7/5.
Is it though?
It's expensive, but it works.
Golly. All right. Cool beans. So
And this other one, even though it's a 0/4, is not a defender. So if this one ever gets bonuses to attack, it will be able to attack. It just can't attack. It just attacks with 0 at the moment.
drop this guy in here, and I'm going
So probably be our last game chat, just FYI. We're getting on 7 hours here.
play the network disruptor, enters the battlefield, tap target permanent. I'm going to tap your wall. I do not want you to block me right now. I will put a counter on this because it is a rogue. My Silver Fur Master gives it that, and I will. Ooh. Yeah, I don't think that matters. Yeah, well, I'm gonna swing. Wait. Do not have death touch on this creature. Do not swing. It's really annoying.
Yeah, because you also don't have flying. Because you
don't.
tapped him, but he also doesn't have flying, so he couldn't have blocked either person. He could block him,
Yeah, exactly.
but either person.
I didn't realize he didn't have death touch. So
That makes
because if you would have tapped the, although you are tapped out right now.
Yeah.
So
But
regardless.
I get what you were trying. I mean, still be precautious.
Very, very true. In that case, then I'm going to drop my other two and put my Strix back out on the field, and I'm going to draw them.
Okay.
And pass turn.
Mountain. That could be devastating. That will cost 2. That will cost 2. I'll hold on to that one. Sure. I'll put these 2 ones. So I will do water and a mountain. And no. First, I'm going to do a water. I'm going to do 2 mountains. First, I'm going to do 2 mountains, and I'm going to put Crimson Muck Wader, Crimson Muck Wader on the battlefield. This is a 2/1 creature. Crimson Muck Wader gets a +1/+1 as long as you control a swamp, which I do at the moment. And it has a 2 colorless, 1 swap regenerate. If I spend 1 swamp and 2 colorless, I can put this back into my hand. And basically, the next time this creature would be destroyed this turn, it isn't. Instead, tap it, remove all damage from it, and remove it from combat.
Oh.
If I have a swamp and 2 colorless.
Right. If you have the mana for it.
And if I have a swamp, it gets a +1/+1. So I'm going to put that out there.
Alrighty.
And then I'm also going to tap my water and my other mountain. And I am going to cast Mind Sculpt. Sorcery. Target opponent puts the top 7 cards of his or her library in his or her graveyard.
Why are you milling me, bro?
So you can just take those 7 cards. You can just let them one by one. Let us know what they are. If you want to, just talk us through what you're discarding. It'd be fantastic.
Costs 2 for you to do that?
Yes, it does.
That's just mean. See, this is why nobody likes blue, even though I'm playing. All right, so off the top we got my favorite little saga, the one that I was playing with. My Ninja Kunai. It's an artifact equipment. Would have been fun to use. My Pariah Marsh, a land that would have been nice, cause you to lose a life. I like that one.
Which one's that?
It's a ninjutsu for 1 and a swamp, but it also has lifelink. It's a 3/2.
I'm happy that one's gone.
Yeah. How many is that so far? That's 4.
So 3 more.
Your
fucking 1/1 bullshit.
Yeah, my 1/1 flyer, and then
get your fucking 1/1 flyer out of here.
And then Fighting Palm Ninja. I loved these cards. Y'all are wild. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Last one. 7. Another network disruptor. Like the one I already had. Okay.
I'll take those ones.
Alrighty. Pass turn.
Hang on. So that was all I could do there. And you have all of your stuff, which means there's no point in attacking you right now. So
this guy's got summoning sickness, right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
And if so, I wasn't going to attack with him. All right, that's the end of my turn.
Alrighty, I will untap upkeep. Okay, cool. So I'm going to drop this guy onto the field. He enters the battlefield tapped, and target creature gets flying until the end of my turn. I'm going to give it to my Silver Fur, master.
Okay.
We are going to. Ooh. From now, I am going to. You know what we finna do? We finna full swing. Yes.
And they all have flying?
They all have flying right now.
All right, so how much?
That is going to start off with 4, but I am going to ninjutsu you back out and you in. So that's going to make it up to a 5 total. Additionally, when Moon Circuit enters or deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card unless he entered the battlefield this turn, which he did. So I get to just draw this card.
Nice. I'm down to 13.
spent. And oh, this is a 2. I forgot. So it was a total of. I forgot this had a +1/+1 on it. Oh, and he has a +1/+1 too.
Oh, because they're all that way, so that would be 11.
All right, and that's God bless America. Do I want to do that now? Yes, I do. I am going to drop these 2 for this saga. It says each opponent creates a +1/+1 black rat rogue creature token.
Okay.
So I will give you this guy right here.
I was gonna just do it. I mean, you get because each player, right?
No, each opponent, just you.
Oh, each opponent. Okay. So I get a black. I just get a +1/+1 creature.
You get a a 1/1.
So do you have to activate that, or do you choose to?
I think it just happens. I think those things just happen like once per turn.
Interesting. So sagas are not controllable, unlike planeswalkers.
Correct.
Those just automatically happen.
Planeswalkers happen when you choose to. You say, I want to do this. I want to do this.
Interesting.
Yeah. And I'm going to go ahead and pass turn.
All right. So I'm gonna untap my land. Card. Drop it on the mountain. Can't do that yet.
I don't like how many mountains you have.
I'm gonna do a water and 2 mountain, island and 2 mountains. I'm gonna cast divination, sorcery, draw 2 cards. Oh, nice. Oh, no. Nice next round. I'll attack you for, yes, 2.
2. Take 2.
Okay.
Gravy?
My turn.
Untap. Upkeep and draw. I'm going to give you another rat token. And then I'm going to drop a land for turn. It's going to enter the battlefield tapped, and I'm going to gain a life. And interesting. I am going to I'm gonna tap 2 for my Baleful Strix coming back out on the field, and I am going to draw a card. And then I am going to swing at you for 2 in the air. 2 fly. And that'll be it. No ninjutsu.
I always have to wait basically now. I'm gonna say I'm gonna take damage. I gotta wait for you to figure out if you're gonna do anything about it. All right, my turn.
Yes.
Untap everything. tap 2 and put out another Crimson Muckwalker.
Bless America, of course.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're having such a hard time getting around these guys.
Listen. Yes, I got some flyers out here.
I'm just saying, it's 9 to 20, and you're being like, oh my god, another 2-1 that can't do shit. Just saying.
Board state always scares me. Okay.
What's that?
I said board state always scares me. Whenever I see like more things popping out.
All right, and then I'm gonna cast Fog Bank. It's a defender. It's a 0/2, but it prevents all combat damage to and from it. So basically, it doesn't take damage, nor does it deal damage at all. Period.
And it's a flyer.
And it's a flyer.
And it's a flyer.
So it's basically like my one-time get out of jail free defender, because it just no damage happens to it or from it. Period. It just negates all damage. So it's literally like my guaranteed. Now
defender. The question is, does that negate Death Touch?
Prevents all combat damage. That
but I don't think Death Touch is combat damage. Death Touch just means the creature dies.
No, because you still have to do damage. It's any damage you do to it automatically kills it. So if you don't do damage in the first one,
works?
Because you have to do damage to it in order to Death Touch it. So if all the damage is negated, Death Touch doesn't do damage, therefore doesn't kill it.
I would have to confirm that, because I feel like anytime it blocks, Death Touch would theoretically touch it.
If combat damage is being prevented, Death Touch cannot kill a creature, because Death Touch because remember, Death Touch specifically states if damage is dealt.
See, this is a situation where it doesn't like articulate to me what Death Touch does, in the little parentheses or whatever.
It should. One of my cards that has Death Touch, it specifically states Death Touch. If damage is dealt to a creature, that creature is eliminated. So it has to do damage. This would say that you don't even do the damage. Okay. So that's why Death Touch is so good, is because that's why a 1/1 Death Touch is so bad, is because 1 damage is enough to kill you. But you have to do the damage.
You have to do the damage. Okay. All right. Pass turn?
Okay, so you have a 1/1 flyer, a 3/1 flyer, and a 2/2 ground.
Yes.
Well, those two are defenders, so it doesn't matter. That one doesn't have any attack, so it doesn't matter. You know what? I think I will do... Because who are flyers? They're all flyers.
No. Flyer, that's it.
So you only have 2 flyers.
I only have 1 flyer available right now.
But 2 flyers in general.
2 flyers total, yes.
That's fine. So I'm going to attack you for 2, 4, 6. All ground. Because these are all basically defenders or non-attackers at the moment.
I'm going to eat it. 14 it is.
It's not a lot of damage, but it's a start.
Facts.
Because I have no heals on this deck, so I don't know what Bolas is going to do for me until I get some swamps out.
Okay.
All right, that's the end of my turn.
Alrighty. Untap. This
Pretty
guy
sure you're going to get this round too.
Goes away, and I get to swap him.
Y'all keep saying your deck is trash. I'm just saying, like,
I'm not saying it's trash.
Against an older deck, this deck is fucking monstrous. Like, this is going to be 3 games in a row that you've just leveled me.
Perhaps.
I haven't even gotten you below 10 hit points yet. That's all I'm saying.
You have.
I don't think so. I don't think any of the games have actually gotten you below 10 hit points.
When Echo of Death Wails enters the battlefield, you gain control of all rat tokens. So I get to take these rat tokens.
But they still remain tapped, don't they?
I believe so. Well,
because you gain control of them, that they're tapped until the end of the turn, not the end of my turn.
Let me know whether
unless there's a special rule that when you take control they untap. But I could assume you take control.
I believe that could be correct. I could have
sworn that you take control of them, because technically they're still on my side, but you can command them. But the fact that they're tapped means there's no command to give. You take control, but they're still technically my creatures. So because I tapped them, they don't untap. That's what I always thought. Again, new rules can be different. I always knew that when you took control of something, it's still their creature, but you can command it. But if they've already been used,
right.
There's no command to give. But again, I don't know how the newer version is. Python would probably know better.
Fair enough. Okay, so I am going to. No, it's the wrong button.
But that is a good combo, being able to give rats and then take control of them.
Yes.
He says that read the card, it will explain the conditions, but I really don't think that they're expansive enough. I really do think that when you take control of a card, it doesn't untap them.
The condition isn't what's in question. The question is, when you take control of a creature that is tapped, does it untap when you take control?
Yeah,
that's the question.
Because I could have sworn that just because you take control, they are still the creature as they were in that round. So if they've been used, they're still used.
Right.
You only take control and get to use them if they're still unused. That's what I always thought.
Okay. So,
because I figure it would say take control and untap them if it wanted you to be able to immediately use them, right? Don't you think that would be?
I do feel it, because I've seen ones that do say take control and untap.
Yeah.
So I feel like that does make the most sense. It depends on what the ability says. Some abilities will untap the creature and give it haste. Other abilities you will not. So if it doesn't specifically say it, then they stay tapped.
All right. It's nice to know some rules are still the same. Again, it's so hard to play when you play a game for 15 years and the rules change every 2 years. It's very hard to know if you're on the right rule set.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. I already played my land for turn. We are going to. I want to put that out, but I also don't yet. So we are going to.
Oh, you can win. Nearly. Actually, how many of your creatures have flying?
1, 2, 3.
So only these two don't have flying.
Correct.
And that is 3, 4, 5. Okay, so you can't officially kill me just yet. You're damn close. If I didn't have all these defenders, you would have won this round.
Well,
you can do more damage than I have life. I barely have enough defenders to hold off. Well, look at it. I have 9 life, and you can do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You can do 11 to my 9. I have 2 damage to negate with my defenders, and only one of them has flying. So I'm literally if you do an all-out attack, I'm probably going to be less than 5.
I am swinging with just my flyers.
Just your flyers. So who's your highest attacking flyer?
The 3/3.
So I'm gonna attack you with Fog Bank because both of us negate damage, so neither of us take damage.
So you're blocking the 3/3. Okay.
Yeah. So that just negates.
All right.
And then I have to take the rest of it.
I am going to ninjutsu this one out for this one, and he is going to get
3, 4, 5.
A +1 because he is a ninja.
So 4, 5, 6. So 6 damage. 6 damage that I can't undo. So that's going to lead me to a 3. Like I said, this is going to be... It's going to be a quick game. Like you say this deck isn't good. I have yet to be able to even come close to holding my own against this deck. So again, it may be one of those situations where old type of gamer versus new type of gamer, like it just may be the old style of gameplay versus the new style. But like I'm telling you, this deck cannot be fought against. Like unless I knew about this ahead of time, there's nothing I can do to do anything against this deck. You are always going to be able to fuck with my game because the simple fact is you render my decisions useless. If I choose to defend or if I choose not to defend, you are able to alter my decisions to a point to where they render them either useless or at least ineffective. Like maybe not useless, but I cannot tactfully defend against you when you have knowledge I don't. That's the hardest part about your deck.
To a certain extent, yes.
Because again, I'm not saying that's like OP. It's just literally I cannot defend against you when you have knowledge that I don't.
Right. I'm gonna sacrifice this and draw a card.
Oh, because you have control over it.
Yeah, because when he attacks, I can just sacrifice one of my creatures.
And you have control over it, so it's your creature. That's fucking that's a bitch move right there.
Okay, and I think that's my turn.
All right, we'll see if I even have a chance to survive this. Nope, I do not. That's solidified it right there. There's nothing. I can't even use these 3 fucking cards because I don't have the right fucking land. These 3 cards right here are absolutely fucking useless.
I have never in my life built a 3 mana deck, meaning like 3 different mana types.
I've built plenty of them, and it very rarely happens to where I don't get it. Again, it's the luck of the shuffle, right?
Sure.
Yeah, it's game over.
Is it?
I can't do anything. I can't play this spell.
I will say I am used to playing Commander where you start with twice as much health, so these games last a little bit longer. And most
never been a fan of Commander, honestly. I like this. Honestly, I like this a lot more. But again, from the mindset of decks should be able to hold their own.
Right.
Like this is not a game where decks hold their own anymore. Yeah, no, there's nothing I can do. You win. Because even if I attack you for 4, it doesn't matter. Even if I could attack you for 5, because I get that card back, it doesn't matter. If I attack you for 5, or even if I don't, because you have what, 2 flyers still, and I can only block 1 of your flyers, and I only have 3 life. So literally, he attacks for 2, he attacks for 3, he attacks for 4. I can only block 1 of your flyers, so I'm probably gonna block your 3, which means you're still gonna get 2 off of me. If you attacked me with him, I would probably block you with him. So are you able to pull out another attacker this round? That's a flyer? Or can you do...
Yes. Well, it won't be able to attack this next round. Actually, I have a flyer in my hand that I can...
Because I'm pretty sure this next round, you only have to do 3 damage, and all I can do is block 2 of your creatures. Because you have 2 flyers and a ground. I can only block 1 of the flyers and 1 ground.
Well, my next turn, all my flyers are going to untap, so I can...
That's what I'm saying. I can block 1 of your flyers and 1 ground. You currently have 2 flyers out. Which means that, at best, I can block 3 damage and 2 damage, which means you're already going to be giving me 4 damage on the ground. Or no, sorry, you're going to be giving me 2 damage here. So if you can deal 1 extra damage this round that gets around my other defender, you win. Can you get around this defender this round and deal 1 extra damage? Well, actually, technically,
I don't think I have anything that has haste, so no.
Okay, so I might survive 1 more round. I don't think I'm going to be taking 14 life from you, but I'll probably survive 1 more round.
All right, stand by. I'm going to be right back.
We'll see if I can last 1 more round, but I'm pretty sure...
It's your turn right now, right?
No, it's yours.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. No, I just finished attacking.
Or no, yeah, but I told you that's what I'm saying. I attacked for
4
for 5.
Oh, for 5. Why'd you get him back?
Because it was at the end of your turn. You can only control him to the end of your turn, right? I'm pretty sure you gain.
It just says gain control of all rats.
When it says, okay, so Python, when it says you gain control, does that mean permanently? It says when he enters the battlefield, gain control of all rat tokens. But I always thought that was a temporary, like, that round. Does that mean he honestly, like, takes control of all of them permanently? Because if that's the case, then I permanently lose another hand. So I'm really curious if that's a... Because usually it says, like, if you take control, I thought it was only for that round. Like when you take them over for. I thought round.
It would say only for that round if it was only for that round, but
for the rest of the game. Okay, so I can only attack you for 4, and you have another defender, so I'm only going to attack you for 2. Well, I guess he's already
4.
tapped. Yeah, so I would attack you for 4, but you also have 2 things to defend against, so you don't have to take the 4 if you don't want to.
See, I'm a very conservative player. I will eat it if.
Yeah, but you're already going to win anyway. Again, I have 3 points. There's no way I can win. Like there's just, I know this deck. There's absolutely nothing I have. I may last 1 more turn if you don't get it this round. You have to do 3 damage to me. I have 3 defenders. That's it. Like, if you get 4 attackers out, game over. So we'll see. We'll see. But
okay.
But roll out your. That's the end of my turn because I have nothing else.
All right. Well then, untap.
I don't think I can win this though. I really don't.
We'll
because I have no way of. I don't have a way of gaining life. I can't take out as many defenders as you have. Like I can't take out all of your attackers. So there's no way I'm going to be able to overpower you. And I can't defend enough against you. So if you can't do 3 damage to me this round, you're definitely going to take me out next round. Game over. That's all you needed.
But he's got summoning.
But it doesn't matter. That's all you needed because next round it's game over. Like you've guaranteed the game win. There's no way I can win against you now. Like, look at this. I have 2 attackers. You've automatically, just by bringing that guy out, you've automatically rendered.
He's only a defender.
Yeah.
He theoretically could attack, but he just has no attack right now.
And I have no way to give him an attack. So literally, there's absolutely no way I have to win. You win. That's the 3rd game in a row with your so-called not great deck.
First of all, I understand that I like this deck for this reason, because it can bounce back and it can do crazy things. But again, I've just seen so many people counter it so well and so easily. Like and one of the things that Python was saying like earlier is I feel like a lot of other players, they play with like just constant removal. Like their deck is centered around removal and counterspelling and just, hey, that goes away. Hey, this gets -1/-1.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like anything that does that, like that one enchantment that I had that just can give -1/-1 to a creature. If you had something like that in your deck that could just kill these creatures, like it doesn't matter if I got ninjutsu or not.
See, that's the thing is I don't like a game. I hate games where they're like, but if you had this one thing, it'd be fine. I have to know to have that one thing to change the fucking game.
You don't have to know.
But I do, because if I'm playing against you, right, and that one card will change the game. But that one
it's
card
not just that one
change.
card. There are a plethora of options, plethora of techniques that you can use for your deck.
But what will work against your deck will not work against others. So the fact is, yes, there are cards that I could get that would theoretically work totally. But if I don't know that, why would I build those cards into my deck? Like it can't be a self-sustaining deck if it needs to know the deck it's against.
I feel like
that's the difference.
It comes back to the idea of like when you think about how much land you want to have in your deck versus how many high value cards you want to have in your deck versus how many low. None of that has to do with the other person. Exactly. It all has to do with your strategy on how you want to approach it. And that's the exact same thing that I'm talking about. So what I'm talking about is when you approach these things, it's like you're using different techniques, using different strategies and different approaches to, like, if I use counter spells.
But when those strategies require
because I'm not required to have a certain amount of land. I'm not required to have a certain amount of.
But the thing is
high value cards to low value cards.
The thing is, it's very
I choose
obvious
that because that's my strategy.
But see, that's the thing though, is when there are certain types of deck builds and when there are certain types of abilities that require a very specific defense, it no longer matters what deck I'm building.
You can say that about mono white decks. You can say that about mono black decks. All of them require a certain approach for you to use them, because like you said, those colors,
the approach for the deck that you're using, not approach for the deck that you're against.
All of that is same true for what I'm saying. None of it has anything to do with the decks you're against. It all has to do with the deck you're building for yourself.
But when a deck comes along and literally changes the rules of the game, you can't defend against it unless you know about it. There is no deck I could build against that deck without knowing.
You keep thinking about against that deck. You gotta think about building your own deck for its own sustainability. I just
ran 3 decks against your deck that were built for their own purposes, and not a single one could touch you.
Was built with
against your deck.
The current rule set in mind. But none of them were built with the current rule set in mind.
And that makes the game broken, because if you can't play the game, if you have to play the game only with the absolute... If you have to be aware of the rule set
of the game, I don't feel like that makes the game
This isn't the rule set of the game, though. This is every little nuance of the game. This isn't a core... That mechanic right there isn't a core mechanic of the game. That is a nuance mechanic that I would have to research and specifically design against.
But it has nothing about my mechanic. It has nothing to do with ninjutsu. I'm talking about when it comes to like the aspect of using removal in general, using landfall. Like landfall is something that Python loves all the time. I hate landfall. Even though landfall is so valuable, it's so great because you get so much land out on the battlefield so quickly. I don't like the concept of spending the cards in my deck just to get more land out. I don't want to have a bunch of cards in my hand and the only thing they're good for is getting land on the deck. Like there are certain decks that you can build a strategy around that is really good.
That has only to do with the deck you're working with
for yourself.
But that has nothing to do with the deck that you're against. But when the deck that you're against can't be predicted against, when it has rule sets that literally.
But having a deck that has really good landfall can enable you to battle against many different types of decks, including a deck like this.
And I don't agree. I don't agree that is a deck that is open enough to the standard rule sets that would allow you to build a justifiably, mid-range deck that would go against it. That deck requires a deck built against it.
I don't agree with that. I do not agree.
And that's the fundamental approach that I think that Magic the Gathering has gone away from, is because without knowing those very specific mechanics, there's no way to know.
I will say that
how to protect yourself against it.
Like I don't know. Have you ever heard of the poison counters? So poison counters is a mechanic in the game that what commander damage is, right? So commander damage is just basically you take 10 commander damage, you're dead. No matter how much health you have, you're gone. Poison counters are the exact same thing, except it doesn't need to be your commander. And you can get poison counters a bunch of different ways. And so that mentality, it doesn't matter. Like, how am I supposed to defend against a card that just says, boom, you have a poison counter? I'm not doing any damage to you. You just have a poison counter, right? And so being able to evade that type of strategy where somebody is directly attacking you, yes, you can say, hey, I need to build a deck specifically to defend against that. But I don't necessarily believe that that is what needs to happen. If you have a deck that has a purpose that, like, I will say that type of deck has great effectiveness against other certain types of decks. Just like I feel like this deck would have great effectiveness against certain types of decks, but not all types of decks. And so those other types of decks, if you are looking at those things, even the decks that it does have good effectiveness against, there's a possibility, there's a potential for you to see a way around that. And so I do get what you're saying. I feel
so it goes back to the thing where I said that this is a dying game. Like, I really do feel like that, like, it just proves that this is a dying game, because as much as they're trying to still squeeze all the money out of it, they're showing the fact that there is no synergy between all of the variations. They're constantly increasing it, and
I will agree with.
It's the issue of, if you want to play this game, you have to be in the most latest, best version, and every version after this is only going to get more extreme and more crazy. And so it's like that idea of, like, it's like playing a game where it's like, if you're not already good at it, don't even start. And that's where I have a problem. Is back in the day when you just wanted to build a deck that you could understand how a deck works, you can understand how a blue-red deck works, synergize together, and you could still create a deck that was at least worthy of playing with. But nowadays, it feels much more like you have to understand the entire landscape of the game, like, before you can build a deck that's worth it.
Green has got a lot of landfall and trample in it, from what I understand.
Lots of buffs. Green is all about buffs.
Black has a lot of graveyard play.
Or deck manipulation.
Right?
Black is more deck manipulation.
And so, like, those types of mechanics that you're playing with, I feel like there are certain decks that work really, really well against black in that front. And there's certain decks that don't work really, really well again, and in all colors.
You can have decks that are better than others,
but there's also black decks that don't use that particular mechanic of black.
True,
right?
But that's what we're talking about. We're not saying that. But this is any particular deck's style of gameplay.
But that's exactly what this is. That's this deck's style of gameplay.
But it's not a deck style of gameplay. It's a individualized, very niche mechanic that only appears on some of these cards, and it's not like but you could say, but that's not one specific color though. That is literally it's like saying Exalted is very specific to black, but it's not. It's Exalted is not specific to a color, so you can build an Exalted deck, but that doesn't give you an insight. As in, if I say I'm running a green deck, but running an Exalted deck, it doesn't tell you anything other than it leans on that one mechanic, but it doesn't tell you what kind of cards I have in it, right? So again, with this particular deck, all I'm saying is that while this mechanic may seem balanced in the current iteration of it, now, it takes very specific knowledge to go against it.
I'm not saying it's balanced, because I really don't think much of any of Magic is, because Magic is so vast, I don't really think there's a way to balance Magic.
And maybe that's
Like,
the problem. Maybe it's gotten
genuinely
so big,
don't
and maybe
think
there's
that
been
there's a
so
way
much like
to do that.
development. Maybe that's the problem. Is maybe there's been so much development in the game that that's the issue. Maybe they've gone so far into trying to make because again, that's what they really do. Every edition does try to make a new mechanic, right? Like every edition tries to make some
lightweight,
sort of
because you want something new. You want something that like I've never seen before. You want to,
and that would make it almost impossible to make a new mechanic that actually balances with previous mechanics. It's more of how does this mechanic work and how should it work without consideration of previous mechanics. Because at least with D&D, there is a fundamental like foundation of even if it's unbalanced, you're still following some sort of script. Whereas with Magic, maybe that's my problem, is Magic, when you look at all of the different abilities, they're not really taking into account each other. They're just like, how do I make this ability seem cool without thinking about how
it's going to affect everything else
and
that's
how
in the
does
game.
it play with other ones? Like, it almost seems like Magic is designed to where they create these abilities, but they don't think what is the ability going against. Like ninjutsu, did someone truly say ninjutsu was created to go against a certain already big build, or did someone say this would be cool if when someone defends, I could be like, nah, I'm gonna sneak attack you.
I think,
and then they built the deck, but then forgot that.
I think that they try to have the mentality where like I want to make sure it's not unbeatable. Like theoretically, like I want to make sure that there is a way around it, but they're not looking at how likely is it for these other decks to have that way around it built into them.
And maybe that's it, is with the complexity, maybe, I mean, it probably is just an issue where Magic at this point is just too far gone to be perfectly balanceable. But I still feel like there could be more effort put into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And again, this is coming from someone who played 10 years ago and who's just now seen, a glimpse of the new style of gameplay.
Right.
But I mean, for the same thing is I've had problems with Magic the Gathering for years before this.
I mean, again, I said before, I'm assuming that's why you took a break from playing in the first place.
Well, again, I mean, thinking about, I went through three of these, I went through three main blocks before I realized that I was just literally just putting money into something that was going to go out of style next year.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the problem, is maybe they're so focused on putting new stuff out every single year that they're just trying to keep the game going instead of expanding it. Because like D&D, at least, we've talked about like D&D feels more of an expansion of itself than a replacement.
And I feel like there's so much more community input when it comes to D&D that there's really not. Like you can't have like players building their own cards that you can actually play in games.
That is true. There is no homebrew in Magic. You kind of are stuck to it, whatever they say goes.
And I think that the idea of how you can take and balance things, because personally in D&D, I feel like you can make almost anything balanced. Like I'm fine with my players choosing almost any type of character, any type of homebrew. Like I will find a way to make that thing work. I don't think you can do that in Magic. I don't think
Absolutely
you can just take anything that's out there and be like, I will find a way.
The rules are too specified. You know what I mean? It's like with ninjutsu. We could talk about why ninjutsu doesn't feel great to play against, but it's not like we can change the rules. It's not like we could say, well, maybe it should only work in this situation. Like that just doesn't work.
Like modify the rules so that I
mean, we can make host rules, but that will never work for the greater Magic the Gathering community, right? Like it will never make good content. It would never make we would never be good at Friday Night Magic if we did that. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so like I get it. Like, it's one of those things where it is a game that will always evolve. And obviously there's going to be iterations of the game that people don't like. My biggest gripe right now, just like with ninjutsu, it's more of one of those things where fundamentally Magic to me is one of those games where, it's a play by the card, right? You put the card down, you do what the card says. That to me, regardless of what you put into the game of Magic, to me, that's the fundamental version of what Magic is. It is a play by the card kind of game. You put the card down, you read what the card says. Now, granted, Magic has had iterations of how you how you read cards, how you interpret them. I know that there's been different iterations of that in different generations.
Right.
But it's still fundamentally to me when you put the card down, if you're my opponent and I pick up your card and I read it, you and I should both agree what it does.
Agreed.
That's Magic to me. And it's fundamental. Everything else is just what you read, right? But that's why I think like something like ninjutsu has a problem, right? Is because it has nothing to do with us agreeing what the card says. It's you having a card in your hand that fundamentally says no matter what the other player says, you get to do something different.
I mean, it's you're still doing what the card says. You just don't get to see what the card says until I play it.
And for me, that changes fundamentally how the fundamentals of Magic.
That same concept is there in any instant or flash card. You don't get to see what the card says until you play it.
But once you play it, we both get to read and decide what it does.
Agreed. But same thing with the ninjutsu cards.
But not necessarily, because ninjutsu just straight up says you play it from your hand only. So we don't get to argue about that, though. Once you play it, it's already like the rule was already decided. It wasn't like you still get to agree how it works.
Like we were talking about when I put it out there, I have to remove it. It has to not have a blocker. It has to come from your hand. It has to follow the rules that are on the card.
You're fundamentally changing the game before I really get to react to it. Like I said, you say, I'm attacking with these 3 people. And I say, well, I'm going to defend this one. And you're like, that's not what's happening. Then I didn't react to the real game. Like, that's all I'm saying is like the fact that the game fundamentally changes from we both see the card and we both see what happens to you know rules before I do. Again, I understand the argument of, but what about the instance? I don't see instance as the same thing as you fundamentally changing, like basically retconning my decisions. I say, I'm going to defend this guy. And you're like, no, you're not, because this thing is going to happen over here.
But I'm not saying, no, you're not. You are still defending that guy.
But my decision to defend him is now no longer the
which would be the same thing if I had an instant card that said I do damage directly to you, or I do damage directly to your defender, and now that defender no longer gets.
But that's not changing like my decision, right?
Same thing with
it's not changing what I saw as the outcome. When you said I'm attacking you for 10, and then you're like,
but it is changing the outcome of what you thought was going to happen.
What I thought was going to happen, but not what my choices were. You were literally changing the value of my choices. Like I can't change an instant. An instant comes out, it just happens.
Exactly.
That's just what happens. But me having a choice to be like, I'm going to do this. And then you're like, it was something completely different. It's like, then that choice wasn't real for me.
See,
taking away that level of choice to me is not what Magic feels like. Again, when it comes to Magic, it's like being able to say, here's an instant, you were going to play that card and I'm going to instant you and say you can't, like a counter spell. That I get from a fundamental thing. But saying, here are your choices, make your decision. That wasn't your real choices. Forget that. That is
you
where
say like they weren't your real choices. They were, and
they weren't though.
And but here's the thing:
you in your hand were like, if you make this choice, I'm going to negate it.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. You can stop me from doing that. If you choose to block if you have the blockers available and you can block every single one of my single one of my attackers.
Tactical, because then that means that if I think that you have that deck, I should just block everything. But
it is tactical if that is how you are choosing, if you don't want me to ninjutsu anything out. That is a tactical choice and potential sacrifice you might have to make. The same way if I had an instant or a flash card.
You could just say the same thing as you should never spend all your mana because you might need to use that instant against what I'm going to do.
Exactly. That's still the case.
And I don't think that that's a valid way to say that that's okay for how you should play the game. Like to fundamentally say that, hey, new card came out, so just completely change the way you play. And honestly,
you keep saying change. It's because, like again because you're basically
strategy. And again, maybe that's just where we differ. Is people are okay to say, well, it's just a new way to play, but to me, when you just fundamentally change the originality of the game, right? Because again, to me, that literally fundamentally changed how Magic has fundamentally always been played, because now you're basically saying that I have knowledge about the game.
What about when new classes were introduced into D&D? Brand new classes that never existed before, that have new abilities, that have new skill sets that never existed. Like it's theoretically fundamentally changing what's possible in the game. And
but everybody's on board with that. If I don't know your deck, like
what do you mean by everyone's on board? Like you talking about like when you sit down, like
yes, because the DM and the players are all on board with everything in that game. When you and I are to sit down and be like, I have built this deck to work with its abilities, and you come in and say, here's the attacks I'm presenting you, and I go, okay, cool, totally. I totally understand everything that's going on. This is the perfect way to defend. And you're like, nah, that's not really what's happening, because I'm going to change these cards out that you had no idea about. That is not the same as you and me as a DM and player going, here's how the class works. Are we both agreeing that this is how you can lay out the class? It's not the same as understanding that you have an instant card. Sure, you can just stop my magic, and sure, I didn't know you could just stop my spell. but that is a core mechanic of the game. But saying that here's your defenders, but that's not really who you're defending against, that to me, again, that may sound pedantic, but to me, those are two different. You having you and I know, both you and I know that you have an ability to instant or counterspell my spell is one thing, but you to change, like you to present me with options to decide my tactical defense, and then you say, this isn't really what you were defending against, I'm going to change it up. I can't predict that. I can't say I'm only going to defend these two, and you're going to be like, well, I'm going to change this guy out. He wasn't a threat, but now he is. But I fundamentally had absolutely zero chance to know he was a threat, because presented in the fundamental of, like, again, when I think of Magic the Gathering, what I read on the cards is the fundamentals. If you have a card that says that's not the real card that he sees, he's going to think that that's the ability, but if he doesn't do anything, I'm going to swap it out. I cannot react to that. So it's basically saying, here's your three choices. Oh, you didn't choose this choice? Well, then these were actually your three choices, but I'm going to do this thing that you couldn't have possibly thought about. And again, I know it sounds pedantic because I know that there are other ways to justify saying that there are other cards that do similar, but I don't see a instant card, because you and I both know instant cards exist, right? I have
but
to
you don't
know
what every instant card does.
No, but I know that an instant or like a counterspell. I know a counterspell will stop me from doing my spell. We both know that that's a mechanic in the game. I know that there's a chance for that, right? But to go out of my way to say that,
knowing that there's a chance that I can swap out one of my attackers, if you knew that ahead of time, that would make it easier.
Counterspells, to me, are more fundamental to the game mechanics. Everybody knows counterspells exist. Counterspells seem to be, this ninjutsu thing is so much more niche that it is not, to me, such a core fundamental that everybody.
What if ninjutsu existed when the game came out? Would you have less of a problem with it then? What if ninjutsu was a part of the core mechanics of the game? What if it was a fundamental piece of the game? Would you have less of a problem with it then?
Yes.
If it came out alongside counterspells?
Yes, because it would have fundamentally changed how Magic the Gathering, the fundamentals would be. Because again, when you make a game for a decade, that is, you see the card when it's played and you play it as it's written. And then out of 10 years later, you'd be like, by the way, here's a card. Only you in your hand, only you know what it doesn't matter once you played it. It says from your hand, it does something. That's a fundamental change to me. And if you don't agree with me, that's fine. I get it. I'm autistic. I get that I have weird fucking ways of looking at the world.
It's not about that.
But when I look at, when you say, here are the fundamental rules of a game, and then it's almost like, okay, in D&D, we have the fundamental concept that everybody, like you as a DM, know your players. They know like the game, right? But imagine coming to a D&D table where nobody, not the DM or the players, tells anybody about anything. And you're all like, did you have you have characters? Okay, let's start. That would fundamentally change D&D, because you have zero idea who the party is. You have zero idea what they can do. There's no balance to combat because you have no idea how to build, right? It's like trying to throw a combat at a party that you don't take into account their party. You would find that as a bad DM, right? We would say a DM who builds an encounter that is not equivalent to a party would be kind of a
My
DM.
biggest difference between those two analogies is what you mentioned earlier, is that these cards have specific rules and specific ways that they're played. End of story. Not like a variety of ways that you can play things. And in D&D, when you go about doing things, there's a million different ways you can do the exact same thing. There's not like a standard set way that something functions. And so when you have a card that has a specific set things and you can look up exactly this is what it does and this is the only thing that it does, that's the biggest difference for me. Is it's like, as long as I can wrap my head around what is being brought to the table here, I can work with it. As long as you demonstrate to me, okay, this is how this works, even if I got caught off guard initially, I can adapt. As long as you are maintaining some form of consistency with what you're bringing to the table, even if it's new to me, I can learn to adapt. Or at the very least, I can learn to decide whether I want to adapt. And that's the biggest thing, is it's like, there are certain times, like we were talking about earlier, when it comes to like, what was that game we were talking about? The Marvel Rivals, right? Like when I started playing that game, because I've played, what was the other one? The one that came before Marvel Rivals? Overwatch. I've played Overwatch before, and it wasn't really my cup of tea. but I saw Marvel Rivals. I saw some other people play it, and I was like, let me try it out. Let me see if this game works a little bit better for me.
Right.
It didn't.
Yeah.
It didn't. You know, and so like I can say, you know what, this is just not the vibe that I want to go with. This is not the type of game that I want to invest in enough to get good, because there are people out there that get really good at this game.
Yeah.
There are people out there that are like, yo,
well, I mean, look at Python compared to us. You know what I mean? Like,
yo, no, but I mean, I would say that he entered into this game way after you did, like well after you did. Probably. So when you're looking at the foundation of what you are used to, what you're looking at, what you see when it comes to you playing this game, it is a very different lens than Python's been coming at it with.
Oh yeah.
And so that mentality, like he approached it knowing, all right, this is the kind of stuff that I'm going to be prepared for when I'm entering into this game. And so he's a lot more comfortable with entering into that game and being prepared for it. And so, you know,
well, and there's always different ways to play. And like I say, I'm not right here. It's not like I'm some, you know, like hardcore Magic the Gathering player who has like some fundamental concept of like what's the purity of it, right? I just look at it from when I try to approach a game and I look at, again, this is probably just the tism, but it's like when I look at a game and I get a fundamental idea of what the rules are, how the fundamental game is supposed to be played, I get that the game is going to expand. I get that new rules are going to come out. I get that aspects will change over time, right? Patches and games are nothing new to me. I mean, I've been a gamer since I was a kid, right? Patches and updates and sequels, things like that aren't new to me. But what I have a problem with is when I feel like a game has put in a foundation of itself, like, you know, really founded itself in an idea, and then the game itself says, yeah, let's forget about that foundation. We're just kind of doing whatever we want. You know what I mean? And that's kind of just where it's like, again, when it comes to a game like Magic the Gathering, whether this makes sense to any new players or not, when you come from an aspect where it was a play by the cards, everybody knew the cards, and most of the rules were very generalized, right? Instant cards were common amongst all the colors, right? Like instant cards, sorcery cards, those are standard aspects of the game. But then you get to things like Exalted, right? Or Ninjutsu. These are newer aspects, newer features of the game that aren't in the core rulebook, right? Like a sorcery spell, an instant spell. These are definitely core rulebooks, but Exalted is not. I love Exalted, but it's not a core rulebook, right? That is a new expansion.
Additional mechanic.
But again, when I put it on the card and it says, this card gives a single attacker +1/+1. That is not special knowledge that just because I see it in my hand, I know that, okay, I can work with this. I can put it down. It'll give this bonus, right? But it's not a fundamental change to, in my opinion, the game where I put it down and you're like, oh, that's Exalted. So now any one of these attacks by itself, it's going to get that +1. Like you're on it with me. The moment it comes down, we're all on the same page. We're moving with it. But nothing changes in terms of until it comes out, nothing changes. But your card in your hand that says, by the way, you're going to change the attack value that person who's making a decision on defense has no clue that you can do. That to me doesn't feel like a core mechanic of what I look at as Magic the Gathering. And whether I'm wrong or not, I don't care. Like, that's okay if I'm wrong.
I don't think any of this has to do with wrong or right. I genuinely don't. I think it comes down to the same thing that we talk about when it comes to D&D. It's your perspective, it's your preference, it's what you like, it's what you don't like, it's what works for you, it's what doesn't. You know, the way I DM, the way I play D&D, I don't think works for a lot of people. Like,
I mean, let's face it, that's our whole stream. Like, it doesn't work for most people.
You know, it really doesn't. It really wouldn't. Like, I don't even know how much you would enjoy playing in my realm, right? Like,
I think I actually would, honestly, because mainly not because of the inconsistency. I think that's where you would maybe think I would have a problem with it. But honestly, I think I would enjoy your realm mainly because you're player focused. You are more player focused than anything else. And honestly, in my opinion, if you were not, like, there's two biggest things. I am much more about like the story. Get me engaged, get me in a story that I can follow along and I will be involved. But the immediate like close second, almost tying, is being player focused. Because if I come into a game, right, where it's a DM where it's like, here's a 3-hour long diatribe of my entire realm that doesn't have anything to do with your gaming session.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not into it, right? But when you're like, what do you want to do? What are your goals? How do you think your character should play out? Okay, I'm going to make a world that works with that. That to me is just as good as you make it. Like, you could be a shit storyteller, but if the game is all about me and my character and what my character does, I can forgive a bad story because it's all about my actions. But you could be the biggest, best storyteller, but if none of my actions fucking matter and it's only your amazing story that I follow, I will not fucking care. And that's what I'm saying is I think
if you feel like you have no effect, you feel like there's no reason for you to be there, you might as well be like on the sidelines watching something else happen.
So I think, like, again, when it comes to D&D, I think it's a little bit of a, I know this is not what you were trying to get to your point, but honestly, I think that your realm is actually a little bit weird because while I agree that I would not like you're actually pretty consistent. While I wouldn't like the unknown aspects of like, this isn't the D&D I know, the fact that you make it character focused, I think is what makes yours enriching. Yours is so enriching because you look at the characters, look at what their backstories are, look at what they're doing. And again, I know this wasn't the point you were trying to make, but to me, honestly, I didn't want you to look at yourself as like, you wouldn't like my gaming. I'm like, honestly, I actually really do like your gaming.
I was trying to be like mean, like on myself or anything, but like, I understand like a lot of the things that you really appreciate. And I do recognize that a lot of why I love D&D is because, you know, playing in your realm is so character focused and is so story driven, I guess you could say. And I think that's what drives me to make my world what it is. Like, for me, the rules matter so much less. Like, I do love consistency. I do love how things actually play out in the game, which is why I try to have that happen as much as I can. But overall, you know, I think that there might be elements that could rub you the wrong way, or things like rulings that I have when the game occurs that you might be like, I don't know if I like that, or I don't know if I'd go well with that, or that doesn't seem, it might break your immersion, so to speak. But again, like I was talking about with you in your realm a while ago, is when it comes to the immersion, like, and it's not to prioritize the DM's immersion more over the player's immersion, but the DM is the one that's facilitating the world.
Yeah.
Right. Imagine like your character's immersion is their rendering in a video game, and the DM's immersion is the world rendering in the video game.
Right.
If the DM's immersion stops being able to render the world around you, the entire game breaks down.
Yeah. It doesn't matter how good your character looks if your character can't move in the game, or it can't go into the building.
And so that's why I get that. And so the mentality behind ensuring that the DMs, and which is why it's important to find players that mesh well with your gaming style.
Yeah.
Which is why you can't just play with anybody. I mean, you can, but you have to be able to, the people that you're playing with have to be willing to say yes to the way that you're DMing, the way that you're actually approaching things. And I think the same is true for Magic. It's like when you enter into the game, it's like, hey, I don't enjoy playing this game mode. I don't enjoy playing this mechanic. I don't enjoy playing X, Y, and Z. And
well, so, I mean, even with Magic, I mean, how many different game modes are? I mean, there's Commander, there's Standard, there's the two-headed dragon, there's 4-way, there's 3-way. I mean, there's so many different, you know, versions of how to play Magic with a variety of people. I mean, there's draft play, there's multiple different card style decks. Like you were mentioning, there's a 100-card deck, there's 60-card deck. I'm pretty sure there used to be a 30-card deck. Like, because I'm like, I wouldn't have a 30 cards wrapped up for no reason. Like, there had to have been a 30-card deck at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I know that some people used to like take just their non-land cards and put them aside, and then like just like add their lands to it later so that they could like swap out their lands. But the way you seem to set up your decks seems to be more associated with like, I just have full decks, like I just put it all together. Because I mean, look at your collection. You got plenty. I don't think you need to split up your stuff and like, oh, let me take some lands out of here and put them over here because I don't have enough. Like, you got boxes of land, bro. Like, it's wild. But
and that's the funny thing is like, I could have sworn, like, I'm really curious what I swear, because I remember 60 was always the standard, but why do I have 30 card decks because I know that that was a standard. So, okay, here we go. So the welcome decks created 60 card decks for beginners. Welcome decks are promotional tools that came with 30 decks or 30 card decks. Am I wrong? Like, was there never a 30 card? I could have sworn. Like, I'm looking here and there's plenty of references online to 30 card decks.
Like, if you does it say what format they're?
That's what I'm trying to look at, is the official format, because I remember there being a game mode where you only got 30 cards. Because you only had like 10 to 15 mana is typically what you would do for a 30 card deck. And I remember building these. Like, I remember with my my old DM, who was also the Magic the Gathering referee. Like, he would actually referee competitions.
Really?
He was the one who got me into a 30 card deck, but I forget what the game mode was called.
Yeah, like I said, the only game modes that I really recall, I remember there was this one that I played when I used to go to this this game shop where I would actually DM for some of the kids, and I actually stayed back one time, and the owner like closed up the shop and he was like, "Hey, you want to play a couple of games of Magic?" And this was right after Python had got me into it. So I had a couple of decks and we actually ended up doing a draft over there. But there was this weird thing that we laid out in the middle of the table that like changed the entire environment that everybody was playing on. I forget what this game mode was called, but it was very interesting. So I was kind of excited to play that. But I know Commander, and I know Standard. I know there's other ones. You mentioned Two-Headed Dragon. I know I've heard that before, but I don't know what it is. You said it was Planeswalking? Oh yeah. Was it Planeswalking? It was something like that. Yeah. Two-headed giant.
So there was Brawl, build a deck around a specific legendary creature or planeswalker. That was called Brawl.
Why does that remind me? Oh, how many cards are in that?
It didn't say. Didn't specifically say. So there's the artist, the historic artisan. Right. Use any cards available in Magic the Gathering Arena to build your 60 card deck. Artisan was 60 cards. Brawl, historic Brawl. Historic. Oh, so historic anthology is a game mode where you get 30 cards. There's actually 3 different historic anthologies, one with 20, 25, and 30 cards. Most cards are 60 decks, but there are some here. So it seemed like it might have, the 30 card deck may have just been more of a, because again, I played with a referee. It may just be more of like a unofficial pro level game where you just make a 30 card deck and it's more of a fast pace, just, burn through the deck.
Right.
So maybe that was more of it, because there are some 40 card decks, there are some 30 card decks, there's even a 20 card deck.
That's wild.
But these just seem to be like more specific, like events. So again, like certain types of events would dictate that. But I do remember playing with a group of people who, like, 30 card decks weren't a unknown variation. Like, that was just a normal, like one of the normal types of decks that we would make. I'm just curious why. Because like there's a bunch of starter decks that are 30 cards, but you're designed to like put 2 of those together. That's so weird. Why do I have 30 cards? I know that we used to do, I mean, maybe that was just more of like a homebrew thing, maybe that was more of like a custom thing.
Yeah.
Let's see. What does Reddit have to say? 30 card format. What does Reddit have to say about 30 card format? So maybe 30 card format was more of a custom thing for people who wanted to make more like quick play games. Because even Reddit's showing that seems to be what a lot of people did, but it was never official. That's weird. I don't know why I have such small decks, and I can't remember why I use them. Crazy. all those things about, you play a game for so long and then you just kind of like have all these mixed memories of what was actually real and what was in it.
I totally feel that. Well, regardless, I'm super glad we did this, as chaotic as it was, I think it was a good time. I again, like I said, I haven't got to play that mechanic in forever.
It was fun. Like I haven't played my decks in like years. So it's like I play them and I remember combos that I never got to see, like my black deck, right? Like I was playing it and I'm like, I remember some combos, but I never got to like get the mana out to actually do them.
Yeah, that sucked. And that, I can't tell you how many times that's happened to me. Just in my ninja deck, especially in my commander deck. It's really brutal how unforgiving
the mana drain sucks. Like if you don't get the right mana, it fucking sucks.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think this was fun. I'm definitely realizing that this just makes me realize that maybe it is a good idea that I get rid of these cards. Because I mean, like, it would be nice to hold on to some, like maybe 2 or 3 of these decks. Like I have some nostalgia. Like I would probably keep my black deck. I'd probably keep my white deck, and I might keep like 1 or 2 of my mixed decks.
The decks that you were just playing with?
Something. Yeah. I just because like I still remember the hours sitting on my buddy's like in my buddy's living room, just hundreds of cards in front of me, just hours going through and making these decks. But it's funny. At the time, they were good decks. And now they're not, because obviously they've been min-maxed to hell. So, all of my decks are probably not that great. But there is like a nostalgia, right? There is just, those are my decks. I remember having fun with those. But I got
like, I'll probably, no matter what, hold on to my ninja
cards,
deck.
dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I got a couple thousand cards. I don't need this. I haven't touched any of these cards in years. And I'm like, I'm not going to get back into Magic anytime soon. I'm not going to get Magic.
That heavy.
And I'm not going to get back into it in its current state. So I really should figure out what to do with these cards, whether or not I sell them, whether or not I give them to Python, or whether or not he just wants to come over here on a stream day and we just go through every card we have, calculate them all out. And then we just kind of figure out what's going on with them.
I'm not gonna lie, I do think that would be kind of a fun stream, just to like go through cards and like, especially with somebody who knows a lot about it.
That's my biggest
thing.
Like
it was just us, I'd be like, oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, that's kind of cool.
And that's the problem. It's like I went through. So I watched a couple of YouTube videos. I did some research, and one of the people that I did, they did like a full on like more modernized test where they had a bunch of old cards. They went through them, and then they did some old packs, and then they went and bought some new packs. There was like 3 of them, right? And they each bought like 3 packs brand new each, and they each had like some old packs, 3 each. And then they literally opened them all, priced them all out, and literally for the price of all of the packs, they could have sold all of the packs for like $100. And when they calculated every card up individually, they were able to sell all of the cards for like 30. And this was consistent. They did like 3 different tests, and no matter what they did, every test proved that selling the unopened packages was more profitable. Now, granted, this is talking about people who are collectors, right?
How long ago was this that you saw this?
This was like, this was only like 2 months ago, and they did this in the last year.
Okay.
So this is like modern cards. They even literally went to a shop and were like, hey, sell us 9 packs of this deck. Let's just, they just got 3. Like, so it was kind of cool. But that was the thing, is like, those are for card collectors who are looking to make money and looking to like min-max. I've held these cards for 10 years. I've probably spent less than $1,000 total on all of these cards because I got some pretty good discounts. So it's like when Python offers $1,000 to take these all off my hands, like I'm making money off of that. Don't get me wrong. The only like, honestly, it's not even the hesitation is not because somewhere in my mind I truly believe there's an $800 card somewhere in my deck and I think that I could make more money off of it. Honestly,
how long have you had these cards?
Well, the oldest cards are 2013. The newest cards are probably 2015.
Because my mindset is like, couldn't some of these cards, because like I know like they stopped printing certain cards, which is why they get certain value sets. And so like, again, there might be a certain card that's so rare. There's only like 3 or 4 of them that are left out there that you just have sitting in here.
But here's the difference, right? I could let Python buy it for me for $1,000 or come over for a stream and we just go through all of it and he picks his cards and then we just take, whatever. But like how much effort and how long? Because again, yes, we could go through all my cards and we could find a really expensive one, or we could find a couple expensive ones. And if I sold everything, I'd make a buttload. But how long and how easy will it to be to honestly sell those cards? Like, just because you have a card that's worth $100 doesn't mean you're going to find a buyer that will buy it for $100.
Exactly.
Just because I have 10,000 cards worth $4,000 doesn't mean I'm going to sell 10,000 cards.
I will say, though, because of the popularity of these things, a lot of game shops are, now you might not get the full price from them at a game shop, but at the very least you can offload them for at least some larger fraction of what that card is worth at these game shops, because a lot of them will buy and sell, but obviously they want to make a profit off of it. But like that's kind of what they do. So
well, and that's the thing.
I can see that being a possibility.
Like, it's not lost on me, right? Like, there's a part of me that's like, sure, I probably have a couple $100 easy. You know what I mean? But do I have 1,000? Do I guaranteed have $1,000? Do I have 1,200? Do I have 2,000? Do I have $100 worth of cards?
Yeah.
You know, and it's also that like what Python's saying. Sure, I can go to a place, give them my cards, and get some money. But how long is that going to take? Do I need to, you know, because I know a lot of places prefer you appraise them beforehand. Am I literally going to take this giant bag to a store, put it up on the table, and they're just going to sit there and start sort, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's effort. And that's the thing, is like, I'm just not in this world. Believe me, I would love nothing more than to sell this group of cards and buy a new PC. If I could literally sell this group of cards, knowing for sure this would buy me a new PC, chat, I am not lying to you. I would sell this entire thing in a heartbeat. If I knew for a fact this would get me a new streaming PC,
quick question, because when we're talking about a PC, we have where we do our primary streaming in your office.
Yeah.
But then we also have streaming out here in the tavern. When we stream out here in the tavern, you don't bring your whole PC out.
No, I need to do the laptop.
So the question is, would you want a PC for the office and a portable place to stream when you're out here as well? So we don't have
that's the end goal for sure.
The end goal, okay.
But I'm just saying, like, for ease of use, like, sure, I could sell all this easy to Python for 1,000, or maybe I could make 1,300 if I spend the actual time. But that's the difference. Is it worth spending however many weeks and months to get the extra 300?
You're spending money to save time, right? You know, like all of these things, like when you go to fast food, you're saving time on having to prepare food yourself, and you're spending money to,
exactly,
you know, like,
and like I said, my biggest thing with these cards is, at the end of the day, my goal is not to, like, if I knew that somehow someone could come to me and be like, if I went through all your cards, there's a 10% chance you had $1 million. Okay, I would probably spend hours. Like, if someone said there's a good chance that you have $1 million card, like a Lotus or something, you know what I mean? Like, if it was like, if there was any chance in hell I had a black
Golden
Lotus,
Mew,
I would literally sit there for hours on stream going through every card, right? That's one thing. But Python was like, jokingly, like, I'll give you $1,000 for all of it. And if someone literally was on this stream who was a real legit card trader, and it was like, based on the cards that I've seen you just touch already, I would estimate you probably have up to 1,500. I'd probably just give it to fucking Python at that point. I am not going to spend the 3, 4, 9 months to sell every tiny little card I have for an extra $500. You know what I mean? Like, it's not worth it. If I literally have to go to game shop after game shop, slowly selling cards and bartering for 45 cents instead of 32 cents, just so I can make that $500, I'd rather just give them all to Python and hope that he finds that $800 card.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'd much rather him make all his money back on 2 cards that he bought from me than me spend a year of my life trying to find those cards, because it's not that worth it to me. But let's face it, if we were to sit down on stream and as we're going through it, we find out really quickly that I have like $5,000 worth of cards, then it's more of a, well, how do we all benefit from this? Right? Yeah. Because for me, it's not about how do I make the biggest dollar, right? Because $1,000, like, I hate to say it, but $1,000 versus $1,500, to me, my biggest question is not how do I do that, right? Like, some people, that's a big deal. Some people, they'll just go for the extra money. I'm at the point in my life where I'm not going to sneeze at $1,500, but if it's between $1,000 right now and $1,500 a year from now, I'm going to kind of just do the 1,000 right here and now.
Python and I were talking about the other day. Value is not always just in cash.
No, it is
value
your time.
Is not always just in cash. It can be in time. It can be in resources. It can be in knowledge. It can be an association
and an enjoyment. Let's say it would take me a year to make $1,500 off of all my cards, or I can sell it to Python for $1,000. And let's say Python could make a $2,000 in 6 months. That's better to me, that's a better outcome that he spends 6 months making it 2,000 after giving me 1,000 than me spending the year trying to make $1,500. Because you know why? A year's worth of my time is not worth $1,500. I'm much more expensive than that. I have a very high hourly rate in the professional world. So if someone else can make an extra $500 than me in half the time, but I still make out with money, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's much easier for me to justify making 1,000 right here and now with no effort. Just here you go. And then know in a year's time, he spent all of that time doubling his money. That's fine. Good for you. I got my 1,000 and I spent no money. But if you could tell me you could spend a year working every weekend and make an extra $1,000, would I really do that? Would I really spend 6 hours every weekend for the year just to make an extra $1,000? At the end of the year,
100%, that
time could have netted me more money, or you know what I mean? So that's kind of my thing. It's like, it's not about the money. I'm not here to get the most out of my cards. I've recognized that I don't need to hold them. There is a nostalgia. There is a reason why I've kept a hold of them. You know what I mean? I would like them not to be useless. I would like to walk away with not wasting all of that time and money all of those years ago.
Sure.
But I also have no delusions. I don't have $5,000 worth of cards. Honestly, I was really surprised at what Python was saying, because honestly, I always assumed I had like maybe $500 worth of cards at best. Like, even only because some of them are in pristine condition. And even then, I was like, I probably have at least 100 cards worth $5. Like, that's my mentality. I have at least 500 cards worth, or 100 cards worth $5. That's about my mentality, right? But maybe I have more. But it's like, what's the worth? What's the effort for me to go through, not only figure out what cards I have, what cards are worth it, research their worth, but then I have to list them, try to sell them, ship them. All of that just takes time and money. And yes, at the end of the year, I could make out with more money, but I could also just take a quick little extra cash right up front, and then I can invest that into other things that'll make me money. Like,
sure,
it's that mentality with me, right? It's the whole of, I'm not into Magic enough to care. Python says he guarantees that I have over $1,000 worth of cards. It's not going to take a long time to go through all of the cards and sell them. You guarantee it.
And I will say that's likely for Python, because I know how he approaches a lot of what he does. And so, like, going through, figuring it out, like, and they do have a lot of like more streamlined ways to figure these things out. And to like go through all your stuff. Like, there are plenty of apps nowadays. There's plenty of websites nowadays that can help you categorize what you have and like put everything together. So I definitely think that, you know, I mean, shoot, even if every card you had was worth 50 cents, I'd still think you're probably about $1,000.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. So it's like, for me, it's not and that's the thing. It's, for me, it's not about the hard cash. I don't care if I walk away with $1,000, $1,100, or $1,200.
Sure.
I don't want to spend 2 fucking years putting one card on eBay every day. Like, here's one card for 10 cents. Here's one card for 5. I don't want to do that shit.
Yeah.
If someone wants to buy it for me for 1,000 and then they go put every card on eBay and make 10,000, good for fucking them, because I won't do that level, because that level of work, I don't know enough about it. I don't have enough confidence in it, and I don't have enough confidence in my ability to research it to know any of that. Sure. But if someone can come to me and say, hey, we can work this, I'm willing to make, like again, Python, I am willing to work with you. If you want to come over, open up all the cards, price them all out, I am willing to work up a situation where I'll let you choose a selection of cards that you want to keep. If you can help me do, I mean, like I said, I'll sell them to you. You can help us sell them and go through them. I will make it worth it for you, Python, whether it's in cards or in cash. If you help us go through this, I would absolutely make sure it's worth it for you. I mean, you mentioned, you know, like something about 10% take. It would probably be more than that, because you're doing more of the work. Like, again, I wouldn't sell this on my own. So I'm willing to pay for the assistance. It's just the fact that I want to make sure that every party, you know, I don't want to sell it all for $10 knowing I could have made 1,000.
For sure.
But I don't care if I sell it for 1,000 knowing I could have made 1,200. Like, that shit right there doesn't bother me, right? But I'm also not here to be a jerk and being like, well, you know, if you're only going to give me $100, but you guarantee you can make 1,000, but won't tell me how to do it, I'm just going to hold on to the cards. I'm not that petty either. You know what I mean? I want everybody to win. You know what I mean? Like, I'm that kind of businessman where I don't want to be the businessman where it's like, if I don't win, I'm not going to do the deal. As long as we're all winning, let's fucking go with it.
That's what I'm saying.
Because I don't understand, because you've known those people, right?
It's a D&D mentality, man. It's like, we're all in this together. We're all here to win collectively as a group. And
like,
so
I can hold on to these cards for another 30 years and they keep getting more value.
Increasing in value.
But am I ever going to like, because I'm not a collector, because I'm not a seller, am I ever going to really benefit from that value? Or am I only going to say, I hold on to all these cards, right?
Yeah.
That's where I'm at. It's like, if someone's willing to help me, I will make a deal that makes all of us happy. I'm at that stage where, because of my tism, right? I have these cards. And unfortunately, I've had them for so long that the way that my brain looks at it is, I am not attached to these cards. I have there's a nostalgia. There's some decks I would like to keep, but I have no give a shit for these cards. These cards have literally been sitting in my closet for years. I've never thought about these at all. But because they are attached to an important time in my life, I can't just give them to you.
Away, or like,
I couldn't just be like, hey, I don't play Magic anymore. Here's all of my cards.
Yeah.
There's a part of me that understands there is a value, whether that is sentimental or physical value. There is a value here that I can't ignore, but it's a value that I'm still detached from, if that makes sense.
100%.
So I'm willing to work with a way that I'm comfortable getting rid of them for a greater good, but I'm not willing to get rid of them just
without getting any return value.
Because I do feel like it's not the sunken cost fallacy. It's just there is sentimental value, and this was a lot for me back in the day. So there's part of me that just can't freely give it up. But I also know I'm not going to be a million. I'm not going to get rich off this shit. But I'd like to do more than just buy lunch.
You can do something with it. You can do something with it. So no, I'm super stoked. I think this is going to be a really good opportunity for us. I think for us, for you, for just bringing content to the stream, for being able to expand what we do, for just being able to grow. So I think it's gonna be great.
Python, I will talk to Kage a little bit off stream. We'll hook up because I got you on Discord. We'll work something out. I want to make sure that it is both entertaining and profitable. And again, profitable for me doesn't mean monetary. It could just mean that we get a good stream out of it, right? Like, yes, a couple $100 would be profitable to me. But if I get a really good stream out of it and $500 versus no stream and $600, I'd rather get the $500 and a good stream, just because long term I care about the live stream, right? But if it's the difference between making $1,000 now versus live streaming it and making 500, obviously I'll take the 1,000 because I can invest that, right?
Sure.
It's that kind of level of, it's not about how much money. It's just making sure that I walk away with feeling that my investment back in the day, my monetary investment and my emotional investment isn't being given away. But at the same time, I don't necessarily need it to like come true that this was like the thing that made me rich, right?
Yeah.
I'm not delusional that I have amazing cards. I'm not delusional that I have shit that I'm not delusional that I have Black Lotuses all over this. But I'm also recognizing that I don't want to just hand it over and then give up a part of my life. Like, that's the tism, right? It's not so much that I know there's money in here, so I have to get the money. There's just a part of me that's like, you spent so much of your time and effort and emotional, investment in this. Yeah. I can't just give it up for nothing. And it doesn't have to be money for money value, but I just can't. This is just a part of my history, like, because that's the weird part about the tism, right? It's like, this isn't about monetary. I don't look at these cards as a money sink. I don't even remember how much I've spent on all of these. Probably not even $500 for all of it.
Wow.
But there's just a part where like, that was part of my life. That was when I was deployed. There's a memory here. Yep. And so getting rid of it is like, it's more than just, I need money. I just need to know that I'm not, because I don't know if you guys understand anything more about like ADHD and tism and everything, but like, especially when you have memory problems with both of those issues going on in your head, like with ADHD and autism and memory issues,
Object permanence is huge for me.
sentimentality becomes a completely different monster, right? Most people understand being sentiment about something, right? Like having like sentimental value. People get that there's an emotional attachment, but when you have ADHD and autism, sentimental value isn't just about emotional connection. It is an investment. It is literally giving part of yourself to something. So unlike sentimental value where you're like you're giving up a feeling, it's literally when you have sentimental value to something, when you have ADHD and autism, giving up that sentimental value is truly giving up a piece of you. It's literally knowing, like my Magic Cards. I have not played with these in forever. But when I touch this deck, when I look through these cards, when I say, oh, this is my black-red deck, do you understand the memories that flood through me about building this deck when I opened this card, when I was sitting in my DM's, like this was my old DM who got me into Magic, when I was sitting in his living room putting this deck together. I have those memories when I touch these cards. When I look at my white deck, I remember building the white deck. I remember the mindset I was in.
Yep.
And it's like, I don't have those memories otherwise. I don't think about that until I touch it. So I haven't touched these cards in 8 years. It's not like those are valuable memories that I need. But because I know that
they're a part of you. And when that goes, it goes away. It's like you have nothing less left to trigger that.
Exactly. And that's the thing is knowing that if I gave these cards away, like you said, would I give up some of these decks? Probably not. Because some of these decks are very specific to those memories. Like the boxes behind you. Those are just full of land.
Yeah.
Those don't trigger any memories. This box right here triggers memories.
Yeah.
But that's the thing is this may not have value to anybody. But if I were to just be like, I don't care about that anymore, and I gave it to you, and you dismantled that deck and got rid of it and did whatever you want, it's not that I will miss that deck. It's not that I will think upon that deck and think about the...
I wish I had that. Oh, I wish I could play that.
I will never think about the deck again. I'll forget about the deck ever existed. But knowing that means that I'm willingly, when I give that deck to you and saying I'm no longer okay with that deck, that means that I'm giving up access to those memories because I have no other access. When I touch this deck,
I truly feel like memories are a weird form of time travel that allow us to go back and to re-experience different things. Like I was talking about this earlier on stream when you walked out of the room for a second, but like I really, really enjoy forgetting about a movie that I've seen before.
Yes.
Like movies that I know that I love. One of my favorite movies.
It.
So I can re-experience it again for the first time. Like, that's why I can't watch something like over and over and over again, because I'm sitting here, like, I'm just the same thing. I'm like, all right, yeah, whatever. But like, when I like finally like hit a scene where either I know what's going to come up or I know something is, I get this sense of anticipation, ready to like come back and like feel. It's such a different world.
Yes, Hoilepa, Hoilepa said it correctly. It feels like you give a part of your soul. Because again,
100%.
I may never touch, like, again, if I don't touch this deck right here, I don't have those memories, right? I don't think of these memories if I'm not touching this deck. So it's not a big deal if I lost this deck. If this deck, like if I had lost all of this bag, it's not like I would remember that deck? Remember all of those memories it held? That wouldn't happen. But now that I am holding this deck, the fact that I know this deck exists, the fact that I know I have it in my possession, to give this deck away means to give away that trigger. It's not like giving up the memories. It's just literally giving away the fact that I can't have access to those memories anymore, because the memories, again, for someone with the brain like I do, the memories are here. The memories are in my brain, but they will not be accessible without this.
If you know anything about computers, when you delete something, it doesn't get deleted. You just lose the file path. You just lose the ability to access it, right? And that's exactly how it works sometimes. It's like the memories are still there. They still exist. It's just, how do you get there? How do you find it? Where's the road to get you there?
We always talk about, like, we say this on the stream a lot. It's the domino effect. My memory works like the domino. If I hit the right domino, I can remember perfectly. But if I don't hit the right domino, I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's why these trigger words are so important for me. Like when I write down like notes as a DM or as a player, I'll write down like 2 or 3 words or something like that. That's just supposed to trigger. Oh, that's what happened in that conversation. Oh, that's what they were talking.
And that's what these are. Is like taking one of these decks away from me is like taking away that first domino. I'll never get whatever the rest of the dominoes were, because without that first domino to fall, the rest of them don't matter. And so that's why it's like it's weird when it comes to this, where it's like when I say I want value out of it, I just have to justify that what I'm losing and what I'm truly giving away is going to lead way. Like, again, someone giving me $1,000 for all these memories, that may not sound like a lot for memories. But most of the memories that I have with this are at this point in my life, either minuscule or snapshot. Like, I remember snapshots, but I don't remember using these decks. I don't remember multiple memories. I remember, like, again, I know that these things trigger memories I don't normally have, but they're not so valuable that
I feel like when you do this, like say you were to sell these for $1,000 and get yourself a computer that you can now use to create something new and greater. It's like, yes, you feel like you're spending those memories to create new and greater things.
And that's different. If I just gave all these cards to you or Python, I'm literally just giving those memories up and all of that up for nothing. But if I get something that could work with, again, we're streaming now, we're building something. If that could be progressed to where those are, I mean, because those are my new memories, right? The last 2 years now, I have more memories about the stream than I do about Magic. I'd be okay giving up more Magic memories.
I know it won't be the same as the deck itself, but even now, this stream that we just did today uses these decks, and you talked about it, and we had this conversation, and this can be a new trigger to hold on to at least a portion of it. Like, it's not going to be the same as, like you said, having the deck and bringing you but at the very least, it has some sort of element that you're able to hold on to, even if the physical media itself gets recycled and turned into something new.
Exactly.
So,
and that's where I'm at. Like, it's a long-winded way of saying basically, like, it's not about the monetary value. I just have to know that if I'm giving up access to these memories, it has to be worth it.
Sure.
Regardless of what you infer by what I mean by that. If I'm giving up a memory, and again, it's not just the memory, it's the whole access to it. Like, if I give up these decks, if I don't ever touch these decks again, I'm never going to remember that shit. Like, just playing Magic isn't enough. It's seeing the cards, it's seeing the combos, and it's triggering the memories of when I built it.
Yep.
If I'm giving that up, it either has to be enriching my current lifestyle, as in I'm getting, a fuck ton of money, or the money that I do get or value that I do get has to be an equal replacement. So again, if I get enough money to get a new PC to stream more, that's an equal replacement because the stream is my current memories and the stream is my current hobby.
You can do so much with that. So much
and the stream is the thing that I care about the most right now. I don't care about, this was a point in my life I cared about, but I don't care about anymore. I'm willing to replace this if it builds the equivalent. Because if I were to sell this, just using the joke that Python said, if Python bought all of this stuff for $1,000, that's half a new PC. And then we buy a new PC this year. Think about all of the new series that we're going to be able to do, all of the cool stuff. Think about how we're going to be able to talk about all of the magic that we're going to have a whole episode where we talk about how we updated our PC because we sold the Magic cards. So guess what?
Maybe we can do a stream where that actually happens live.
And that's the thing is, so I will have memories of this. I may not care about having these memories anymore, but that will be a new chapter in my life. But it's kind of like the same thing where if I just handed these to somebody and never saw them again, I'm sorry, I'm not that benevolent. I don't get enough from saying, oh, that person's happy, I'm happy. No, I'm sorry, I need something from it, right? Like, I need something from it to feel justified. So
no, I feel you. I 100% feel you. I agree. Like, I would say there are certain elements of that I have for myself. Martial arts is one of them. Like, all my old belts, all my old uniforms, all my old gear, not that I need any of it. Not that a lot of it fits
not
me.
That like today it like you couldn't show someone your green belt and it matters to most people nowadays.
Yeah.
Especially if you said this was from 10 years ago. But that doesn't change the accomplishment it meant for you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I feel like that same thing. You giving your belt to somebody who's just wants one is one thing, but you say giving your belt to one of your students or someone from your church who was like I could see it would be a difference of you giving your belt to somebody just means that you're giving up the belt, but you having like one of your students or one of your your kids that play D&D gets into martial arts and he's about to get his belt, and so you show up to offer him yours as his advancement.
Yeah,
totally different. Because at that point you are making a new memory for him, for you.
Yes,
that's a pass down, right?
Yep.
Way different than just I don't need this anymore. I'm not going to have it in my life.
Here you go. Let me just
way
shove
different.
it out.
And that's where I feel about this. Like I said, so it's like, I want to like, not that I'm trying to like, not that I think I sound money grubbing, but again, when I talk about like things like this, like I know that if I gave up these cards, it wouldn't matter. They're 10-year-old cards. I don't play Magic on a yearly basis. Even I don't play Magic enough to truly keep them. I'm not into Magic. I'm not into collecting to justify why I should keep them. I keep them because I'm autistic and I just can't get rid of shit. I'm not a hoarder, but certain things just hold memory triggers. But I've also gotten to the point in my maturity and my therapy where I can get over that. I can get over my need to hold on to things that I think I need to if I understand
Especially if you see value in it.
If I can truly justify that the value outweighs the need to keep it. And that was actually probably one of the biggest, like, we're getting into totally random subjects here on the stream. But that was honestly, like, I think one of the biggest advances of my therapy when I kind of learned how my mind works. Basically, learning that I'm ADHD and autistic, one of the biggest, like, advancements that I made throughout my therapy is realizing that in a way it is controllable. Like, I can't control how my mind sees things, but I can work with it.
I like the word harness.
Yes.
Because I genuinely look at it, and I've always said this, even when I was like early diagnosed, like I genuinely look at it like I'm an X-Man, right? And when you first getting it, it's out of control. It's something that like happens to you and you don't know what's happening. But over time, the more you invest into it, the more you train in it, the more you use it as something that is, the more you accept it as a part of you and
the more you embrace it.
Yeah, because a lot of people, they'll look at it as something that's terrible, something to be fixed, something to be changed, something to be turned off.
Something not right.
You know, and I'm like, I don't see that. I see value here. I see an aspect of myself that I can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else can see. Nobody else can understand things the way that I do. And I want to use that in a way that's valuable. And I want to pass that along to the other people that might not see things this way, that could be valuable to people. So like, I'm so here for that. I want to harness that ability and use it for good, right? Instead of just trying to hide it or suppress it.
And that's where I'm at,
whatever.
because sometimes I feel like I come across as like just either egotistical or greedy. And again, it's more like a lot of the times, you know, it comes out as greedy because it has to do with money. But it's my realism in the real world of plenty of things have value, but no one argues that money has some of the biggest value. Sure. Like, granted, because I have the tism, sometimes sentimental value is more important than money. But I'm also a realist in the sense that I'm not stupid when it comes to value of money. This deck of cards, with the one memory of being like, I remember that afternoon sitting on his couch doing this deck. That memory is not worth more than $1,000. That memory of being on some person's couch building this deck, I can do so much more with $1,000, make my life so much better, and live that betterness. I could get a new PC and we could have a better stream. I could get a new coffee maker and have coffee every single day, and my general life is better. That is worth more than this one tiny memory. But at the same time, someone who is just getting into Magic and this could be their first deck, and I could literally turn them into, you know, the next big Magic player if I hand them this deck, that's not enough. You know what I mean? Like, the potential is not enough for the reality for me. You know what I mean? That's like what I mean by, it's not about the actual value. It's about my perceived value and what am I giving up versus what am I taking. You think I'm overpassionate? Well, that's called tism. Okay. Like,
there's no such thing.
I don't understand what you mean by I'm overpassionate. That's called tism.
No,
okay?
you rock it. Like, that's exactly what I was talking about when it comes to the superpowers. It's like a lot of people think it's too much. It's not too much. It's different.
It's too much for it's too much for the neurotypical. Like, for the neurotypical. Well, I mean, let's face it.
But yeah, I was gonna say this earlier, but
it's
like,
not the first time I've heard I'm too intense.
It's for those who have ears to hear. Like, certain people might hear what you're saying and they might think, oh, you're money grubby, oh, you're this. but like those are the people who are looking at things from a very specific prism, from a very specific
their
set
perspective.
of rose-colored glasses.
If I say I would not accept this anything less than $1,000 for this deck, and other people are like, you only spent 400 on it, why would 1,000 be a value? You just want money. I'm like, if I just wanted money, I'd say 10,000 and fuck off, because those are the people. There are people out there who will give something a stupid value. No one will pay it, and they will sit there on their laurels because in their mind, there's a chance someone will be dumb enough. I'm not dumb enough to think someone will pay 10 grand for these Magic cards, but I'm also not dumb enough to turn down someone who legit offers me not life-changing money, but $1,000 is nothing to sneeze at. I'm sorry,
something
but
you can do something with, right?
that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not joking. Like, offering me $1,000 for all these cards is making me question it. Like, there's a lot of sentimental value in all these cards, and there's a small part of me that's like, there could be some money here. But someone flat out being like $1,000 cash right now, yeah, I'm questioning that, because how important are these fucking memories to me? They're memories of me sitting on a couch in someone's house who I don't even talk to anymore, who I don't associate with, who I don't want to associate. Like, I don't associate with my DM anymore. I don't want to. He's a terrible human being, and I want nothing to do with him. But I still appreciate what he did for my D&D history, and what he, I still appreciate what I got from him.
You can choose not to interact with somebody anymore and still appreciate what they were for you in your life at a certain point in time.
Exactly. Just because I was dumb enough not to know what kind of person he was and the terrible life that he lived doesn't mean that I can't take away the value that he gave me. Just because he's a terrible person doesn't mean that D&D is a bad game. Like, I still love D&D. He taught me everything I know about D&D. Just because I don't like him or want to hang out with him as a friend doesn't mean that I'm going to disvalue him as a DM. You know this. This is the first time I've ever actually talked to him about him on a personal level. I do not like him. I don't want to associate with him. I want nothing to do with my DM ever again. But I don't think I've ever talked badly about him in front of you. Like, that might be the first time I've ever actually.
And I don't even consider that talking badly about him, because when you can appreciate somebody for what they were, just because you don't want to interact with them, just because you do not choose to associate with the type of person that somebody has chosen to be, that to me is not talking down or bad about them. That's saying, hey, go in peace.
You do
go
you.
Live your life. Do what you got to do. I'm gonna do me. You can do that. You can appreciate that. You can live that life if you want to. I'm going to stay over here, and that's separate from that.
And that's what it kind of happened. It just became a reality of, as I matured, I realized that we were different people. We lived different lives, and I separated. But he's the one who introduced me to Magic. He's the one who introduced me to D&D. They're still around in my life. I didn't get rid of all my cards because he's a terrible person. I just realized that his influence wasn't worth it, right? So that's kind of like, like I said, I know that I don't have a normal mind, and I know that most people don't understand the way I think. But like I said, like, I get it. I'm overpassionate.
People who believe in
intense.
Normal are just wild to me. I think too few people think that normal exists, and it really doesn't.
Well, and I like, personally, I get it with the tism, and I fully understand that this comes from the tism. But like, when people say, like, people like us are too passionate or too intense about something, I think it's more because people aren't used to people who stand their ground. Like, the average person is not used to someone who has an opinion and who's willing to stick with it. Even you and me.
At the very least, see it through.
Like how often do you and me be like, I totally understand what you're saying, and I absolutely disagree with you? That happens all the time between us. But do you see us arguing and being like, well, you're an idiot? No, we go, that's fair. Because we understand that. But that's the thing, is like, the difference between the neurotypical and the neurodivergent is the neurodivergent isn't any more passionate. We just know when we put a line in the ground, we don't back off. Whereas the neurotypical will back off from the lines they set, because most of the neurotypical lines, I think the first like 2 lines neurotypical set are not fictitious, but like, you set a line in the sand.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not your line. That's where you want to be. And then you're like, okay, well, I can't get that. Well, I'm putting the line in the sand right here. And that's not where your real line is. That's where you really don't want to be. You don't want to be any further than this. And then you get pushed to, okay, I will not cross this line. And that's where you find neurotypicals, you tend to have, not necessarily all people will, I'm not saying all people, but there's typically that whole thing of, they'll tell you what their line is, kind of like how the neurotypical mindset of everyone has a price. There's always wiggle room, right? No one ever gives you their full price. They always give you the range of negotiation, whereas the neurodivergent will not give you a negotiation range. They will tell you what they want. And if you go, I'll give you a little bit less, they'll walk away and they'll be like, no. Because there is no negotiation with the neurotypical or a neurodivergent.
For me, there's this huge aspect of, and I've actually talked about this with my lady in the past, but there's a lot of people, they would rather be right than they would be happy.
Oh, right over correct. Yeah, right over happy.
Because
I would say right over correct, but right over happy is actually better.
Right over correct is the next, like there are two different things. When it comes to the matter of opinion, it's right over happy. When it comes to a matter of fact, it's right over correct. Right.
See, I would say because I actually think it's personally, I think it's the opposite, but keep going.
What I mean by that is, like, when it comes to matters of objective truth, and I genuinely do believe that there's a difference between objective truth and subjective opinion. Like, so anything that's subjective is a matter of opinion. Anything that's objective is a matter of truth. And so when it comes to someone's stance and perspective, if I'm only arguing to be right on either side, whether it's objective or subjective, I don't care about anybody else's perspective. I don't care about anybody else's set of reality. The only thing I look at is my stance, what I see,
what's correct
my
for you.
Goggles. This is the only thing that matters.
Not what's correct, what's right for you.
Yes, and anybody that disagrees with me is challenging my worldview, and I can't allow that to happen because that might break me out of my glass box that I've cultivated for myself. Whereas if you are genuinely out trying to seek, like for me, I love getting into debates with people, not because I want to argue, not because I want to piss people off,
not because you want to be right.
I want to learn. I want to, if you genuinely think differently than I do, then you clearly do for a reason.
Yes.
There's a reason behind it. And I would love to understand that reasoning that got you to get there. And if there is a true reason behind it, then I would love to learn and be able to gain that. But so many people, they just don't want.
Because the biggest difference between neurotypical and neurodivergent is that neurotypical argues to be right, neurodivergent argues for correctness. So where a neurotypical will say, this is what I think and I want what I think to be correct. Therefore, I want to be right. I want you to just agree with me. The neurodivergent will say, well, here's my evidence. Do you not prove me wrong? Not just here's my evidence. Do you have reasonable evidence that goes against this? And if you do,
counterpoints.
If you do, I'll agree with it. But most neurotypicals don't look at it as a negotiation. They don't see a
That's where the back and forth begins. It's like, okay, you got a counterpoint. Okay, I see that, but what about this, this, and this?
And that's the beginning. But most neurotypicals, they just look at it as an argument. They say, this is true. And someone says, well, here's what I believe. They assume, again, it's an assumption that, oh, well, because you believe something different, you're telling me I'm wrong. Neurodivergent people will tell you, no, I did not say you were wrong. You said ABC. I simply said, I've heard XYZ. That's all I said was, you said and I heard. But what neurotypical people will be like, oh, so you don't believe me. That's not the words I used. You said this. This is what I have heard. What I would like to do is get in the middle, figure out which parts of our. But most people say, this is what I said, this is what you said, we're at odds.
What we do with D&D is we take the bits and pieces that fit and work together, and we cultivate what is perfect, what works for us, and that works because D&D is objective or subjective. But when it comes to like the reality of the world around us and having these things, like I genuinely want to know what is true. If you have counterpoints that are logical, that make sense, that dispute what I have come to know and understand. Somebody once said, like, the true form of intelligence is being able to change your mind.
Yeah.
Right. It's being able to see things from a perspective outside of the one you've already had. When you think about like the flat earthers, like they're a lot of the times, and their perspective is the earth is flat and I'm going to do everything to prove me right. I'm not going to search for what is true. I'm just going to only do the things that prove me right. Anything that proves me wrong, I'm going to ignore it. I'm going to run away from it. I'm not going to look at it. All I want to do is what proves me right. And that's just not how it works. So often we need to be willing to entertain the possibility that we're wrong. Be willing to entertain the possibility that what we're doing just isn't real, isn't true. And so like, I'm here to entertain that possibility. I'm here to say, hey, what if I'm wrong? Let me walk through the potentiality of me being completely wrong and see how logical that makes sense. Let's play devil's advocate in all these scenarios. That's one of my favorite things to do, is to play devil's advocate, is to say, what happens if this isn't the case? You know, just because I want to know, like, even if I completely agree with you, I will come into this conversation playing devil's advocate the whole time so that you can make my argument for me and be like, okay, yep, that's what I thought. Yep, that's what I thought. That's a point I didn't even think of. But these are all the points that these other people are saying against me, you know? So it's so interesting. And I really appreciate how much there are certain people that I feel like there are slowly more and more people that are willing to break out of that comfort zone, that are willing to have those types of interactions, even though I do feel like it is very much the minority of people that are willing to go down those roads, to have those types of discourse.
I agree with you, because it's not so much the unwillingness, it's the lack of understanding and education. I don't think that most people are incapable of going down those roads and having those conversations. I think that the majority of people aren't
unwilling.
I don't think it's even unwilling. I just think that I don't, and I say capable not as in they can't do it. It's just to be able to have the mindset to question, to have those conversations is not something that's innate. Like, it's the same thing of like, you can teach racism. And what I mean by that is you can take someone who's born, and from the time they're born, you can instill racism. Whether they know what they're doing, whether they truly recognize what racism is, but you can give them facts. You can give them enough facts to where they will live off those facts, right? They will treat people badly for that. So it's the same kind of concept of what you believe and what your brain says is true versus what you're capable of understanding, I think is the big difference, right? So when you talk about neurotypicals and neurodivergence, neurotypicals, they're not incapable. It's not like neurodivergence have some greater capability. It's just that we do not fall for the same teachings. We don't fall for the same rhetoric. Our brains are not designed to be the follow mentality. Our brains are not designed to be told what to do, and then that's just the truth. That's not I'm not saying that this is a neurotypical bad thing. I'm not saying that people are just designed to do, but again, when you grow up and you don't have a brain like ours, when you're told something, it's okay in normal society to just be told something by an authority figure and believe it. It's okay. It's okay to be told by your pastor that God exists. It's okay to be told by your teacher that 2 + 2 = 4. It's okay to be told by your parents that you should wash your hands after the bathroom. All I'm saying is that this is the neurotypical lifestyle, is you're told by an authority figure, you believe that you need to trust it, and there's nothing wrong with that. With a neurotypical person or a neurodivergent person, you tell them to wash their hands at the bathroom, they're not going to say why, as in, you don't know what you're talking about, why would I do that? They just want to know,
what's the value in that?
Why do I do, like, you're asking me to put effort in. Effort's a lot for me. I'm not normal. I can't just do things. I need to put effort in. Why do I need to put that effort in? If you just say, because I said so, we're going to be rebel. But if you say, because if you go to the bathroom, you get dirty. If you get dirty, you get sick. And if you get sick, you feel bad. We will look at that and go, that makes fucking sense. I will wash my hands. I don't want to be dirty. I don't want to be sick. But when you just say things like, because I said so, it's not so much we can't understand it. It's just but you said so, but what's your reason? What's your purpose? What's your need?
Somewhat of a hot take, and this is genuinely just my perspective. This is not like I think this is objective truth or anything like that.
Yeah,
this is just,
go ahead.
But I believe that neurodivergence is something that's cultivated very much unintentionally. I don't necessarily think that it's only genetic. I think it has a lot to do. It's the mindset of like nature versus nurture type deal. Like,
see, I completely disagree though, because then that would indicate that most siblings would have the same issues.
I disagree, because I think that just because you are siblings does not mean you have the same world experience.
Not the same world experience, but there would be way more indications of that.
I think that there is something to be said for how, because again, I do think there are elements of genetics involved. You know, we inherit certain things from our parents. We inherit certain aspects from our parents. But again, I think what parts that we take, what parts that we don't take, I think that it's unique per person. And I think that when we are growing up, when we are learning, when we are taking in the world, especially when an older sibling, they have nobody else from their age range to look at to see these things. That's why you see so many consistencies when it comes to older siblings versus middle children versus youngest siblings. Like the dichotomy between them and how different that they are, you know, like.
But how do you explain that there's no correlation between those dichotomies and ADHD or autism?
Because it is not just that one factor. Because there are so many other factors. You can't just look at that one thing and be like, oh, that's the thing that caused it. But you can look at so many different elements.
I mean, you could say that, but there's this. The studies do show that there's way more to the physical makeup of the brain than there is.
But again, your physical makeup of your brain is not completed. When you are growing and you are developing, it is happening all at the same time.
Yes, but the way that it does
influenced by the things that happen.
But there's no studies that show that it's the influence that changes the way that you interpret stuff. That is actually the way that the brain functions.
I understand that there aren't studies, but I think that the way we do studies,
we've actually mapped the brain for it. We've actually been able to.
People do studies and how people research things, I am not impressed at all. And
you're not impressed with the actual mapping of the brain, the blood flow, the way.
I can appreciate what you find out, like the facts that you find out about things, but too few people actually take the time to look at how and why. Like there was
What do you mean by too few people? You talk about just regular everyday people or scientists? Because there's been
I'm talking about scientists. So let me give you an example. There was a study that I heard about a while ago where there was a group of scientists and they went out to discover or to research like a group of deer or whatever the case may be. And for the longest time, we believed that deer had like an alpha male. Right. And like this alpha male was the one that like made decisions for like the herd. And like when the deer would like look a certain direction, all the other people in the herd would like go that direction. And so they believed that this alpha male was like in charge of these herds and whatnot. And so like for the longest time, like these studies like showed that this was how things worked until somebody with a different perspective came in and looked at it from a different prism. Right, kind of like we were talking about a second ago, from those lenses that we have, that we understand the world from. A lot of the studies that we do are come from a specific lens and a perspective that don't allow for
some studies, yes, but when it comes to the studies of ADHD and autism, they are so much more conclusive and so much more grounded in physiological aspects and not environmental. So when it comes to people, like we have gotten to the point to where you can actually take a physical brain scan to be diagnosed with some of these aspects. It's not just about environmental aspects. And so
I understand
when you say that,
after the fact, but
it's not after the fact. We've actually proven that from early development through all stages of development, the brain is actually physically different. It is not about what's happening in your life. Your brain physically is different. Like the reason why autism has an issue with like executive functioning, right? The fact that the neurotypical can know what to do and just do it, and those with autism can't. This has been proven to be not any function of your environment. This is a product of how your brain operates. It is a aspect of your brain physically shutting off blood flow. These are not things that can be controlled by what you learn in your environment. These are physiological things that are uncontrollable, either are hereditary or just part of your physiological development.
I disagree with the premise of how they go about determining these things.
You mean watching watching thousands of people and how their brain operates blood under the same exact conditions, and those with ADHD and autism specifically react differently to those that don't?
The idea that ADHD and autism are these kind of like we were talking before, like these,
so are you saying that you could induce ADHD and autism?
No.
So then how can you say that it is?
I'm saying that there are certain things that can.
But you're saying that it's the environment. So you say that you could. So if you could predict those, if you can control them, you'd be able to induce ADHD and autism.
Not in so many words.
But you're saying that if you know that the ADHD and autism is caused by external environmental factors,
it is
if
not,
you can control them.
Nothing is strictly. It has a lot to do with your family history. It has a lot to do.
So that's physiological.
Your upbringing. It has a lot to do.
Okay. Where do you get? I'm just curious. Where do you get the proof? Where do you find any evidence? Because there hasn't been any evidence published that your upbringing causes or has any indication of ADHD and autism. Now, it can be made worse, but it has never caused. There has never been any single evidence of an environmental factor causing or inducing ADHD or autism, only making it worse if it's not diagnosed. So I'm just curious. Here's the thing. What I'm talking about, I'm not a scientist. Again, everything that I'm talking about is about my perspective, what I've seen, what I've heard, what I feel from people, what makes the most sense to me. But no actual evidence or
correct. Okay. Correct. Like this is my perspective. I'm not trying to claim I know better than these scientists, but what I am saying is I don't believe these scientists. I don't believe that they have the ability to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt I know exactly where this comes from just because I scanned a brain and I can see it develop. I don't believe that. And
no one's claiming that, though.
That's what you just said. You said that proves it. You said that's what proves we know exactly where it comes from and that it's purely genetic.
I never said that we know exactly where it comes from, but I've said that specifically test after test after test after test has never been able to correlate an environmental factor inducing or causing ADHD or autism.
Haven't been able to find something yet doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
That's absolutely true, but suggesting that all evidence should.
I'm not suggesting anything.
But you are. You're saying that you don't believe the evidence because there could be evidence. That's not the same as
it's like
understanding
I'm not
that
going to come to the conclusion that says this is the only option or that is. I'm not going to rule something out because you haven't been able to find a way to test for it yet.
But how do you know? So
I don't.
So there is no way to ever. So essentially, from that point of view, there's no way that will ever prove what causes ADHD or autism because there's never going to be a test that you can prove or ever trust.
I don't think.
But you'll never trust. You'll never trust any of them because no matter what, there's other tests that could be done that haven't been done.
No, what I'm saying is.
So is there enough tests that could be done that you will agree that environmental factors don't do it, or are you always going to say there's more tests? Because that's the thing is right now. We have yet to be able even to discover or think of a test to even try to find a reason why there's an external factor.
There are certain things that
like what external factor do you believe could alter the way the brain makes blood flow? How can an external factor alter
I will say this,
how the blood decides blood flow?
Technology. Putting kids in front of screens at an incredibly early age, that is going to have a huge effect on the development of your brain.
So you believe that watching TV will change the way your blood flows?
The type of TV. Like there have been studies and research done that the older shows that you and I grew up on, like Sesame Street and like the really less flashy shows, have a hugely different impact than a lot of the more current
on blood flow.
Let me get to my point. So have a hugely different impact on the development of children's brains as they grow up when it comes to what like when you're looking at like these really old
development is the process in which you process information and grow from it.
But not what I'm talking about.
Well, that's what that is. Like watching TV and how you process that information and how you grow from it is one thing, but the way that your brain is able to process that information is physiological. Like what you watch doesn't change how your brain interprets it. That's the difference that we're talking about with ADHD and autism. It's not about what you do with the information. It's how your brain even compiles it, and that has nothing to do with the information coming in. How your brain decides what is coming in isn't controlled by what's coming in.
I agree with that statement. I don't know if I fully agree that what you take in doesn't have an effect because when I
Like
when I hear things like the other day, I found out that there was a dude who has been diagnosed with like multiple personalities, right? One of his personalities is deathly allergic to orange juice, but one of the other personalities isn't, right? And so when you think about allergies, you think that's a physiological response. How can your brain and how you think about something affect your physiological, like literally if he's in the middle of drinking orange juice, he will break out in hives, whereas before he wasn't.
Well, first off, I would highly question whether or not that's actually what's happening, because usually especially with multiple personalities, it's not that extreme. It's usually a psychological aspect and not a physiological aspect. And two, yes, psychologically, you can make yourself go through almost anything. I mean, you can have phantom pregnancies. If you believe you're pregnant enough, a woman can become pregnant in every conceivable way without actually a fetus, just simply by believing it.
I don't doubt it.
Mind over matter is one thing.
Thought himself to death when he locked himself in some freezer of some train car.
I don't believe that one either. But again, a lot of these things are overhyped in the media. But how your brain works versus what you can do with your brain are two different things. Again, that's where I find that these things are not one and the same, right? You can have your brain think of many things, right? Like you could hyperventilate. You could be breathing fine. There's no problem, but you could put yourself in an anxiety state to hyperventilate and have a hard time breathing, even though there's nothing stopping you from that. But
I've seen that happen live and in person. Yep.
But that is not the same as your brain being wired, predispositioned to having anxiety. Like your brain may be wired to have a panic attack more than anybody else, and that has nothing to do with your environment. You could be faced with the same thing. You could get afraid of the same thing that I get afraid of. But our reaction, same stimulus, but the way that our
brains, I definitely agree with that.
The way that our brains are wired without
that's something that's outside of our control.
But it is.
I don't agree with that.
Then I would highly suggest doing more research on like the actual neurodevelopment. When it comes to
research, all most people do is just trust what somebody else tells them. And I'm not
asking you to trust me. I'm talking about actually going into the neurological studies. Go to Hale. Go to Yardley.
That is trusting what somebody else tells you.
No, that's trusting science, because trusting what someone else tells you is going to a YouTube channel and being like, oh, they said this. Looking at a research paper that actually
at a research paper is a research paper somebody else wrote based upon information that they did, which is what somebody else is telling you.
No, that's not. No.
That is 100% my stance.
No.
That's 100% my stance.
Then you don't understand research, because that ignores the peer review process. That ignores the entire process of trial, error, repetition.
I get what trial and error is. I get repetition.
So then there is no evidence. So according to you, there is no evidence.
That's not true. That's not true.
Well, then the
question is, I would have to do the research myself.
So everything you believe, you've proven yourself.
No.
Then how do you believe? So you only believe. Then you only believe what people tell you.
No, I believe based upon my own.
Don't do the research.
You're talking about proof. I'm not talking about proof.
I am saying that I will listen to people who have tested it.
I'm not listening to other people. I'm listening to what makes most sense to me.
So you have no proof, and you're
not
only
about proof to me.
So it's not about proof. So it has nothing to do with what is real. It only has to do with what you think is real.
You're associating proof with real, and I disagree with that.
That is what proof is. If I drop something and say this is gravity,
I believe that's a fallacy. I 100% believe that it's a fallacy, that you need proof for something to be real. I disagree with that.
No. I'm not saying that you need proof to prove something is real, but if you have every piece of evidence giving you one result and you're like, there could be a different result, but you can't find evidence, you're like, I just believe that there's evidence of a different result. That's the problem with. That is why it's like, it's fine to say there could be a different result, right? Science is all about that. Science is all about the idea that it's all about the evidence. Go where the evidence points us. But if you have every piece of evidence pointing in one direction, you're like, I don't think that that's right.
See, that's not what I'm saying.
But you're saying that you will not ignore.
But it's my personal evidence.
But again, you will ignore all evidence if you don't think it's correct.
I will not ignore any evidence. I will.
That's what you just said. You just said you'll ignore evidence.
I'm ignoring your evidence. I'm ignoring the evidence that you're telling me to go look at. I have my own.
What's your evidence then? What is your evidence?
My own personal experience is my evidence. I choose to trust the experience that I've had over the experience other people are telling me is real.
So the downside of that is that's where you get into like honestly, that's what causes flat earthers. Like literally, that's what causes flat earthers.
I disagree. I believe flat earthers exist because they refuse to.
No. 100%. You cannot say anything beyond that. Flat earthers believe the same thing you do. They believe that what was been proven by other sources is not true.
That is a fallacy.
No, because they literally tell
the truth of the reality is, listen.
Flat earthers will tell you this.
Truth of the reality is, I've seen these flat earthers
The flat
argue
earthers
their
will
points.
tell you that.
No. I've heard these flat earthers argue their points, and what happens is they will have the evidence stare them in the face, and they'll just say, "No, I don't believe that."
But that's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying that.
You're saying that you won't believe another person.
They're going out and they're doing the experiments themselves. They're testing it themselves.
And you won't believe those people. You did say you won't believe them.
I'm not believing those people because I'm not those people. These flat earthers are doing it themselves and they're looking at their own evidence and saying, I'm going to ignore what I've just experienced.
That's not what they're doing.
Ignoring what I just experienced. I'm taking what I experienced and I'm saying this is what makes sense as a result of what I've been through thus far.
But that,
and that is what I choose to live my life based off of. This is the experiences that I've had. And again, I love taking other people's experiences. I love taking what other people have to say. I love hearing it and being able to assess what makes sense best based upon how I've gone through everything thus far. That's basically what
flat earthers do, because flat earthers will not do any of their own research.
You are free to assume whatever.
I'm not assuming. I said, I do the research. I look at the actual research papers of the evidence.
I know the direction that I choose to take where I come from. And I'm not ashamed of the direction that I've chosen to take my mindset and my perspective, right? Like you can call it a flat earther perspective, you can call it whatever you want to, but I don't take what other people tell me as facts just because you tell them. Just because you shove a million research papers in front of me and says, this is what everybody, that doesn't mean anything to me, because for the longest time, all the research papers did say the world was flat.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't. That is such a bastardization of history. No, that is not true. That is not true. That is not true. That is not true.
No, and they chose to believe that the world was flat.
No,
as a result of the tests and the evidence and the science and how things work.
It is never.
For the longest time, we thought we only used 10% of our brain.
No,
because of the tests, because of the science, because this is what we taught everybody.
None of this is true. No, you're wrong.
That is how people continue to go through this.
But it's not.
World being led around by all these people that just tell you, hey, I want you to believe this.
That's not how it works.
And so
nowhere in history
I choose to decide for myself what I believe. And I'm not going to tell anybody else they're wrong. I'm not going to tell anybody else, no, you don't get to. I'm just going to say, I'm not going to go down that road. I'm not going to go down that road because you said to go down that road. I'm going to go down that road because it's what makes most sense to me, because it's what I truly believe. That is the only way that I will live my life.
And like I said,
you are free to take my perspective and view it however you want. But like I said, I am not at all ashamed of the attitude, of the mindset that I've come, because it's got me as far as I am today, and I am proud of the perspective and the person that this has brought me to.
And that's good.
And it has kept me from so much bullshit, to be honest, that I am so glad that I have said no to the things that I've said no to, because of the stupidity that is out there in this world, because of the sheep that are just being led to the freaking slaughter because of all the things that people just tell them. Oh, come over here. Oh, take this. Oh, do that. I'm like, live your life, my guy. But that's not going to be me. It's for me in my house. No, thank you.
Okay. I mean, we really can't argue about fact versus opinion. I mean, that's the unfortunate part, is if we're not willing to be on the same page of what is fact and versus opinion, then we can't really continue this this discussion. But this is also very far off of the topic at hand. I mean,
listen, we've been going off topic since we stopped playing.
We just done an entire fucking we should have gotten paid for this. This is almost 9 hours. We've done an entire we still have a work day tomorrow to do.
Yeah,
that's the other bullshit part, is I have work tomorrow.
This is wild.
This is like 9 hour stream. Who the fuck? It's the whiskey. It is totally the whiskey. We'll just blame it on the whiskey. How about that?
Of course.
All right, y'all. Well, I think we're going to call it there after nearly 9 hours of a stream. That's been a lot of fun. What have we done today? We've done we've done so much. I can't believe we did 9 hours. I think we only did like 2 hours of the whiskey tasting, to be honest.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure
about 2 hours?
I'm pretty sure the whiskey tasting had only lasted like 2 hours. I think we played Magic for like 4 or 5, and then we've probably been.
Although a lot of that Magic was shitting on the ninja. Deck.
I'm just saying,
a lot of that Magic was shitting on the ninja deck.
You beat 3 of my completely different decks, okay? And you thought that was a bad deck.
I didn't say it was a bad deck. I like the deck. I just said that deck got its ass kicked the first 4 times I tried to play it.
Well, and you just went 3 times in a row with.
There's a first time for everything.
I didn't even get close. I'm just saying, I didn't even get close to thinking I could win with you. But all right, so who the fuck? Wait, what? Who the fuck is that? I just said that. I disagreed with you, Soul. What are you talking about? I disagreed with your message that it's all about the whiskey. All right. Well, I think that we are all good here. This has been a lot of fun.
No doubt.
What are we doing tomorrow? You're here tomorrow, aren't you?
I'm here tomorrow.
What are we doing tomorrow?
America. God.
We have a homebrew review.
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, I did put it up in our schedule. Yep, I did put it up in our schedule. We are doing
Hecate, right?
Hecate's item. We are doing his humanoid creature, the Icebound Sorcerer. This is a creature. This is not a class. This is basically a humanoid enemy that could come up against you. That is lightweight. There, you know how they did the ice.
The Ice Monarch?
The Ice Monarch, yeah. It's basically that, but a creature, an enemy that you can go up against, kind of like a little goblin creature.
Okay, before it was a class, now we're actually doing like an ice creature.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Okay, interesting.
So,
well, that will be kind of fun. All right, so join us tomorrow, 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for a D&D homebrew review for the, what is it called?
The Icebound Sorcerer.
Icebound Sorcerer, but this is an enemy, not a playing character.
Correct. It's a creature.
That's an interesting name for a creature. Icebound Sorcerer. You usually don't get like a class name in a creature name.
Well, I will say they have assassins. They have assassins as creatures. They have you can have barbarians as creatures. You can have shamans as creatures.
Do they have just like a barbarian?
I don't know if it's a let me look.
It's just interesting to think of like when you think of like sorcerer, the term sorcerer, I don't really consider that a creature. Like, I mean, I guess you could say that there's like an evil wizard or like
Exactly. That's a guard to be like a fighter.
I guess that's just it. You know, when you think of enemies, you think of more of the general term. You know, an evil wizard is just a spellcaster. But I don't think I've ever thought about it between you're fighting a sorcerer versus a wizard. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think I've ever, because usually you don't build enemies out the way you do a playing class. You know, like if you were going to build a sorcerer, would you specifically build it like the sorcerer class, or would you just give it a level and spells and a CR rating? You know what I mean?
And that's the thing is that's what a lot, because I know a lot of like standard creatures, like they have like a hag, they have like a little mini spell list that they have. You can cast X many spells a day or whatever.
And that's what I mean. So it's like when you think of like a spell casting creature, you think that it has a set list of things it can do, right? But when you say something like this is an ice sorcerer, but it's an enemy, do I treat it like a sorcerer that has like the entire sorcerer list, or is this going to be an enemy that has a clear defined list of attacks? Does that make more sense?
I'm pretty sure the latter is correct.
Okay, it would have like a list of attacks.
It's got a specific list of attacks. It's going to have a creature stat block. So when I put this together, it is put together like a creature stat block.
Interesting.
It's going to have its attacks. It's going to have its abilities. It's going to have, it's got stats like everything has stats, but it'll have its resistances. It'll have its saving throws, all that extra stuff. So it's going to be set up just like a creature stat block would be. And if you want tomorrow, I'll bring up some humanoid comparisons.
That would be good.
Because I can go into here. Let me actually
because it's one of those things. As long as we know that it's not designed off of like, because if it were one of those things where, because we've talked about this, right? Building a BBEG that is built equivalent to the party, to where you build a BBEG like a player character, you build it from level one, and you go through, design the feats, design all of these things. But more often than not, you don't get that. Normally, you just get a here's their level, or here's their level equivalent in a CR, here's their health, and here's what they can do.
And like Acolyte is a very good example. It's a very low level example. It's a 4th level humanoid creature. It's got cantrips, it's got 1st level spells, and it's got action with a club attack. That's it.
Right. That's what I think of an enemy.
That's the vibe that we're going to get from this. Is a humanoid creature. It's going to have probably a limited spell list. It's going to have probably some other abilities that it has that it can put together.
This brings up an interesting concept that I think we'll be having fun to talk about tomorrow. Is like there's 2 concepts here. Is one, should enemy creatures that have static stat blocks, so they only can do a set list, should they be allowed to have the same nomenclature as a player character? Like, can you call something a sorcerer that only has 2 spells? Like, even though a sorcerer would only cast 2 spells, but you know what I mean? Like, if you call an enemy a sorcerer, but say they only have 2 spells to cast,
here's the thing.
Is that okay?
My question would be, why not? Because when you're in game, you're not going to be in character saying, I only have 5 spell slots left. You don't look at them as spell slots.
No. But what I'm saying is what I'm saying is you as a sorcerer, you have a sorcerer spell list, right? Yeah, you can choose from.
Sure.
But if I have an enemy sorcerer and on when I build this out and I write it out, I say he has these 2 spells.
Sure.
What I'm wondering is, part of my first question is, why call it a sorcerer and just call it an item? Because to me, sorcerer
it's an out of game way to refer to it, not an in game way to refer to it. Right. So it's not about what you are in game. It's not about whether you are this class. It's not like I'm trying to say you are a sorcerer. But like in your world, you have sorcerer, you have mage, you have all these other, like in 5th edition, there's no such thing as a mage. So I could call this an icebound mage. And which would make it just to indicate that they're a magic user.
And I think that's where I would feel more comfortable, because if you're using a term that just indicates magic, fine. But like, on the other hand, why call it a sorcerer if it doesn't act like? Because honestly, to me personally, if I'm a player and someone says this is a sorcerer you're going after, I'm okay knowing it has the same spell list that I do. But if it doesn't, and this is not like a big deal, it doesn't really matter to the gameplay, but personally, why not just call it a mage or an acolyte or a spellcaster?
Because
like,
again,
why
like
not make it more personalized?
In your realm, mage has a very specific meaning.
Yes, exactly. So why would I call something a mage that doesn't operate that way?
Like, how would you refer to a generic creature type magic user? Or would you just not have those in your realm?
No, I mean, you would.
What would you refer to them as?
It would usually something like acolyte, spellcaster. I just, again, if there's a nomenclature that identifies the type of magic they use, I wouldn't use it. If I say that they're a wizard, they use wizard type magic.
Sure.
I'm not saying that this is a problem. I'm just saying, like, maybe that should be a question of.
Yes, and I get what you're saying.
Because if you come to me and say, like Ice Sorcerer versus Ice Monarch, right? Ice Monarch, I could understand you cast magic. But if I think Ice Sorcerer, I assume you have the breadth of sorcerer magic, but, ice themed. And that's just maybe, again, it's not really like a big deal. It doesn't change the gameplay. Sure. But for me, I feel like, why not just continue with the nomenclature? Like why would it be so hard to create another name? Why use the term sorcerer if you're not going to associate it to that?
For me, it just comes down to a lot of times, like, I want to have the ability to differentiate between different types of casters. And in the monster world, there's not a whole lot of ways to do that.
So how would you like for instance,
you got like shaman, you got acolyte, you got spellcaster, but like you're gonna run out eventually.
But perfect. But what is, and again, maybe this is just because I only care about the words, like in High Point, words matter. But then what really is the difference between a sorcerer and an acolyte enemy? Is there any difference? Does it matter to you? And if it doesn't matter to you, then that's where I question, then why not just use the acolyte only? But if it does matter that you have an acolyte versus a sorcerer as an enemy type, but they still operate the same way.
To me, the words do matter, but it's less of the specificity and more of the vibe. And what I mean by that is, it's like, this person is giving off sorcerer energy, right? And so they are going to have sorcerer type stuff, not necessarily the entire breadth of the sorcerer spell list, but they're going to have sorcerer type energy. They're going to have sorcerer type spells, or they might have the the spell Witch Bolt. They might have the spell, Misty Step. They might have stuff that's on the sorcerer spell list, but not necessarily the entire amount of spells that sorcerers have.
Not the ability of the sorcerer.
Correct, because they might not have meta magic specifically, like sorcerer classes will, but they are going to have sorcerer-like abilities. They're going to have sorcerer-like things.
I guess for me, I just question then why call it a sorcerer in the first place? Like if it doesn't do what sorcerers do, just call it a magic user. Like to me, it would be easier to just say that they're a spellcaster.
Like saying sorcerer versus wizard versus spellcaster, like if you're too generic with it, again, like you said, you might not get the idea of what's happening. But again, for me, it's more of an idea rather than the specifics. Oh, it does exactly that, right? Like it's
see, because I think for me, if I hear you say sorcerer and it does 2 spells, to me, you could have said wizard and only cast those 2 spells. Like I guess for me, it's more of if it does the same thing, it doesn't matter what you call it. But if you call it something and it only can do what you called it, like I guess that's the thing. Because again, if it only has like if you say this enemy only does 2 spells. To me, if it's only ever going to do those 2 spells, you can call it a mage, you can call it a sorcerer, you can call it a wizard, you can call it a spellcaster. It's only ever going to do those 2 spells. But for me, if you were to call it a sorcerer, so I would think that it has innate magic, no memorization. So it has a plethora, like to me, a sorcerer would have more spells than a wizard because, no preparation.
Sure.
Well, outside of High Point, I guess that's 2nd edition.
5th edition,
yeah,
sorcerers have a very limited amount of spells. You don't have a spell book, so you can't get new spells as you go along.
Right.
Wizards, you can just fill your spell book with as many spells as you like. So when you level up is the only time you can get new spells as a sorcerer. And you only get a certain number of spells. And so you're very, very limited in what you're doing, which is why you get meta magic, so you can have a little bit more flexibility.
And again, so in speaking about that, how does that apply to an enemy? Like, how is that going to affect me as a player if I call an enemy a sorcerer versus a wizard? Does it? Because I get what you're saying is like you want more names for things, but for me, the name doesn't do anything if it doesn't tell me what they can do. If they can only cast 4 spells and that 4 spells will never change,
I'd say that's the case for a sorcerer. That's the case for a sorcerer.
But if you called it a wizard and it's still, again, you created an enemy that only has 4 spells. You're like, hey, this enemy, he has these 4 spells. To me, it doesn't matter if you call him a mage or a sorcerer because at the end of the day, he's only going to cast those 4. But if you say he's a mage, so he has these 4 prepared versus he's a sorcerer, so he has these 10 available, that would feel different to me. But when you make one that says, like, again, when you look at the character sheet and when you look at the enemy sheet and it says he has these spells, like most characters, right? Like most spell characters, they'll say what spells they can cast. Like there's like 5 of them. But to me, that sounds more like a wizard because you would memorize them, right? There's only those 5 that you can cast. Whereas a sorcerer, again, is a list of spells I could cast. So when you say as a DM,
just from a 5th edition mindset, it's a little bit the opposite, only because yes, you have to memorize spells as a wizard, but you have an entire book that you can choose from. So today they have these 5 memorized. Tomorrow they could have completely different shit memorized. Sorcerers, that's not the case.
But how does that change for an enemy though? I'm just saying when you make an enemy, like again, so if you
with
call
an enemy, you're looking for consistency. So when you're having a stat block for a creature, it's gonna be the same every single time you run into them. It's gonna be that and that alone. Again, unless you're a DM and you just want to mix it up. You're like, hey, yes, this sorcerer has these spells, but because I feel like mixing it up today, I'm going to give this same Icebound sorcerer, instead of having a Ray of Frost, they're going to have Frostbite. Right? Like whatever the case may be, whatever the ice spell you want to swap out for that particular one that day, you can do so. But and again, it's all to DM discretion, and people do that all the time with stuff from the monster manual or whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, you have to, you're when you're looking at the creature that you have in front of you, you have to say, how consistent do I want this particular named creature to be? Right? Is it
like if you're going to use it again? Like if you say I have an ice sorcerer as an enemy, you want every ice sorcerer to be the same. And that's I guess that to me it's like what, but why not just call them again? What's wrong with just saying acolyte or spellcaster? Like, because to me, sorcerer indicates how and the breadth of magic. Like again, because a player can use a sorcerer versus another type of magic user differently, but if the enemy doesn't seem to be different, like if you have 2 different enemies, one called a sorcerer and one called a mage, but again they're both locked at 4 different spells that they can cast every single combat.
Sure.
Consistency is fine. But what does that tell the player, that sorcerer versus mage? Like that, I guess that's where I'm coming from.
So
it makes sense for categorization.
So
but
personally,
it doesn't really
I'll say
tell me
this.
much.
Personally, I'll say this. Whenever I'm playing with my characters, I never tell them what the creature they're up against is called. I never give them a name unless they're asking, like, is it a specific type of creature? Is that an owl bear?
Right, like a race.
Is that something that's
something identifiable? Because you can't identify what type of magic user they are.
But if you're just up against a crew of people, I'm not going to tell you what they are. I'm going to just tell you what they look like, and then you figure it out, right? Like, I'm not here unless you're interacting with an NPC that specifically knows what they are and is saying, yeah, that's what this person is. They're an acolyte of this god, or they're a mage of this god, or they're a whatever the case may be. The name is just for me to be able to like Google it and find it. Like, I want to ice something. So let me type in ice, or I want a magic user. Let me type in sorcerer. Let me type in mage, just so it can pop up for me so that I recognize I'm pulling something that has magic, and so I can put it in my game appropriately. But when I'm actually interacting with my players, I don't care what it's called. I'll call it whatever I want to call it in the moment, especially if it's a humanoid. Right? Like a hag. A hag is a hag, right? There are different types of hags, but they are a specific type of creature. A lich is a specific type of creature. There's a bunch of different liches, right? But they're a specific type of creature that has specific connotations behind it. But when it comes to just a regular humanoid, like if you're a guard, or if you're a gladiator, or if you're a magic user, or whatever the case may be, like, I don't care what you, as the player, how you want to identify this person. Like, if they want to be like, oh, that sorcerer, oh, that mage over there, like, that's what they decided to call it when they ran into it, just because it cast a spell at them, go for it. Call it whatever you want to call it. Like, identify it in your head, whatever helps your personal immersion, that's fine. You know, if those words need to mean something different, it's like, oh, you can't cast magic that way, because I don't have, like, I will say, like, I'll have something like a summoner, right? But I don't have a summoner class, but like, I have certain characters that specifically do a lot more with summoning creatures than others will. And so I will call those people summoners, right? Okay. I'll be like, hey, and then you can know that the primary thing that they're going to do is summon things. They're not going to be casting like firebolt or fireball or any of these crazy other things you might see from other magic users, but that's generally what you're going to see from them. And if they can attach themselves to that can be helpful for them. But that's kind of where I'm coming from. It's like I said, it's more the vibe. It's more like, what are you trying to communicate by what you're saying? What do you want them to know? So I definitely agree with what you're saying. Like,
because for me, it's like, having them just be able to be like, oh, he casts magic, he's a mage. Like, to me, that would bug me. I would not want them to be like, oh, he's just a mage. Be like, especially because, again, for me, those have different, like, mechanical differences.
There are huge, like, when you talk about a sorcerer in your realm, like, they are specifically using
magic in a different way. I think that's why it's hard for me to just call anybody any magical name. Like, you could just nomenclature, be like, oh, I met a sorcerer once, you know, he did magic. And you could let it go that, well, he was actually a mage. Like, that the character doesn't know any better, right? I think I was looking at, for the more part of, if you're going to create, like, if I'm going to build an enemy that can do magic, but I'm going to label it as a sorcerer, I have a problem with that if I'm only giving him 2 spells. Because for me, that's not what a sorcerer does. That's more of someone who has to memorize and select, this is the magic I know. So I guess that's more of, like, my thing is, like, if I'm going to, like, if I have a player group and I say, hey, you're coming up against a sorcerer, I want that to mean something to them. I want to say, when I say you're coming up against a sorcerer, I want them to be like, oh, so he just kind of has magic. Whereas if I say you're coming up against a wizard, they're like, so he's prepped. But he only has what he's prepped. Whether they know that or not, that doesn't necessarily help them. But for me, the idea behind like, again,
it will second edition versus fifth. It'll change how they approach the creature.
Because like second edition versus fifth edition, biggest issue. If I'm a player, right? If you say I'm coming up against a mage or a wizard versus a sorcerer, I will approach the fight differently, because a sorcerer I know has a breadth of magic that they can just pull from. They just know a bunch of magic spells, and they can use dynamically what they want in the situation. Whereas a wizard, in second edition specifically, because the memorization, they've already chosen what they can do. So if I kind of learn or figure out what spells they've figured out or prepped, I can lean away from their benefit. Whereas a sorcerer, dynamic, right? Sorcerer's just going to throw out what's best in the moment.
If you can in your case, a sorcerer, if you can prevent them from moving or prevent them from being able to use their components and prevent them from being able to access whatever it is that they're trying to dynamically activate, like you can potentially stop unless they have found a way.
Like same thing with a wizard though, because I mean, still, material components, verbal and somatic. I'm just talking about like the breadth of magic, right? Like for me, again, because it's second edition versus fifth edition, right? A wizard just means that you're locked into what you've already chosen. If I make it to where, if you have a fly spell, right? And I try to make, the ground difficult terrain, your fly spell is going to be very good. Now, am I going to know you have a fly spell? No. And am I really going to know the difference between what spells you have as a mage versus a sorcerer? Probably not. But for me, I would approach the fight differently. A lot of them could
theoretically overlap, but
I would approach it differently because
approach it very differently.
Because knowing that a sorcerer can dynamically adjust to the situation means that we're going to keep him on his toes a lot longer. Whereas a mage, like someone who has to like memorize, I'm going to test the waters and figure out what they figure out. Like, yeah, I'm either going to exhaust them or I'm going to figure out what they've memorized. You know what I mean? If he gives me 3 spells out of his 5 that are all fire based, I'm kind of figuring out what's good, what he's dealing with.
But then
right?
again, how are you able to determine how many they have ability to memorize?
It's more that would be more of like a character's like, I know the level, like it's more of a not the meta game if I know what level they have, so I know how many spells they have memorized. It's more of our mage is about as powerful. He has X number of spells. This probably has within 2 more or 2 less. I would say that's more of a, again, if I'm a player and I know I'm going against a sorcerer, I would know the sorcerer is going to be much more dynamic. He's going to have more things to be able to pull from his pocket in the moment. Whereas a wizard or mage is just, they're locked into what they memorize. They've chosen at the beginning of the day what spells they have. So if those spells are useful or not, it doesn't matter. Now, I don't know the difference, but I do know that the mage, if I know it's a mage, they are locked. They only have spells that are specifically chosen, and they're going to try to shoehorn those in the best they can. A sorcerer is probably more likely going to be dynamic and shift the battle. So if you are against a mage with prepared spells and you start to get them in a corner, you're more likely to be able to continue backing them into the corner. They're probably not going to pull something random out of their sleeve because you can kind of get an idea of like what kind of magic they have, right? There's only so many spells you can memorize. There's only so many breadth of spells you can have. But as a sorcerer, you could be fully defensive, fully offensive, or a 50-50. But as a mage, you've either chosen all offensive, all defensive, or a very small mix. And once you burn one spell, like again, a sorcerer, if they burn a spell, they can just keep burning that same spell. Whereas a mage, what's the likelihood you memorize the same spell more than once, more than twice? Like you throw fireball at me two times, I'm probably not going to assume that you have 2 more. Like most people wouldn't get 5 fireballs memorized.
I will say 1 or 2. That is definitely very a second edition mindset,
and that's probably the 100%.
You can cast as many fireballs as spell slots you have,
and that's the biggest difference.
No matter what spell casting class you are.
Yeah, and that's probably the biggest difference is like with 5th edition they've probably blurred the lines more between spellcasters in terms of like the true difference. Whereas
if you're a spellcaster, you're a spell. The biggest difference is full caster, half caster, and quarter caster.
Whereas in older editions, it was definitely much more of how you got your spells, how you casted them, and how you prepped them.
Sure.
So, and that's what the fun and the difficult part about talking about D&D is having to establish the edition you're talking about. Because of stuff like this, right? You and I could sit here and have an hour conversation about magic and no one know what we're talking about because they don't realize we're talking 2 different, like you kind of have to establish like,
yeah.
And maybe that's 5th edition is just like 5th edition kind of like, I don't want to say bastardized magic, but it's almost like they took a lot of the flair of magic away.
I will say yes, but also I think that again, for the written out way it is, because when you think about the way you have sorcerers, like it's almost just so open-ended. Like I understand especially when approaching new players, when I ask you what do you want to do, it's almost like a deer in the headlights kind of idea. It's like, what can I do? And I'm like, anything you want. And that's like Nani, like it helps to have some sort of like guidelines for them to go down. And it's like, all right, we can start here. We can approach this. We can start doing these things in a certain way so that we can then understand like the way that I want to start doing things in the future, right?
Yeah.
And so, but I love the versatility and the flexibility that second edition brings to the table with a lot of what they have. But I do appreciate how, and again, we've talked about this before, like it's they've made it easily accessible for a lot of new players, for a lot of people who aren't really really used to this type of thinking gameplay mindset. Like they're trying to find a way to bring them into that attitude to think in creative ways.
It's
I don't think they allow it enough expansiveness to do more with it like you can in second edition, which is why I like just letting my players do what they like. If you got something stupid and crazy you want to, let's try it, let's see what the fuck happens,
right?
But
you know, and that's a good point too, because I think with fifth edition, not only it being like more approachable and more accessible to everybody and just anybody, you know, it's much less personalized and much more, again, cookie cutter. It's much more, you don't want to have to go to one game, learn how to be a sorcerer, go to a different game, and then have that person completely teach you how to be a mage. It's easier that you just understand the general concept of how spell magic works or spell casting works, and the differences are how much and what spells you have versus everything from how you learn them, how you memorize them, how you cast them. Like, you're right. Like with fifth edition, they've streamlined a lot, made it a lot more approachable. I guess my biggest thing is sometimes when you do that, you get rid of the nuance that made it unique and worth it. Like, because like you said, nowadays it's more about whether you're a half caster, full caster, and all of that. And it's like, there's not true big difference in the spellcasters nowadays compared to how they used to be. Like, there's not a big difference, minus a handful of spells that you might have difference, and how many spells you can cast overall. Everything else is the same, right? You have spell slots, you have spell levels, and you just cast. So it's easier, more approachable. It's much more streamlined in terms of the mechanics and how you use it, but it's also less creative and it's less role play. Like, I feel like maybe that's the thing. Maybe spellcasters haven't been like completely ruined, but all of the role play of spellcasting has been removed. Like
yes, but I do believe that even with the way fifth edition has done it, there's way for now. I will say it's not as nearly as encouraged, but there are ways for DMs to add that back in there to like give a little bit more agency to their players to do more and different things with the stuff that's there.
But it really leans on the DM to enforce it or encourage it versus older versions. It was kind of part of it.
Yeah.
So maybe that, and maybe that's like why we talk about a lot about like the min-maxer mentality versus the, you know, gameplay mentality, right? Like just going with the flow and learning with your character. Because again, fifth edition of all of the editions leans way more into being able to min-max and build from the top down. Second edition, sure, you could figure out what your character might look like at 20th edition, but the equipment that you'd get a hold of, those spells, the things that you could actually accomplish may or may not have come up in your gaming session, even if you've planned for it. Whereas fifth edition,
sure,
it's really not up to the DM. Like maybe that's the biggest difference. It's in the newest edition, it's really not up to the DM how you progress. There's no control the DM has. Once he tells you you can level up, it's out of his hands. The DM cannot adjust your level up. Whereas in like second edition, there was a lot more customization, and you know, players still decided what they wanted, but there was a lot more the DMs could give and a lot more ways the DMs could influence and incentivize. But nowadays it's much more you have all of the information when you build your character.
There's not stuff built in for the DMs to do, but I will say me as a DM, I definitely do a lot. I will give a lot. I will add a lot. I will allow a lot. You know, like
you're one of the more rare ones.
But that's just because that's the type of game that I want to have, and that's the way that my players have chosen to interact with the game. And so I think that that's something that I want to encourage, and just by like, hey, make it happen. Like, do something crazy, do something stupid, make it happen. See how it goes.
Right.
Know? So
which I really wish that was more the fifth edition mindset, but unfortunately, it's not. You know what I mean? It's not really the 5th
It's
edition
not.
gameplay.
A lot of 5th edition, again, is very much Adventurers League. I want to be able to have this character jump from game to game to game to game and just work everywhere.
Or if I build this character any game, I know I want to be able to have the same outcome. You know what I mean?
Sure.
No, that
tell me
makes
how many
sense.
times people have created a character. Oh, I want to build this character that I used to play over, and I'm like, sure, but it's gonna be a different character,
right?
You know,
Like you're not just gonna bring that character over as if it doesn't matter, you know?
Yeah. So it's wild, but no, I get it.
Well, wild that we spent 9.5 hours and went full circle and came back to D&D.
God bless America.
Can't get us to not talk about D&D. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly.
All right. Well, 9.5 hours in, I think we'll call it there. Yeah, I don't think we need to go any further.
I'm here for it. Yeah,
I think Hoylep is the only one in chat left anyway, so
let's,
it's okay. Everybody's left.
We
Hoylep is
appreciate
the
you
only one.
guys. Thank you for being here. All of you guys, thanks for hanging out with us.
This was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Maybe not another 10-hour stream, but I am looking forward to another alcohol tasting.
That would be
That
cool.
was a lot of fun.
That would be cool.
Maybe we just do the alcohol tasting by itself and we do everything else.
For sure. I think next time, maybe when we have Python on, we'll do like a specifically.
That one will just have to be
Yes.
just magic and
Yeah.
only magic. That will be a lot of fun though. I'm really interested to see what Python can bring to us. The idea of being able to instantly scan cards and get like a running total, I think would be fun. Because honestly, like even at the end of the day, even if we just went through every card, scanned it all, figured out, you know, like the ideal price of all of my cards. Because even if it came out to like, oh, you have $1,500 worth of cards, like let's be real. In an ideal situation, I would
at
have
$1,500 for the
but
cards.
like that's assuming
how
I
much you gonna
sold
get for it.
Well, and that's assuming I sell every one for that price, and I don't have to spend any money getting rid of it. Because I mean, what if I have to ship a card and spend a couple of dollars?
So that's if you're trying to sell them individually. I
Yes.
still think you could get that collection and be like, hey, I want to sell this whole thing, this whole collection together to somebody for X, Y, and Z.
And maybe-
I think you would probably have
honestly-
people bite for that.
Honestly, there's a high chance I'm probably just going to sell it to Python. Like, if he wants it, I will probably just end up selling it or gifting it. You know, he mentioned several options of either we split it 50-50, we just sell everything and split it 50-50.
Mhm.
He's suggested just taking 10% of the cards and then we just sell the rest. I don't know again, I'm not trying to make the absolute most money out of it. I
Sure.
just want to make sure that all parties involved are happy. I don't want to sit here and be like, let's sell all of it and you'll get a few dollars. Because maybe he doesn't want money. Maybe he wants the actual cards. But I also don't want to just give him the most expensive cards and then walk away with nothing. But I also don't want to just sell the most expensive cards and give him nothing but useless cards. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I want to make sure that we're all happy. I don't want to just be like, give me the best benefit and you can have the trash. I just want to make sure that at the end, the stream benefits, I benefit, he benefits, and none of us feel like we lost anything out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to give him two of them for 1,000, finding out there was a 5,000, like build, but I also don't want to give it to him for 100 to find out that he makes 1,000. But I also don't want to sell it to I don't want to give it to him for
Yeah.
800, and then he only gets crap cards that he never. It's
I
just
get
that
you.
whole thing.
I get you.
I want to make sure that we're all happy.
Yep.
That we all agree.
I get you.
But I think that will be a lot of fun. I think going through the cards with someone who knows the cards. Because think about that. We could go through the cards and be like, oh, that's this much money. But imagine having someone there who knows the card and be like, bro, you know how cool this card is, and give us like info and history and like understanding of why this card matters or why. Because again, these are just magic cards, dude. I just played with these for 10 years. Like there's so many cards that I'll probably pull out a card that I'm just like, oh yeah, here's a trash card. And he's like, bro, I need that. Give it to me. Don't touch it. Like, you know what I mean? Like there could be cards that I've just scratched up that are probably like priceless cards.
Sure.
And I would never fucking know. Oh, you're supposed to again. It doesn't matter. We're about to leave. All right. Well, this was fun. I hope we do this again. I'm hoping for more of the tastings. I don't know about another Magic the Gathering stream. Maybe this was the only Magic the Gathering stream, but this was fun anyway. Well,
You don't want to.
other than when we go through the cards, but maybe this will be the only like official like game.
And that's fair enough.
Just because I don't think it's just not. It was fun, but I really like our D&D stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
Agreed.
As fun as all of this is, I just want to get back to D&D. Every time we hook up, I'm just like, so when's the next D&D episode? All right, everybody. Well, thank you all so much for joining us. It's pretty much Hoylep left. So Hoylep, thank you so much for joining us from Germany. Looks like everybody else has left us for the time being, but that's okay. It was fun. Hope everybody enjoyed it. I'm really curious how the stats are going to be for this. A fucking 9.5-hour stream.
Wild.
I think this is our longest stream, hands down.
Probably.
I don't think we've ever done a stream this long.
Probably. All right.
All right, y'all. Well, thank you guys so much for keeping us company. Hoylepa, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you I hope you enjoyed the stream, had a good night. Soul, hope you had a good night. I know Python isn't here anymore, but thank you so much for joining and keeping us company. We will get in touch about doing more magic.
We're gonna
stuff.
hook it up.
So I will have Kage here reach out to you. Anyway, guys, thank you so much. I hope you guys enjoyed the rest of your night. I hope you guys had a fantastic weekend and have a great week ahead of you. We will be back on tomorrow with more homebrew review. Catch us tomorrow at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Otherwise, I hope you guys have a great night. Cheers.
Deuces, my friends.